Notre Dame fans, welcome back to another edition of the Irish Breakdown Podcast. We are here on a Thursday. It is time to talk some Notre Dame football. That's Trevor Trowbridge. I'm Brian Driscoll, and man, I am ready to go today. We got three pretty fun topics to discuss today. One is sort of a new topic. This morning, Notre Dame announced that they have another game added to the 2026 football schedule, so we're going to talk about that. And then talk about kind of where we want to see that schedule go, because there's still games left and there's some uncertainty about will they play USC or not. So we'll dive into that. Part two of the show, we are going to talk about the Notre Dame linebackers. We're going to take we continue our season preview of the Notre Dame team. Next week, we'll obviously dive into tight ends or we'll talk tight ends next week, and we'll talk corners or safeties next week. And then the week after, we're going to talk O-line and corners, and then we're going to kind of be done with our preview, and then we're going to dive into more specific things as we get closer, because by then we'll be about 2 weeks out from fall camp. So I am super fired up about that. And then, of course, we are continuing our college football breakdown today. And today's topic, we're going to rank the top 5 wide receivers returning in college football this year, and then and some other guys to keep an eye on, and just kind of give our overall thoughts on the position coming into 2025. Is it a strength nationally? Is it a down year nationally? Where is it? Is there somewhere in between? And then we will rank the top 10 pass catching units. So this includes wide receivers and tight ends. And Trev, you and I have a lot of differences, 6 through 10, or actually 5 through 10. And I have a feeling that the chat is going to have some things to say about our list. So we're going to have some fun diving into that. But we'll give you our criteria for it. And look, we may do a mailbag. It just depends on how much time we have at the end of the show. If you guys want to get some questions in, feel free. Trevor and I got to talk about some things, but probably not going to have a mailbag tomorrow since it's July 4th. I don't want my staff to have to work all day, but Trevor and I will have a talk about that. But so if you want to get some mailbag questions in, go ahead and throw those in now, and we'll get to those as much as we can here at the end of the show. But to begin, Trev, man, a lot of great topics today, but Notre Dame announced today that they have a new game to their 2026 schedule. So obviously Notre Dame's 2026 football schedule has 9 games on it or 10 games on it, depending on who you talk to. But they added another game today, and that is the Rice Owls. So Notre Dame will play Rice on Saturday, September 12th. That is a quick turnaround from the game that they kicked the season off with on the Sunday prior against Wisconsin. So very quick turnaround there for Notre Dame. And so they'll play the Badgers in the opener at Lambeau Field. And then in week 2, they will host the Rice Owls. This is going to be the 6th meeting between Notre Dame and Rice. Notre Dame and Rice have played 5 times in the past, obviously. And the last time being 2014, when Notre Dame kicked the 2014 season off against the Rice Owls, a game they won 48-17. That was the welcome to the Will Fuller era game for Notre Dame against Rice that day. Notre Dame won that game 48-17. They played also in 1988. Notre Dame won that game 54-11. Note from that game, that was the game where true freshman Rocket Ismail returned 2 kicks for a touchdown. First one he took back was long. They tried to squib the next one. Rocket came up and caught it and then ran it in for a touchdown because he was pretty good and Rice was really not good. They also played twice in the 1970s. Notre Dame won 28-0 in Houston in 1973, and Notre Dame won 10-3 in South Bend in 1974, which is a pretty interesting aspect of that. And obviously noted that was the last year of the Ara Parseghian era. And then Notre Dame also won in 1915, 55-2. So the Irish hold a 5-0 all-time lead. So let's just kind of begin, Trev. I know a lot of people look at games like this, and they're like, I don't want to play a team like that. And I get it. But when you look at Notre Dame's 2026 schedule, the reality is you need games like this. You can't have a 12-game, where your worst team is a Purdue and, Navy or Boise State or teams like that. You've got in a 12-game season where you are going to play 15 to 16 games to play for a championship. And most likely in 2026, they will have to play 16 games because it's most likely going to go to a 16-team playoff. You need some games where it's like our starters are playing half a game. You need to try to schedule some games like that. And that's what this Rice game is. They're going into year 1. of a new coach. They fired Mike Bloomgren this past offseason, and Rice is just not a real good football team right now, and hopefully they won't be a real good football team next year because, as I said, you need some games like that. Everybody else has games like that, and Notre Dame needs games like that, and that's ultimately why you're scheduling a team like Rice.
Yeah, look, man, you're starting out this back-to-back seasons with opening games on Sunday. And this year, their home opener is Texas A&M, high-octane game, but I love the fact that they put the bye week in between. Look, I love the decision to add Rice to the schedule because they are now sandwiched in between a Michigan State team that you're also going to host the following week after Rice, and you start the season off Sunday at Lambeau Field against Wisconsin. Questions up in the air for how all three of those teams are going to be faring come 2026. But because of the portal, because of NIL, and how quickly things change, the trajectory of all three of those teams could be vastly different than looking at it in a vacuum of, okay, well, where's Wisconsin now? They just got done being 5-7, not too impressed. Narrative could be very different after this year, or it could be the same, but we just don't know. But I like going with I guess you could call it like the safety option, especially if you're not going to opt to have a bye week in between Wisconsin and Michigan State. 2026, they start out Big Ten, not Big Ten, Big Ten. And ideally, especially with it being a Sunday game, if you're not going to opt for a bye, have an opponent like a Rice, or I'm happy it's not a MAC team, if I'm just being real, because
depends on what MAC team that would be.
Fair.
Bowling Green, yeah. Central Michigan, yeah. Northern Illinois, Toledo, not so much.
Marshall, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they're not a MAC team anymore, but yeah, that's kind of the same thing. Yes.
True. My 2022 PTSD would kick in a little bit if I saw that on the 26 schedule. But in all seriousness, though, I do like the overall pick. I'm interested to see what they do this year because I think it will start to be very telling of how they're going to be at the start of 26. Is it Scott Abel or Scott Abel? Their new head coach?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know how to pronounce his last name. I would assume it's Abel, but that's just a guess.
Well, hopefully.
Interesting tenure, Trev. You look at him, he's an East Coast guy. He's from Virginia. He's coached most of his career on the East Coast. He was at Washington and Lee, a D3 school, and then he got to Davidson, an FCS school. I don't even think it's a scholarship FCS school. I played against Davidson my freshman year of college. And then you go to Rice. That was a real – and he was good at Davidson, but not great at Davidson. So that was a very interesting hire. I did not – kind of came out of left field, but he's got a tough job in front of him. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, well, absolutely.
And when you look at the 2026 schedule, with this game being set, you now basically have your September settled. Mm-hmm. Now, of course, Notre Dame could choose to have a game in week 0 and play at the end of August. They could choose. It'd be, I think, about the 29th or 30th. I think is that Saturday in 2026. Since the first Saturday is the 5th, they could always, maybe add a game in week 0 before the Wisconsin game. But your September schedule is now set. Notre Dame will kick the season off Sunday, September 6th, with a game against Wisconsin Badgers in Lambeau Field. That is the second game. This was originally supposed to be the 2020 game. But that game obviously got ended because of the COVID craziness, and so this game got moved to 2026. It's going to be in Lambeau. Notre Dame beat Wisconsin the next year in Soldier Field. This will be I'm not sure. I've heard so many different things about who the home team is or isn't. It doesn't matter. It's a neutral field game. It's in Wisconsin. That's what matters. It's going to be a Notre Dame game. I believe it's a Shamrock game. So that game is going to be on September 6th. A week later, Notre Dame comes home against Rice. Then the next week on the 19th, they host Michigan State. I have a feeling that's going to be a much tougher game than people think that it is because Jonathan Smith is putting together a really nice team. We're actually going to talk a little bit about Michigan State later in this show. Then the next week, they play at Purdue, the year 2 of the Barry Odom era. And their first week of October is also set. They head down to North Carolina to take on the North Carolina Tar Heels. I would like to say it's the first matchup against Bill Belichick, but I'm not completely sold he's going to be there more than a year. We'll see. But then after that, the only other game you have scheduled is October 31st in a game against Navy that will be played in Gillette Stadium, the home of the Patriots. So it is interesting. They're going to have 2 games for sure next season in NFL stadiums when they play Navy and then obviously Wisconsin. The rest of the schedule is set as far as who they're going. Well, the games are set, but the dates are not set. They play home against Miami, home against Miami Hurricanes, home against SMU, and then they have road games against Florida State and Syracuse. The USC game is interesting because I don't know that, like, there's been a lot of talk about, is that game finalized with USC? USC has said, hey, we've offered to play this game against Notre Dame, but, you know, so I don't know if that game is set for sure or not. There's been some back and forth conversation about that. And now you look at it and say, okay, if USC is on it, then your schedule now has, I believe that would give them 10 games. So you got, 11 games, because you'd have 10 scheduled. Then you'd have one left. If USC ends up coming off the schedule, then obviously you'd still have 2 games to add. But as of right now, since Notre Dame and USC, USC has the Notre Dame game on their schedule. If you go look at their future football schedules page, it's kind of interesting, Trev, because when I've looked at USC's schedule, there's a page that they have that doesn't have Notre Dame game on it, and another one they have that does have Notre Dame game on it. So I'm going to go with USC being on the schedule for 2026 just because of that reality. So then that would give them one game to play. So now that we've kind of got this game set, I want to talk a little bit about just overall what the schedule looks like, and then what we would like to see Notre Dame do with that. But overall, I think when you look at the schedule, Trevor, it remains to be seen how strong it is going to be at the top, because there is some uncertainty. I mean, it has a chance to have a very strong at the top schedule. If Florida State has the bounce back and gets back to being like what they were in 22 and 23, that's a really tough game down in Tallahassee. You have Miami at home. If Miami continues to ascend, and I talked about this on a Miami show last night, if they go 9-3, 10-2 this year with all the players they lost and all the players they're adding in, you say, okay, well, that tells us that Miami is building something there. That's going to be a good game. I don't know who their quarterback is going to be, but they're going to have a lot of talent coming back. And then you have SMU. And if you look at what SMU is doing on the recruiting trail right now, they are Rhett Lashey's taking full advantage of the season they had last year. They're doing very well in the portal, doing very well with high school recruiting. They just landed 2 commits last week of guys who had Notre Dame offers. Now, they weren't guys that were still on the board for Notre Dame. They would have been taken off the board. Evan Goodwin, of 6'7", 320-pound offensive tackle from Arkansas, and then Kenneth Goodwin, who's a linebacker from IMG. Or no, he actually didn't play at IMG. He's from Nevada, that Notre Dame had on campus and had offered a scholarship to. So that's going to be a tough game. And then if USC is on the schedule, that's going to be a talented team next season. And then after that, Michigan State, I think, is a team that I'm definitely have my eye on. Syracuse is an up-and-coming program under Fran Brown. And then, of course, Navy's been rolling. I'm very curious to see what the post-Blake Horvath era is going to look like there. And then who knows what Wisconsin and North Carolina are going to look like. But it's a very good schedule so far. If USC stays on it, we can talk about what they're going to do, but just overall, what we do know about their schedule right now, Trev, what are your just overall thoughts about it?
Yeah, man, overall, it's tough to say because a lot of it's going to be dependent on what unfolds this year. I wish I could say, man, this is a good outlooking schedule in terms of like relatively good difficulty, but they're not playing what Georgia played last year. Don't want that either. But there is a chance that it could fall on either side of the needle. I think it'll be somewhere in the gray, somewhere in the middle where teams might not be as good as we hope that they are to impact Notre Dame's strength of schedule, but I don't think they're going to be as bad as what the outlook is heading into the 2025 season. I look at a team like Florida State, literally could not tell you from any direction what their final record is going to be this year. Do they go 10-2? Maybe. Do they go 3-9? Maybe. Do they go 6-6? I literally have no idea. So we'll wait for that to unfold. Ideally, you would like to see Barry Odom succeed at Purdue in year 2, kind of getting his feet under him. But the way with how much roster turnover they have, until he gets his feet under him on the recruiting trail, they're going to be living off majority of transfer portal players, at least for this year and next year. And ideally, that transition starts to fold a little bit more into your high school pipelines. But then you have other teams. I couldn't tell you what North Carolina is going to be this year under Bill Belichick. Odds are not going to be that great. But I can't tell you with a lot of certainty. I'm not super high on Miami this year, not compared to others. I don't think they're going to suck. I just don't think they're a shoe-in for a playoff like some other people think that they are. What does that look like next season? Will they be able to break that streak of transfer portal quarterbacks? They got Cam Ward, and now they have Carson Beck. Like, what are they going to do post that? And then Navy, you brought up a great point. What does the post-Blake Horvath era look like? Because Navy lives or dies by the success of their quarterback. I mean, that is historical that you can follow really going back to 2010, those years when they had guys like Ricky Dobbs and like the success of Navy's team overall heavily falls on the shoulders of who their quarterback is. And they're going to have big shoes to fill, whoever steps in for Blake Horvath. And
that's what they did. I mean, there's always
Yep.
these little, between Ricky Dobbs and Keenan Reynolds, there was a down year too, and they didn't have a very good quarterback. And then between Keenan Reynolds and Malcolm Perry,
Yep.
there was the one Will Worth year, and then there was another year that wasn't as good. And then after Malcolm Perry, it was down until Blake Horvath took over.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they are live by the quarterback, die by the quarterback. Look, Navy has always been driven by how good they are at quarterback and fullback.
Yep.
All offensively. I mean, that's they plug and play offensive linemen every year, but that's what determines how good they're going to be. And like you said, there's an uncertainty of what that's going to look like.
Yeah. Yep. And then SMU is probably, I would say right now, SMU, looking at the schedule as a whole, is probably the leader for me in my most confident of how quality of an opponent that they'll be in 2026 right now. And depending on the season that Kevin Jennings has, I would expect him to return in 2026 because he was a redshirt freshman, correct, this past year?
No, because let me look. I thought he was a redshirt sophomore.
Oh, okay. I couldn't remember if it was redshirt freshman or redshirt sophomore.
I'll find it here real quick.
But they have SMU gives me the most confidence.
He was a redshirt sophomore, so this will be his fourth year. To your point, though, he has another 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. So he does have a year of eligibility for next year.
Okay. We'll see how 2025 plays out for him. I would assume that he would come back for his fifth year at SMU, but there's a lot of variance on the schedule. So Notre Dame is honestly in a very unique spot because they want to – I think they should look to add an opponent that is more of a quality opponent, but don't go out and schedule like a Bama or a Texas type of opponent. Like find somewhere in between, I would say, because of the level of variance that the schedule already has. It could be pretty good or it could be pretty meh. And I just don't know what the outlook is until after this year.
When I look at it, Trev, I see a couple things. Number one, I have a little bit more confidence in Miami being good next year than you do. That goes back to the original debate we had when we did our Miami preview, where I think Miami's going to be better this year. And part of the reason why is they're going to lose some guys this year. And in the big position where I think Miami could get hurt is what happens, how many of their offensive linemen leave. And that's the big concern. But all their receivers are going to come back except for the two transfers. They've got a talented freshman receiver class. Their tight ends are all going to come back. Or at least their starter will. They're going to bring back likely all their running backs. And the only reason that they don't bring back Mark Fletcher is if he goes out and has a big year and he goes pro, which could happen. And then defensively, same thing, is Miami's going to have a lot of guys that are underclassmen playing this year. So a lot of their transfers, and this is where I thought they were smart, is they got a couple veteran transfers out of the portal, but they also had some portal transfers that were younger. So Ethan Fitzgerald is only a redshirt sophomore. Zechariah Poyser is only a sophomore. Xavier Lucas is a sophomore. So I did think that was smart that they were able to bring some of those guys. Three of their projected starting four off defensive linemen this year are underclassmen. That doesn't mean they're all going to come back. But and then the Florida State did the same thing. I think Florida State was smart in that, obviously they went out and got some transfers because they needed some transfers because, when we've said, you live by the transfer, you die by the transfer. I think that's the second time I've used that phrase today, this time a little bit different. But when you go out and recruit a bunch of transfers and then you make the mistake that Florida State did of recruiting a bunch of transfers that have 1 year, you're going to be in trouble. So they've got a lot of veteran transfers on the offensive line, but they also have some really good younger transfers. Obviously, Deuce Robinson has the eligibility left. So that multiple of their defensive transfers have all eligibility left. And then they're starting to uptick a little bit in high school recruiting. But as you said, they're still a team driven by the portal, which means you don't know what they're going to be from year to year. You really don't. And so that makes that tough. I think a team that I look at that I'm like, keep your eye on is Michigan State. because you're seeing, he's building something over there, and I'm very curious to see what they're going to do. But the way I look at it, Trev, as far as what they should do to finish off the schedule, it depends on whether or not USC is on it. Because that's a team that I think is going to be very talented in 2026. They're going to be young, but they're going to be very talented. And what are they, are they on the schedule next year? If they are, then I'm with you. Add a Power 5 team. I'm okay adding a Power 5 team, but I'm also at that point in time, if USC is still on the schedule, I'm okay adding some pushover team in week 0 or somewhere down the road in the schedule. I'm totally fine with that. If USC's off the schedule, then I'm I'm okay adding a really good team to the schedule next year. A USC or better program. But if USC's on it with who they have, then yes, don't add a Bama, don't add a Texas, don't add a good football team, but not that. If USC's off of it, then I do think you need to add a comparable program from either a prestige standpoint or not. But what gets interesting about that, though, Travis, so right now, Notre Dame has 4 home games slated for next season. And you've got, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 true road games. So if you play USC, you're down to 4 true. If you've got 5, but if USC comes off the schedule, you're down to 4 true road games. Then you have 2 neutral site games. So the interesting thing is it could actually be easier to add a team if USC comes off of the schedule, because then you have some flexibility to go somewhere. But if USC stays on the schedule, Notre Dame's would have 5 road games and then 2 games away from home. That's going to be a weird schedule. So you've got the Wisconsin game is away from home, the Navy game is away from home, and then you've got Purdue, North Carolina, USC, Florida State, and Syracuse away from home. Like, I don't see how this schedule can stay the way that it is. There's no way Notre Dame's only going to play 5 home games. There's no way. So I just feel like something's got to give on the schedule for next year. And I don't know what that's going to be. Does Notre Dame kind of look at the ACC and say, hey, you guys are going to pay us back for, not getting Miami next year, and that's going to come off the schedule? So I really don't know what they're going to do, because they do play 5 ACC teams next year. So something's got to give. They're not getting rid of the Wisconsin game. They've already talked about that. They're not going to move the Navy game to home. That's a road game for Navy. They control that. So how do you do that? If USC stays on the schedule, that's what makes me think I don't know that USC is going to stay on the schedule, but also something's got to give with their schedule next year, because there's no way that Notre Dame is going to play 5 home games next year.
No, man, the conference breakdown of the schedule is also interesting. If USC stays on the schedule, they play 4 Big Ten teams and 5 ACC teams next season, which is interesting, because then that also begs the question, okay, then let's just say hypothetically, if USC stays on the schedule, what conference do you look to go play another opponent? Do you go back for the 3rd season in a row into the SEC and play if USC stays on the schedule, what do you go play, like a Vandy? Do you go play, or do you look to the Big 12 and try to get down, Southwest or something? I think that's going to be an interesting factor as well, because I don't know if they want to go 5 Big 10, 5 ACC, and Navy and Rice. So like that would be interesting to see how that plays out as well.
It makes it interesting because I'm telling you, there's no way that Notre Dame is going to only play. I just don't see how they only choose to play 5 home games next year. I just don't see how that makes sense. So, and then your home schedule, if you're a season ticket holder and you're looking at a home schedule that is Michigan State, Rice, Miami, SMU, and whoever else you add to the schedule, I don't know how excited how excited our season ticket holders going to be to pay a bunch of money for that schedule. So it's going to be very interesting to see what Notre Dame does with their schedule next year. There's some finagling that needs to be done. There's no doubt about that, and I'm very curious how the schedule got to this point. Yeah. So it's going to be interesting. So anyway, that's where they're at for the schedule. So we're going to move on to something else next, Trev. But before we do, folks, do us a favor. Hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, share this podcast. And if you all could do us a giant favor, if you could go to our podcast platforms, whether it's Apple, Spotify, whatever, especially the Apple one, give us a 5-star ranking. We would greatly appreciate that. But also leave a review. Tell people that go to that channel for the first time why they should check out the Irish Breakdown podcast. We would greatly, greatly appreciate that, guys. And if you could do that for us. So, and then, of course, as always, the best way to stay connected with us, the best way to support us is to sign up for the message board at boards.irishbreakdown.com. So, Trevor, part 2 of our show today is going to look at the Notre Dame linebacker room. And this is a very intriguing unit for 2026 or 2025. See, we were sitting there talking about the 2026 schedule, and my mind's still on 2026.
It is also intriguing for 2026. Though,
it is going to be very intriguing because honestly, everybody has a shot to come back next year except for one guy. Actually, they all.
I think they all can.
That's right. Jalen Sneed redshirted in 2022. So there's not a single guy that's going to be in the rotation this year who won't be eligible to come back in 2026, which just says a whole lot of that. So when you look at this room, Trev, it's look, expectations are very high. Going into last year, there was a lot of uncertainty about what the room would be. We loved the talent, but how good are they going to be? You've got to replace J.D. Bertrand, who's a 3-year starter. You had to replace Maris Leofau, who's a 3-year starter. They got drafted in the 3rd and 5th round. You got Jack Kaiser coming back. But the talk last year was, but Jack spent the 3 previous years starting as the rover, and now he's moving to will linebacker. How would he perform there? How quickly would he step up? Drake Bowen didn't play a ton at linebacker the year before. Kingston was a true freshman. Sneed and Ausberry was coming off of a red shirt. Jalen Sneed hadn't really played a whole lot of meaningful minutes the year before. And when he did, he was very up and down. And it was like, look, there's a lot of talent, but how good is this room going to be? And we said, yes, there's a lot of question marks, but don't be shocked if by the end of the year, this is a strength of the defense. And I think that's exactly what it was. And so now you go into 2025 and there's a lot to be excited about with this group, Trev. And you're starting to see Notre Dame become one of those programs that has positioned themselves to just reload every year and just put one of these type of units with what they've done on the field, but also what they're doing on the recruiting trail. Now, however, you go into this season, it's time for them to say, hey, you guys flashed like a big time linebacker unit last year. You didn't always play like one. You showed flashes of one. Now it's time to do that and step up and be that kind of unit while also having to replace a 6th-year senior who played in more games than anybody in Notre Dame history and was a captain for you last year. So high expectations, but not necessarily as easy of of course Jack Kaiser is going to be easy to replace. Well, the NFL thought highly of Jack Kaiser. He was an early 4th-round draft pick. And now you go into the season having to replace him. You're replacing your whole linebacker room from 2 years ago. All of them got drafted. They got drafted in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th rounds. And so the expectations are high, but there are still some question marks about this unit, Trevor. But if this defense is going to be as good as we think it is, this unit right here has to live up to the expectations. And just as a whole, we'll get into the individual players, just as a whole, kind of take that jump.
I love talking linebackers, man. Last season, heading into 2024, the discussion was, what's their floor? How good will this unit be? What can we expect from them? This year, we have an established full floor from this group. I think between the 4 guys that is mainly going to be a part of the rotation, at least I have a good idea of what to expect from them on a week in and week out basis, barring them playing just a very okay average game. Not lights out, not the best linebacker play I've ever seen, but just on a day, if you're feeling I know what to expect from this group. The exciting thing about this room now heading into 2025 is we get to have a discussion of how close to the ceiling can they get this season, because now we know baseline of how good they can be. How close can they get to that 2026 ceiling, assuming that they all come back next year? That is a really good spot to be in, because you are now backed by a very, very talented secondary and a very deep defensive line room. It also goes back to the conversation we had about them. Their ceiling remains to be seen, but it's relatively high with all the talent that they have. Now the linebackers are in a unique spot where I think the system change that they're going through under Chris Ash is going to also play a factor in what the production numbers look like for them. Usage could be a little bit different for them, depending on the formation, depending on maybe opponent, things that we'll get into down the road here in the show. But overall, man, I'm excited to see what this room can be because we've seen what the floor is now. That has been established.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I mean, we saw what Sneed and Ausberry can do as a full-time rotation player. We saw what Drake Bowen can do, the minimum of what Drake Bowen can do as a starting middle linebacker. We saw what Sneed can do in an expanded role. We saw what Kingston Villiamu-Asa can do as part of rotation. So you're not going into the season with any questions about, well, can this guy play or not? Now all the questions are about, can he become even better? Can he do this? And who's going to play where? And then when you look at it, you say, okay, but why is there excitement about this room? I mean, it really comes down to two reasons. Number one is, or three reasons, and you just touched on one. There's a lot of it's much more of a proven unit this year than it was last year. It's kind of like the conversation we had going into 2023. You kind of knew what J.D. Bertrand was. You knew what Jack Kaiser was. You wanted to know where Maris Leafau was going to be. Would he take that jump? And he did, and the linebacker room became a strength of the football team in 2023. You kind of have a similar conversation now going into 2025. You know what Drake Bowen is minimum. You know what Sneed and Ausberry is minimum. You have an idea of what the minimum of what Kingston Villiamu-Asa can be, and of course you'd like to see those guys take a jump. Then the question is more of, okay, but who's Jalen Sneed, and which version of Jalen Sneed are you going to get? I would argue, however, that one thing that's different about this group, and this is kind of where it's different than 2023, is this unit has more established depth than the 2023 linebacker had, where then you had your starters, and then after that, you didn't know what Jalen Sneed could do. He was a redshirt freshman. Drake Bowen is a true freshman. Sneed and Ausberry was a true freshman. You didn't know what your depth was. Kahanu Kia was still on his mission, I believe. He didn't come back till last year, so he wasn't part of what you're doing. So your depth was not established at all. And then I think the other part that raises excitement about this room is, as much as I loved the 2023 linebacker room for what they did, the talent ceiling is much higher. I would argue, even though there's a floor here, the floor in 2023 was every bit as good as this floor because of the even more experience. What makes this room potentially the best linebacker room that Notre Dame has had since probably 2018, if not better than 2018, is the ceiling is extremely high because there's a lot of talent here. This isn't a bunch of try-hard guys that you're hoping can kind of, now that they're fifth-year seniors, give you their best effort. This is high-level talent that it's now up to Max Bulla to say, okay, it's your job to get the most out of these players. And I think those are the reasons you look at this room and say, this is why we expect this unit to be elite this season, because it's experience, there's great depth, but also the ceiling, the high-level talent at the room is much higher, which is why I think there's more room for improvement than there was in 2023, where it's like, hey, shore up some technical things, some assignment mistakes, get more comfortable in the defense. J.D. Bertrand was who he was in 2023. And Jack Kaiser was who he was in 2023, going into his third year as the Rover.
Yeah.
So I think that's what makes sort of the excitement. There's still, it's a question mark, but it's not a negative question mark. It's a positive question mark, because like you said, the floor's here. Now the question is, okay, how close are they going to get to their ceiling?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, absolutely. One of the bigger differences when I look at this room compared to 23 to now is, in 2023, you needed Maris Leafau to take that jump. Because if not for those issues of depth, not issues, but the inexperience of depth that you had on the roster at that time wasn't ready. Whereas this season, if Jalen Sneed isn't ready, you have one of Kingston or Sneed and Ausberry, who would take a majority of snaps. And then waiting in the wings, you got guys like Preston Zinner, Madden Faremo, Bodie Cahoon, Teddy Rizak. And it's just a different outlook on this group. Whereas in 23, if Maris didn't take that jump, you are still going to have a good linebacker room with J.D. Bertrand, Jack Kaiser, and then Maris in a very similar kind of niche role that what Jalen Sneed has had up to this point. That's a good linebacker room. But what made them a strength of the defense, to your point, was Maris taking that jump from role player to impact player. And I do have the confidence that Jalen Sneed can do it, but it's not as much of a necessity, which is part of the reason why it feeds into my how comfortable I am saying I think that he will, because it's not that if you don't, man, this linebacking unit is in trouble. And that's a good spot to be in if you're a coach and if you're a player. And again, it's going to come down to, what can Max Bulla get out of this group? Can he continue to help Bowen and Ausberry and Villiamu-Asa and Sneed reach their ceiling while bringing along Preston Zinner and Madden Framo and Bodie Cahoon and Teddy Rizak? It's a really fun discussion, man.
Well, the other thing when it comes to Jalen Sneed, as far as why you should have some level of confidence that he's going to improve, is the fact that he has to. I mean, if he wants to play this year, he has to get better. You're in a position now where I don't care what Drake Bowen did last year. I don't care what Jaden Ausberry did last year. I don't care what Kingston Villiamu-Asa did last year. I don't care what Jalen Sneed did last year. That was last year. And guys are going to go out there and look to improve and get better and be more productive and more disruptive. And Jaden Ausberry is not going to sit there and be like, well, I was a good backup last year, and I'm totally comfortable with having that same exact role this year. I'm going to accept my lot in life, and I kind of like it. You know, there's not as much pressure being a backup, and this is really nice. And no, he's not going to do that. Anybody that knows that kid knows he's going to come out and say, okay, I was a really good number 2 last year, but I want to be number 1 this year. I don't want to be like 1A, 1B. I want to be the guy. And it's going to be the same thing is true. I mean, Drake Bowen's not, you hope is not going to come into the season and say, well, I got my spot at the table, seat at the table. That's my goal is to be the starting middle linebacker. No, it's like, hey, I want to be even better than what I was last year. I want to be even more impactful than I was last year. I want to be even more consistent. I want to make more plays. Same thing with Kingston Villiamu-Asa. It's like, well, I'm pretty happy as the backup to Bo Boward. I mean, to somebody in the chat just said Bo Boward. No, that's in my head. Sorry, Raymond. But Drake Bowen, and I don't really care to push for a starting job, whether it's a Mike or Will. I'm comfortable being a niche player. No, they're all going to come into the season saying, dude, I want more. I want to be better. And that doesn't mean they're not going to be happy with what they are, but it's going to be more about there's going to be fierce competition. There's nobody at linebacker that can just say, hey, and if you're Jaden Ausberry and you're Kingston and you're like, I'm perfectly happy being a number 2. Well, you got to look over your shoulder and be like, well, what about Preston Zinner? What about Bodie Cahoon? What about Madden Framo? What about Teddy Rizak? These guys aren't going to be happy just being special teams guys. They're going to try to take my spot. So I love the fact that you have that kind of depth because that depth forces competition. To your point, Trevor, if a guy doesn't pan out, all right, next man in. I mean, and you're putting a really talented player in the field. So I think there's a lot of still fight left in this room of don't just assume this guy is going to be here and this guy is going to be there. There's going to be a battle. Now, I think it's going to be very tough to unseat Drake Bowen at middle linebacker barring injury. I think that's going to be very tough. But the way that Notre Dame runs their defense is his backup, Kingston Villiamu-Asa, had a lot of snaps last year with those two playing side by side. So it's not like, well, Drake is blocking Kingston from the starting lineup because he can easily just move over to Will. And so that makes that competition even a little bit more intense because it's not just Jalen Sneed and Jaden Ausberry battling for that starting Will job. It's those two plus Kingston. And technically, even potentially Drake, if they felt like maybe Drake could go play Will. I don't think Drake would be the one to move. I think it'd be more Kingston moving over. And then Madden Framo's not going to just sit down, and Bodie Cahoon's not going to just come in the season and be like, all right, I'm just going to enjoy watching you guys this year. They're going to compete as well. And I think that competition is something great. We talked about it at quarterback. That battle between CJ and Kenny is going to bring the best out in both of them. I think the same thing is true here at linebacker, where it's like you feed off each other from a competitive standpoint, but also from a unit strength standpoint where you start getting fired up when your teammates and your position mates make plays. And then that's sort of a anything you can do, I can do better type of competition, which is also something I like to see, where it's not that you're not happy for you, but okay, that's a great play. That's my man. You hit that one. Now watch what I'm about to go do. And I think that's great competition. And I think that's something that's going to make this room a lot better this season. And that's another reason why I don't have a lot of doubt about how good this unit's going to be, Trevor, because I think all those factors, it makes the margin for error way bigger. And that's what gets me fired up about what this room could potentially be.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. I agree, man. And the depth of talent, let's put a visual up to kind of back what we're talking about here. We've been talking a lot about the depth, and I think it's even more glaring when you can see it on paper. Look, man, there are 8 guys in this room that if they had to step up into the lineup tomorrow, I am confident that they would get their job done. And for the 8
I'd
that
have
aren't,
to go 9 with what I saw from Teddy Rizak and some of the practices.
Honestly, yeah. Honestly, yeah. And again, some of the people that don't make that list, it's just inexperience. Like not expecting, Kahanu Kia's younger brother to step in as a true freshman and perform the same way that a Jaden Ausberry would heading into his redshirt sophomore season. The levels are just different. But you look at the overall talent in this room, and it's very deep. It's also bigger than what it has been in previous seasons. That's another difference from the 23 room. Love J.D. Bertrand. I do. He was a good football player for Notre Dame. But athletically, you look at the difference between him.
Great leader.
Yes, great leader, great football mind, high football IQ. Then you look at Drake Bowen. We're going to find out a lot of the leadership stuff as the season unfolds. We already got to see a lot of it in 2024, but we're going to get to see more of it, I would say, in bulk this upcoming season. So you have a lot of the great traits that J.D. Bertrand has. And Drake Bowen has even mentioned in multiple interviews. I still talk to J.D. today about what it means to be the middle linebacker at Notre Dame and to lead and to put the unit first and things like that. You basically have that same mentality of J.D. Bertrand. He's just now 2 inches bigger and 15 pounds heavier. I mean, that's a good spot to be in. Faster, longer.
A little bit more explosive.
Yeah, that's a really good spot to be in. And then again, what J.D. didn't have behind him, also rotating in with him, was a Kingston Villiamu-Asa on the roster. 6'3", 230-pound rangy linebacker. I mean, this group has insane talent and insane depth.
Well, and I think, too, when you look at the depth, I think this puts a lot on Max Bulla. And, he's someone that when I look at this unit and say he was a question mark going into last season a little bit because he was taking the position over more, where his first year at Notre Dame in 2023, he was given a lot of responsibility, not your typical GA type of responsibility, but it was still not necessarily fully his room from a recruiting and a development standpoint, because you still had Al Golden. And now you lose Al Golden, you move into year 3 of Al Golden, and Max Bulla is now the linebackers coach. And he steps into a more prominent role, a more permanent role. And that allowed Notre Dame to kind of see what he was made of. And I thought Max Bulla did a phenomenal job last year. I mean, even something as simple as talking to some sources around the program about, how he handled Drake Bowen playing baseball. Sat down with Drake before the spring started and said, hey, here's what, coach, I want to make this work. How can I make it work? All right, cool. Here's how you make it work. Here's what we do. He made the time. He invested in his players and helped develop them. And that's why you see what was a really young group last year outside of Jack Kaiser. I mean, it's Jack Kaiser, a true sophomore in Drake Bowen, a redshirt sophomore in Jalen Sneed, a redshirt freshman in Jaden Ausberry, and a true freshman in Kingston Villiamu-Asa is what you had last year. And to see that unit get better and better and better throughout the season. I mean, if you go back and look at Drake Bowen the first 2-3 games of the season, and then you look at Drake Bowen the last 5, 6, 7 games of the season, completely different player. Now, part of that's on Drake, but the other part of that is on the coaching. When you look at Kingston the first few games of the season, you look at Jaden the first few games of the season, linebacker was not a strength of the defense in the first 2-3 games of the season. It was by the second half of the season. That's partly on the players. It's also partly on Max Bulla, who has really quickly emerged as a guy that you're like, okay, this guy's a dude as a coach. This guy's a dude. And you watch some of the highlight videos and you just see him and, how he's teaching and all those type of things on the sideline. Like, okay, this guy has a chance to be an impactful position coach, which is something you need when you're trying to make all this work, because it's one thing to say, oh, look at all the talent, but there's a right and a wrong way to utilize all that talent. There's a right and a wrong way to make sure everybody's on the same page and everybody's bought in and everybody's handling business the right way. And it's up to the position coach to harness all of that. Yeah. Last year, I thought that Max Bulla did a tremendous job on that. He's going to have to do that again this year, because last year you had 2 really good leaders of the defense in Jack Kaiser, who was an established captain, and the Drake Bowen very quickly became a leader of that defense on and off the field. Now it's just Drake that's established. You don't necessarily have that next in line guy. I think Kingston has that kind of ability, but does he, is he even starting? That's a question mark. So that's something where it's even more, I think, pressure on Max Bulla this year. Also because the expectations are greater than they were a year ago. So a lot of pressure on Max Bulla, but if you know anything about Max Bulla, I don't think he views it that way. I think I don't. But he's now got to go prove it.
Yep.
And it's going to be a big year for him. I think by the end of this year, if the linebacking room is what we think it's going to be, he's going to start getting a lot more attention as a rising star in the coaching ranks.
I love Max Bulla's career progression as a linebackers coach at Notre Dame. It mirrors what a Don Schuler's progression was as a player, if you think about it. You know, in 2023, Max Bulla was a part of the linebacking coaching staff, but Al Golden, he was still learning from him. It was more like a, hey, watch what I do, be attached with me at the hip, and then let me go to work. And that's very similar to what a Don Schuler did in 23 with Xavier Watts. Last season, Al Golden was still a part of the defense. It was like, hey, I'm working more big picture now. This is your room. Last season, Don Schuler was like, hey, look, now I get to utilize my experience and my teachings from watching him do it. And I get to do it alongside of him on the defense. And now Max Bulla is going to have to do it without Al Golden there this season. A defensive coordinator who specialized in coaching linebackers, came from Cincinnati from being their linebackers coach the year they went to the Super Bowl. And now Don Schuler is going to have to do it without Xavier Watson, kind of be that guy. It's a really cool progression to follow, but I'm with you. If the linebacking unit is what we think it is, yes, the players will do and take the necessary steps that they need to make that jump, but Max Bulla is going to be a huge part of that. It's going to be really fun to watch.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, I mean, when you continue to look at this depth chart, Trevor, and you start to say, okay, what is it going to be strong at? I think that's also something that I look at and feel is a strength of this team, because you don't have a bunch of the same guy.
Yeah.
You have lineup options that you can go to if you're playing a team that wants to try to play big boy football. So you're going into Miami game 1, and Miami is a massive offensive line. Texas A&M is a massive offensive line. If they want to try to play big boy football, you can say, okay, we're going to do a lot more of 34 and 27 together in this game. And hey, this might be a game where Preston Zinter needs a role. This might be a game where maybe Bodie Cahoon might have a role. So you can match that. Let's say you're playing a team that wants to go fast. You have plenty of speed options there as well, to where you can say, okay, you want to go fast. Let me go get Jalen Sneed and Jalen Ausberry on the field and see how you want to go with this thing, because you can go to some 3-down looks, and you can go to some 4-3 personnel where one of those guys is outside the box, or is a pressure, a pass rusher type of guy. There's different things you can do to match up against that. And then also, even the smaller guys aren't exactly liabilities in the run game, as we saw last year from Jaden Ausberry, who finished the season, he only had a half a sack last year, but he finished the year tied for second on the defense with 6.5 tackles for loss, which means 6 of his tackles for loss were run game tackles for loss. And they weren't all outside the box either. So, but you can do that. If you wanted to go with a traditional rover, you could put Jalen Sneed at will and Jaden Ausberry at rover and say, now we can match up with you athletically in a different type of way. And we can match up with you size in the perimeter. So there's a lot of different things that you can do to allow yourself to match up against different types of offenses. And I think that's a very underrated part of this defense, is they can play big boy football when they need to. They can also run with people. And honestly, you don't have to substitute to be fast. Like, everybody in this defense in this linebacker room can run. I think that's one of the most misevaluated. That's one of the things where I don't know enough people appreciate, including some Notre Dame fans who don't appreciate this linebacker room. I had a debate with a former player last year during the SEC title game, where he's trying to tell me that he doesn't think Notre Dame's linebackers have speed. And I think we saw that against Georgia, that they can run. Now, were they always where they needed to be? Nope. Did they always make plays when they needed to? Nope. But the one thing they can do, and I don't think this should be debated, is they can run. And I just think those things factor into what makes this unit not only talented and deep and all that, but it's a very versatile linebacker room that has unique skill sets that allows you to match up in a way that you could play. So, like, let's say Notre Dame wanted to go a little bit with that look they had to show in the spring, where they had 3 defensive tackles, basically. And it was like Armo Mukum was an end, and they had a nose, and then they had another big end. And then you brought in Preston Zinter, who's 6'3", 235, brought him off the edge, and then had 2 inside linebackers. You imagine if you're trying to play some, little bit of a power look, so you can go with that odd front with those three big linemen. You have 300-pounders on the field, or at least, a bunch of guys over 290, and then you bring Preston in the game, and you want to move him off the edge and do some different things with him. You could even stack him, and then you want to go with Kingston and Drake Bowen on the field. Your smallest guy in the box at that point in time is Kingston Villiamu-Asa. So I just think there's a lot of versatility to this room also, Trevor, that has me fired up about the unit. And the last piece is, as we wrap up kind of this part of the breakdown, is it's not a settled room. And that's something I'm looking at too. I'm pretty confident Drake Bowen's going to be starting middle linebacker. I'm not as confident in what the rotation is going to look like after that. I know who's going to be in it. We're going to see Kingston Villiamu-Asa. We're going to see Jalen Sneed. We're going to see Sneed and Ausberry for sure. We might see Preston Zenner in some roles. We might see Matt Faremo. We might see Teddy Rizak. We might see Bodie Cahoon. But I'm pretty confident, barring injury, that those four guys are going to play. What I'm not as confident in is who starts next to Drake Bowen. Is it the same guy every week? Does it depend on who they're playing? Is it going to be one guy for the first couple games against teams with big linemen and big running back rooms, and then maybe it changes when you head down to play somebody else? Or is it this is kind of who it is? And then what's the rotation look like? So I think there is a position battle going on at linebacker. We just kind of we gloss over it at times because we just know they're all going to play. But I do think there's a legitimate battle to be had for who starts. But then also, is it a 50-50 split at a position? Is it 55-45? Is it 60-40? Does it become more than that if one guy proves to be that much better than another? I think that's something that makes this an interesting fall camp, that maybe he's not getting enough attention, that it's not a given who's going to start and what the splits are going to be, even though we may say it's a bit of a given on who's going to play. It's not a given on how much they're going to play or who's going to start. And I think that's going to be something very interesting to see how that shakes out this fall.
Yeah, their diversity of talent is what makes this such an interesting conversation, Brian, because you don't just have three of the same type of player to slot in at will. Kingston Villiamu-Asa has a different skill set than what Sneed and Ausberry has. Sneed and Ausberry has a different skill set than what Jalen Sneed has. Correct me if I'm wrong, I'm assuming here, but this kind of projected depth chart is what you would perceive it to be heading into fall camp, with Jalen Sneed being
just kind of where it was in the spring. You know, Jalen was kind of the number one will. That for it's kind of like basically where the spring ended when they went out in the blue gold game. The first defense that went out there was Jalen or Drake Bowen at Mike and Jalen Sneed at will.
Okay,
and then it was Kingston at Mike and number 2 Mike, and then Sneed and Ausberry is the number 2 will. You can put Preston's in or anywhere, but the thing about it, though, Trev, to your point, you can move. All these guys can move around. Bodie Cahoon's not locked in at Mike, and I'd say the guy that's most locked into a position is probably Kahano Kia right now of the returners. But I mean, you can go to a rover look and all of a sudden put Sneed and Ausberry and Teddy Rizak outside in the 3 linebacker look.
Yeah.
So, but this is just kind of what it was in the spring, at the end of the spring, based on sort of how they went out there. And so it's not as much of a projection by me on that one as much as this is just what it was.
Sure. Yeah. Their diversity of talent is what makes that, starting position at will linebacker such a interesting conversation heading into fall camp. And then Brian, you touched on it. Will anybody outside of the top 4 crack the rotation? What does Preston Zenner's role become in this defense? Madden Faremo, I've been very, very high on him the second I got to see him in person. Talk about people that just move a little bit differently. And he's put on some good weight, too, from this kind of postseason workout or offseason workout regimen that he's been on. What does that look like for him? Bodie Cahoon, Teddy Rizak, guys like that. I know we're going to dive into everybody individually. But another thing I'll be paying attention to at fall camp is, does somebody else open the door to being more than a 4-man rotation, or does somebody force their way into a set 4-man rotation? That's going to be really interesting to watch, too.
It is. So that's part 1 of the breakdown, Trevor. It's a very interesting group, and I'm very intrigued to see what this room is going to be this season. And as I put the game plan, the outline together, you start to realize like there's more questions than we think about this. It's just the exciting thing is I don't think they're bad questions. Not all question marks are bad. Some are I don't know who's going to do that, but
Yeah.
I think it's going to be really good, and we're going to see how well this group can step up and perform. So in part 2 of this breakdown, Trev, we want to kind of go player by player, and we're just going to kind of talk about what are expectations and what areas does this player need to grow, and maybe any potential question marks with the players in this room. And we're going to start with the guy that is without a doubt the leader of their linebacker room. And that is Drake Bowen. And he's a very interesting player because he is that guy on defense that oddly has a split among the fan base, which is very strange. And it's like, I feel like Notre Dame, and maybe all fan bases are like this, but I feel like Notre Dame fans just, there's a fraction of the fans that just like, I just want to like find someone to complain about. Like, I just can't be happy. I can't just say, hey, this guy's a good player and this guy's a good player. It's like, well, if I like this guy, then this guy's blocking him, so I got to now tear down that guy. It's so odd. And Drake Bowen is that guy that he just does. If he makes a mistake, he could have 12 tackles and 4 tackles for loss. But if he has one bad run fit that costs a 15-yard run, that's all some people on Twitter are going to want to talk about, is that one bad run fit. But if you talk to people around the program, this is the leader of your linebacker room. This is the one certainty of your room as far as what you can count on going into the season. And as you and I have talked about this, I'll be shocked if Drake Bowen is not a captain for this football team this year. Very shocked. Now, Drake has to build on his game, though. And that's the thing, is Drake can't rest on his laurels and say, well, I'm starting. Coaches love me, so I'm just going to go out there and do my thing. He's got to build on his game. And the expectations for him in year 2 as a starter is it's now time to take your game to another level. And what does that look like for Drake? It's about being more assignment correct in the run game and pass game. It's about saying, hey, I'm going to be more impactful, where Drake was a guy that I thought made a lot of tackles last season, but not a guy that necessarily made as many impact plays last season at the line of scrimmage. And I think that's twofold. One is how the defense was used, and we're going to talk more about that later. The other part is I do think at times last season there was, on Drake's behalf, some uncertainty of what he needs to do, especially in the first half of the season. And when you look at his production, there was kind of a lot of this last season for him. But I thought he finished the season very well. Finished the year with 22 tackles in the last 3 games. I thought he had some very good moments. I thought he was very good against Georgia Tech, for example. I thought he was very good against Louisville for the most part. So he's a guy that I think is poised for a much, much bigger year. For example, if you look at his tackle numbers in the last 3 games against Georgia, Penn State, and Ohio State, the 3 biggest games they're going to play all year, and you project that over the course of a 16-game season, that's 117 tackles. To give you some indication of what Drake's performance was like last season at the end of the season, he was a much, much more productive player than he was earlier in the season. And so he's going to have to continue to build on that. He had 2 of his 4 tackles for loss were also in the postseason. So it just all he was peaking at the end of the season. Now, even then, even in those games, there still were some mistakes where you're like, that's basically a redshirt freshman mistake. And he's got to clean that stuff up. And so that's the expectation for Drake going into his second year in the starting lineup. He'll be a true junior this season. And the expectation is limit those mistakes. And being a year more into the defense, being a year in the starting lineup, now some of those tackles that happen a yard past the line of scrimmage start to happen a yard or 2 behind the line of scrimmage. And I think that's something that when you look at Drake, it's become more of an impactful player and a more consistent player. I think those are the 2 big things for Drake that are going to turn him in from he was a good football player last year, and at times a pretty good football player, to you're a difference maker at linebacker. He was not that. He showed flashes of that. Kingston showed flashes of that. Jaden showed flashes of that. Jalen showed flashes of that. None of those guys were that for an entire season. And that's the expectation for the unit, but it starts with Drake. Your leader's got to set the tone where, hey, we're not going to make those same kind of mistakes. We're going to be more consistent. We're going to be more assignment correct. We're going to play faster. We're going to fly to the ball better. We're going to make more plays at and behind the line of scrimmage. That's going to be a big, big part of Drake taking that next step this season.
Yeah, a lot of his natural progression is just getting a step quicker. We talked about some of the pressures that he generated last year, and they didn't use him to blitz a ton. And when he would get a pressure on the quarterback, but it was never able to finish. It was never able to get home. And in some moments, it kind of worked out. Like I think of the fourth down pressure they had against Georgia, made contact with Gunnar Stockton. He still completed the pass short of the sticks. But then I think about the pressure against Louisville and how Tyler Shuck barely, on one of the more impressive throws of the season, when he got pressure on Tyler Shuck and he threw it back late across the middle for a touchdown. You know, I think Drake would be able to read that a step quicker this upcoming season against Ohio.
Go ahead.
Against Ohio.
Yeah,
against Ohio State this season on that 3rd and 11 play. A step faster. Look, would he have still completed the pass? Maybe. He's throwing to
I don't know if he gets to your point, Trev. If Drake gets there a step quicker, and quicker doesn't always mean you lack athleticism. Quicker sometimes can mean you see it a step faster.
You read it quicker.
You read it a step faster. The ball's not getting to Jeremiah Smith. That's the point.
Mm-hmm.
A split second faster, and he's getting hit. Same thing happened against Georgia on the early deep ball to, I think, Arian Smith. Yeah. Drake drills Gunnar Stockton.
Laid him out.
Hats off to Will Howard and Gunnar Stockton to get those balls off with him screaming down their face. But that's the whole point. Drake a step sooner into those reads with more experience, and maybe that ball's floating up in the air and it's not being complete.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing what happened in the run game. He'd drill a guy at the line of scrimmage where you're like, maybe with more experience, those plays start to become -1s. And we even saw it at times last year, Trev, as there were plays early in the year that were +4s and +5s or +3s that became +1s and +0s as Drake got more comfortable in the lineup.
Writing's on the wall.
Does.
Yeah,
right.
Absolutely. And then last step for me in his progression is, yes, you're the established leader in the room. I think he's going to be talked about how Jack Kaiser was last year as being the overall leader of the defense. You know, like Jack Kaiser last year was talked about, hey, he's holding it down. You know, you got BMO and Christian Gray and Leonard Moore and Xavier Watts, but Jack Kaiser is kind of the guy that really holds it down. I think Drake Bowen's going to be talked about in a similar light as well.
Next linebacker to talk about, Trev, is I want to actually go with Kingston Villiamu-Asa next, because I think this is the guy that we know the least about going into year 2. And when I mean least about, I don't mean what we know of him as a player. We all know how talented he is. It's more so, I think his role is least defined this season, meaning he could be the backup Mike and third down specialist. He could be a guy that rotates between Mike and Will, like he did last year, where he spelled Drake Bowen and he played some Will. And as we've pointed out a million times, he was a guy that there were snaps last year where him and Drake were on the field together in the base looks. And does he then still play the third down role? Like, he's a guy that can do a lot of different things. The question is, does he perform? Because there's two ways to look at Kingston. Number one is, hey, we want him to still be sort of a Swiss Army knife that can play Mike, that can play Will, that can line up on third down. We want him to be able to play all over. And his snaps at those positions is going to go up this year. Or do you say, we have to decide just to get our 2 best linebackers on the field at the start of the game? And does Kingston say, okay, that's fine, but I'm one of those 2? And then how does it work? Does he then also play some Mike? Does that thrust Bodie Cahoon into the Mike role? That remains to be seen. But how Kingston kind of progresses and what kind of role he forces on the defense is going to impact everybody else in a lot of ways. And so I think that's the first question with Kingston. And then the second one is, what kind of sophomore jump does he make? Because Kingston was a very good player for Notre Dame last season. A lot like Drake Bowen, a lot of mistakes. If you think of the play against Louisville where Tyler Shuck gets stripped by Leonard Moore and Sneed and Ausberry has the great play. That play happened for Louisville because Kingston Villiamu-Asa completely misread the read zone. Just, he had quarterback and it's out the back door. There was the play against Northern Illinois. He doesn't ride the seam for the running back. He catches it. It's an 80-plus yard touchdown. Him and Drake both had those mistakes last year. Nobody talks about Kingston's mistakes like that. They only talk about Drake's mistakes like that. But you expect those mistakes from both of them last season in their first years of actually being in the rotation. Kingston's a wicked smart player. Drake's a wicked smart player, but I think Kingston's the most instinctive linebacker they have on the roster. But now that you're in year 2 of a defense and you're year 2 college football, you expect those mistakes to be limited, and you expect Kingston to look more like the guy he is on, I'd say, like 85% of the other snaps, where it's like that dude saw what was happening before anybody else as a freshman. And the more that becomes, 70%, 75%, 80, 85, 90, 95, the more you're like, okay, they've got 2 stars at linebacker right now. And that's what I'm curious to see about Kingston. It's very similar to Drake. It's be more consistent, make decisions faster, limit the mistakes in the run and pass game, and then allow your talent to take over. And if Kingston makes a just normal freshman to sophomore year jump, honestly, at the end of the day, Trevor, I asked myself, how do you keep him out of starting lineup? Or at least how do you keep him from having starter snaps? Because I don't care if he's the number 2 linebacker. Maybe you feel like, hey, look, we want to have these 2 start the game together. But at the end of the day, with Kingston playing Mike, Will, and third down, he's playing just as many snaps as Drake is. Fine. I don't care about that as much as just I think he needs to be the guy that has the snaps that Drake that Jack Kaiser had last year. Or I should say, Drake needs to have Jack snaps and Kingston needs to have Drake snaps. That's like number wise. And the question is, does he do it playing all over, or does he settle into one role or 2 roles because of how good he is at that spot? So I think Kingston is a guy whose performance this fall is going to have a ripple effect throughout the entire depth chart of linebacker. But if he breaks out, I think he's the difference between this being one of the 5 to 7 best linebacker rooms in college football and this being the best linebacker, or in the conversation as the best linebacker room in college football. Right now, I don't think Notre Dame has the best linebacker room in college football. I think they have one of the most talented, but right now I think they're top 5 to 7 is where I'd rank them right now. I can't say that they're better than Pitt right now because they don't produce like Pitt's linebackers do right now. But if Drake has a jump, like a normal sophomore to jump, and if Kingston has a normal freshman to sophomore jump, they're clearly in the top 5. But if Kingston kind of goes beyond the normal, which elite players tend to do in year 2, then I think that's the key to them saying, okay, now Notre Dame's in the conversation for number 1. I think he's the key to that.
Yeah, I echo everything that you said. Truly. I mean, how quickly Notre Dame's linebacker room reaches its ceiling will be strongly dictated by the ascension of Kingston Villiamu-Asa, truthfully. And I know there's a lot of conversation between what about Ausberry, what about Sneed? Absolutely. But Kingston, with how much of a diverse tool he is on defense, man, with all the different ways, if he can be effective in multiple roles or be, extremely effective in the one role that he settles into potentially, yeah, that's a dangerous looking defense. Dangerous looking defense, man.
I'm also curious that if Kingston does perform at a level where because like the reason I like Drake at Mike and Kingston at Will is because I think Kingston is has more disruptive potential, and I like that as from my Will more than my Mike. That's just my personal preference, and he is the guy that I look at as a linebacker. Say if he earns starter reps, meaning he's at 650 to 700 snaps, he's the guy that I see as that's a double-digit tackle for loss guy. And potentially they both could, depending on how they're used. But that's the thing is his breakout just changes everything. It just does. I think Drake broke out last year. Now it's about him taking that next level. If Kingston just has the same freshman to sophomore breakout Drake had, you can't get him off the field. I mean, you've got to have him as a starter for you, just in my opinion. But if he goes even beyond that, I think he becomes a genuine disruptive difference maker. Then I ask, then how do you use him? Do you maybe take the third down role away from him to play him more inside, off ball? Or do you still put him on the line on third down? Like, do you have maybe some options you like better on third down so you can keep Kingston off the ball? Because the intriguing thing is he is one of the most instinctive pass rushers they have on the roster. But at the same time, he's also a weapon when he wasn't a weapon against like the screen game and stuff like that last year, the passing game, because he wasn't – that's where he mentally was not where he needed to be. But he was that way in high school, though. He was great at looking up under routes, and he was finding backs. I could see a scenario where you're like, look, this kid's so instinctive that we'd like to have him playing off ball and be a chase player on third down, where he's chasing crossers or chasing screens or chasing backs, chasing tight ends, as opposed to him rushing the quarterback. Now, that obviously depends on who steps up as pass rushers, but I think he's so good at both areas that it does put you in a bit of a predicament saying, oh, of course you're going to put him as a pass rusher. Yeah, but he's really good at that too. And so I think that's going to make this very interesting as well. I could see some scenarios where you've got Drake, Kingston, and Jalen Sneed on the field together with Jalen as the pass rusher. I could see some scenarios where you have Jalen as the chase guy, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But I think Max Bulla and Chris Ash are going to have some more difficult decisions to make this fall than maybe people think. And I think Kingston's the reason why. Because I've said this a million times. I looked over at Vince in the middle of a game. It was early last season, and they had Kingston and Drake on the field together. And I was like, from everything I've been told, that's what they think the future of the linebacker room is going to look like. And I think it's up to Kingston to kind of say, okay, you have to force your way into that role, because they're not just going to hand it to you when you've got Jalen Sneed and Sneed and Ausberry. You've got to go earn it. And I think he's going to do it. I've said this, but now he's got to go prove it. He's got to go prove it, Trevor. Let's talk about Jalen Sneed, Trev.
Yeah, he's the next guy on the docket here, and he is somebody kind of in a similar light where you were talking about Kingston. You just don't really know how the defense is going to use him. I feel that way about Jalen Sneed because of, one, how they've used him before in the past, and two, because of the up-and-comingness of Kingston Villiamu-Asa and the breakout that Jaden Ausberry had last season. Where does Jalen Sneed fit in that rotation? He will be a part of it, but what does that look like? Does he trot out there with the first-team defense on the first snap of defense every game? Does he put on more of a third down pass rushing chaser type of, chasing down under routes, drag routes, sniffing out screens? Because there's questions about his game that I was hoping I was going to get answered in the spring. When we got to the Jersey scrimmage in the blue gold game, unfortunately, some of those questions weren't answered for me. Block destruction, things like that.
Tackling.
Yes. And some of the signs, a lot of the discussion when their beginning of spring roster came out was the amount of weight that Jalen Sneed put on. He was known as a very rangy, athletic, quick, twitchy linebacker, and he still is, even after putting on some good weight. And that started to leave me thinking, all righty, here we go. Block destruction is going to get better. He's going to be better inside of the box. And I was left dissatisfied after the Jersey scrimmage in the blue gold game because I was hoping that was going to come to fruition. And unfortunately, it didn't. Now heading into the fall, what does that look like for him now? Where does he fit in with that? Because Kingston is probably the most instinctive linebacker in that room that they have. And it's some of those questions of, okay, who's going to start getting more of a snap share? The up-and-coming sophomore that's just as twitchy, that's a more natural pass rusher, that is bigger, or is it the redshirt junior that we're just waiting for that light bulb to fully go on? Because I don't want to make it sound like when they stuck him out there in a normal 3-down situation, he just had no idea what was happening. There's a reason he started against Georgia, Penn State, and Ohio State. I'm well aware of that fact, but can you do it consistently throughout the course of the season? Because if not, you have two guys. Not just two. You have 5 guys that are all like, hey, we'll do it. Mm-hmm. And so how he's going to be used this season is going to be really interesting when you start talking about Jalen Sneed.
What's funny about Jalen Sneed is he can frustrate you at times. He really can. And I thought he had a really good spring. And then we go out there, example of what you're talking about, blue gold game. I think it was the first play of the game, actually. Let me pull that up because I'm pretty sure it was the first play of the game. But first play of the game, Jaden Ausberry's running and right into the hole. Jalen reads it, which you're like, okay, it's great. Jalen read the play. and then he's right there, and Jadarian makes a miss. Now, part of that is, well, dude, Jadarian did that to a lot of people last year. And I'm like, okay, you'd be right, but Jalen's not supposed to be just anybody. He is just a really athletic linebacker. And I would even say that not even just that, but his choice to run around the inside of the blocker is another example we're talking about. That is him trying to make a play as opposed to him playing within the frame for the defense. His job should have been to fit outside, blow the guard up, and either get off to the ball carrier if he tries to bounce, or funnel that guy back to Drake Bowen, who was going to be there to light him up. But he goes inside because he's just thinking, I got to win and get to the ball carrier. You go 0 for 2. And instead of it being a tackle for a short gain, it's now 2nd and 1 for the offense. And those are things that Jalen's got to clean up, is because when you popped in, Notre Dame released their highlight video for the linebackers last week. I would argue if you went and counted it up, there's more Jalen Sneed highlights on there than anybody else.
Oh, yeah.
Because when he makes plays, they're impressive plays. I mean, his speed and his range, sideline to sideline range, is in the ballpark of guys like Jeremiah Wusu-Koramoah and Jalen Smith. I'm not saying he's quite as rangy as Jalen, but he's a lot closer to Jalen than it is anybody else on the current roster. I mean, just pure speed. Just when he knows what's happening and he goes. And that's why when you watch that highlight clip, you're like, dude, there's a lot of Jalen Sneed highlights on this. And you know, like, that's what you bring to the table. And you know, you just wonder, is he ever going to be able to become the every down player that we hoped and thought he could be? Or is he just going to kind of always be that niche guy? And this is a big year for him, because I would argue he's entering a bit of a now or never moment, where if he can't seize hold of that starting linebacker spot right now, just barring injury, he's never going to be a starting linebacker at Notre Dame.
Agreed. It's that jump that he's going to have to make, because there are people nipping at his heels to take a share of the snaps.
Yeah.
One of those guys being the next guy that we're going to talk about, in Sneed and Ausberry. He broke out last season. He ended the season, tied 2nd on the team in tackles for a loss and 5th on the team in tackles, despite only starting 2 games last year.
Yep.
Now, this goes back to my pre-Irish breakdown days and my just overall lack of knowledge on Sneed and Ausberry as a player. I did not have it in my, I guess, preseason forecast that he was going to solidify himself as one of, if not the best open field tackler on the team. I didn't think that he was bad, but my mind automatically gets directed to Kingston, Drake, Jack Kaiser, Jalen Sneed. Sneed and Ausberry is somebody that really, really surprised me in a great way last year, but he's kind of that 4th piece in this 4-man rotation. The question that I have for you, Brian, I'll kick it to you for this, is I don't know where inside or outside he fits the best. I want to say Will, because of his athleticism and range. Is that where he also fits best in your eyes?
Well, I think he fits best as not any of those things. I think he fits best as a guy that you can move all over and do so many things with. I mean, I think in a 2-linebacker lineup, Will's his spot, but there's some things you can do with him at Mike. And if you're going to attack, if you're going to let them run downhill and attack, he can do some things. You can do some things with him in a 3-linebacker alignment where he's playing more out in space because he can cover. He's probably your most instinctive and natural cover player at the linebacker position. He's very athletic. And we saw, I mean, that's what he did a great job of it against Georgia Tech last year, was just playing in space, reading the defense reading the offense, and then just going out and making plays. So I think that's kind of what he brings to the table. And there was a stretch from Georgia Tech to Indiana. That's 7 games. All 6.5 of his tackles for loss came during that stretch. He started getting real comfortable during that stretch. And then I just thought against Georgia and Penn State, because he was playing more in the box instead of all over, his lack of size hurt him a little bit. And you saw him kind of miss at the point of attack against some longer players. Tyler Warren was able to kind of stiff arm him. And that's all part of when Jaden in his first year as a starter or in the rotation didn't always fly to the ball the way he's capable of, where a more experienced Sneed and Ausberry doesn't allow that to happen, because he's flying at Tyler Warren so fast, and he knows this guy's 6'6", I'm flying right through his kneecaps. I'm not going to let him try to stiff arm me. So there's a lot of those type of things he's going to have to learn, and he's going to have to get stronger. I think that's the one thing that kind of held him back at times was he's got to get stronger. But he's a redshirt freshman in his first year in the rotation. And he finished the year with, what was it, 50? It was 59 tackles, 6.5 tackles for loss, and a half a sack. And that's the thing is, like, on a per snap basis, he was one of your most productive linebackers, despite being a guy that honestly didn't play as much as some of the other linebackers. And so you just look at what he can do. It's like, dude, keep doing what you're doing, first of all. Just jack of all trades, play all over, be a disruptor. Keep doing that. Keep being the guy that in the playoffs – had 2 tackles for loss against Indiana. Keep being the guy, that had 7 tackles for loss and 7 tackles and 1.5 tackles for loss against Army. Keep being the guy, that had 5 tackles and a tackle for loss against Georgia Tech and made some clutch plays in that game. Like, keep being that guy, but just be that guy week after week. Keep being that guy that hustles to the point where, because you were hustling downfield when Leonard Moore strips the ball away from Tyler Shuck, you're there to pick it up. Like, that's what he's a playmaker. And he's one of those guys that you say, okay, the question though is he a playmaker on a 65 snap a game basis, or is he more of a playmaker that you bring him in there and you let him run hot for a while? Because when you think about his production last year, Trev, this is a very interesting statistic. So when you look at Jaden last year, he finished 5th on the defense in tackles, total tackles. He finished 5th on the defense in solo tackles, only 1 behind the Don Schuler, and he was tied for 2nd on the defense in tackles for loss. However, he ranked 11th on the defense in total snaps at 438. And he had about 177 fewer snaps than Drake Bowen. And Jack Kaiser was at 641, so he had that's 203 fewer snaps than Jack Kaiser, but finished 5th on the defense in tackles, 2nd on tackles for loss. So his per snap production last year was outstanding. Now it's about get stronger, be more consistently assertive, and then other than that, do what you did last year. Because I thought he was a very disruptive player last year. And again, in 37 pass rush snaps last year. 37 is all he had last season. He had 5 hits plus sacks on the quarterback. Jack Kaiser last year in 73 snaps, pass rush snaps, had 6 sacks plus hits on the quarterback. So that's 1 less than twice as many, and he had 1 more sack plus hit on the quarterback. Drake Bowen last year had 65 hits on the quarterback, or pressures. He had 8 sacks plus hits on the quarterback. So you could see some snaps where those 2 guys are together as blitzers, and with either Sneed or Kingston on the edge, and now all of a sudden you're like, okay, these are our guys that were most effective on a per snap basis of getting to the quarterback last year as blitzers. And that's where you could see that part of the game maybe taking a bit of a jump this year. And of course, Jalen Sneed last year had 9 hits plus sacks on the quarterback on 107 pass rush snaps. Well, that's 1 more than Drake Bowen on about almost, what was it? What did I say? He had 107. Drake had 65. So on 42 more pass rush snaps, he had 1 more hit than Drake Bowen. And he had he had 70 more pass rush snaps than Sneed and Ausberry, but only had 4 more pressures or hits plus sacks on the quarterback. So it just shows you how disruptive Jaden was on a per snap basis. And that's what I loved about him coming out of high school. He's not the biggest guy. He's not the strongest guy, but he's wicked smart. He's fast. He makes plays. He's instinctive. And now you go into his 2nd year in the lineup, I think he could take a big step. The one area that I want to see him especially get better at, he's got to be more physical at the point of attack when he's playing in the box. He can get engulfed a little bit too much. You're small, you're short, you got to understand that. You're 6'2", you're 228. You've got to figure out how to still win when you're playing Will or Mike when they're running right at you. And if he can improve that part of his game, he's another guy that you say, how do you keep that guy off the field? And that's what I love about this room, because Kingston's not the only guy that could play in a way where you're like, dude, I don't know how we keep this guy off the field. And that's a great problem to have. And that's why I'm excited about what Jaden's going to do in his second year in the lineup. And look, there was a lot of talk from fans about, I could see Jaden Ausberry transferring. Trev, you know the names of the people that I was told by sources that were considering transferring. Did we ever have a conversation about Jaden Ausberry?
Sure didn't.
Sure did not. Like, this kid's bought in, and he's going to compete. And I think he's poised for to be a very important piece to this, because you're not going to have a lot of teams that are going to be having a guy come off the bench at linebacker the way that he will and produce the way he does. And that's what makes this linebacker room so special. And I'm interested to see what Jaden does in year 2 in this defense, because my excitement of him as a player has not waned at all. There's just some parts of his game he's going to have to continue to improve upon. But, man, he showed a lot last year, Trev, a lot. And if you think about it, if you really go back and look at it, he didn't really play a meaningful down his entire freshman year. He redshirted as a freshman. I think he only played 2 regular season games. He played 14 snaps against Tennessee State. He played 1 snap against Central Michigan, and he played 6 snaps against Oregon State. That's it. He went from 21 snaps to 438 snaps and have that kind of jump. What's he going to do now that he goes into a season with over 450 snaps under his belt?
Yeah.
That's what gets me fired up about Jaden. People forget he was a redshirt freshman last year and did what he did. 5th on the team in tackles as a non-starter. Tied for 2nd on the team in tackles for loss as a non-starter. I think the only 2 games he started all year were against Army and Navy. And did what he did, performed the way he did, despite being a non-starter, just says a lot about what kind of player he is and what kind of linebacker room this is. He's the kind of guy that makes this room what it is, because it's not just the starters.
Yep.
Pitt starters right now are better than Notre Dame starters on a proven production standpoint. I'm not trading their backups for Notre Dame's backups. That's a no-brainer. And, maybe during the season I wouldn't trade their starters either. But if I'm just going off of, I know Kyle Lewis is a stud.
Yeah.
Like, first-team All-American caliber player. I think there's some guys in this lineup that can be those kind of guys too. But there's not a lot of teams that can say you've got guys like potentially Jalen Sneed and Jaden Ausberry coming off the bench this year as your 2s. That's where you start getting fired up about this unit.
Yeah, the depth is absolutely insane. We talk a lot about the Northern Illinois game on this show for a multitude of different reasons. We talk about how nobody had a good game against Northern Illinois. I think Jaden Ausberry might have something a little different to say.
Him and Xavier Watts are the only 2 guys on defense that I remember playing well in that game.
Yep, agreed. And Jaden Ausberry came off the bench and kind of lit a fire on that defense for a little bit. And then obviously we know what happened the rest of the game. But
for a little bit.
Yeah. But quick bounce back the following week. But Brian, let's dive into some of the players outside of this 4-man rotation. And we talked earlier about, could somebody force their way into the 4-man rotation or put Max Bull in a spot where he has to say, hey, maybe we're not just sticking with 4. Maybe we expand it out to 5 and see what happens. That first guy's Preston Zinner. What do you, when you look at a kid like Preston Zinner with the rotation that's in front of him, what do you expect from him in 2025?
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, it's unfortunate because, and I said this last year and I still mean it, and he did nothing in the spring. I mean, Trev, this is your first time, the spring was your first time seeing Preston Zinner in person.
Mm-hmm.
He's a 3rd stringer at Notre Dame. He's starting for Notre Dame not that long ago. He starts at middle linebacker for Notre Dame in 2020. If a junior version of Preston Zinner, maybe even sophomore version of Preston Zinner, is a better player than what Shane Simon was for Notre Dame in 2013 or 2020. There's no question in my mind, not a doubt in my mind. And in 2018, with the Drew Tranquil and Tavon Coney group, when you look at that linebacker room, he's a 2-deeper on that linebacker room, and he's just at Notre Dame at for him the wrong time as being a starter at Notre Dame. So then the question is, does he perform at a level that forces you as Max Bulla or forces you as Chris Ash say, we got to figure something out with this kid? And I think he's kind of starting to do that. Now, this is reading a lot into a spring game. And I always tell people not to do this. This just could have been something that they were doing it's a package they wanted to work on. It could be something that they're gonna do more often. It could be something that they're just doing to kind of jerk with Miami and Texas A&M. But they lined up last season or in the spring game, and I'm going to try to find a couple of those snaps. But they lined up in situations, Trevor, where they had 3 defensive linemen on the field. And it was, I'm actually looking at a clip now. It was, you had Armel Mukam, you had Sean Sevillano, and you had Jay. No, it was, and Jay, and was that, no, I was going to say Jay Hayes, Jared Dawson. And they lined up and they had the 3-down look, and you had Preston Zinner coming off the edge. Another time they did it where they had 2 linebackers coming off the edge, Preston being one of them. So again, I don't know if that's just a package they were working on, something they're trying to do. I don't know, but they had Preston Zinner coming off the edge, and he had 2 pressures in that game. I think he had a sack in that game as well. So I've said it a long time. I think they should have moved him to Viper. I think he could have helped you at Viper. I think that moment might have been gone, but I do wonder if Notre Dame's in a situation where they're saying, hey, we got to figure out some way to use this kid. He's too good of a football player not to play in some capacity, because this is a kid that can help you beyond just special teams. And that's, I mean, he enters that period, though, where if he can't do it this offseason, I just don't know that it's going to happen for him, which is unfortunate because he's another guy that has every reason on the planet to transfer. And there are ACC schools he could have transferred to this offseason and said, like, if he had left in January and said, hey, I'm probably winning the starting job in the spring. Like, that's how good of a player that I think Preston Zinner is and has shown himself to be even at Notre Dame. I remember the first time we saw him in camp, you're like, yeah, he's not sure what he's doing. But by the end of spring, when he knew what he was doing, I was like, dude, he shot out of a cannon. And it's unfortunate for him, but this is another chance for him to come and say, hey, you know, don't feel sorry for me, because I got something for you that I'm going to show this fall. And I'm going to show people that I belong on this football field, and beyond just being a special teams guy. So I'm excited to see what he's going to bring to the table this year. But when you got a guy like him, and the next guy we're going to talk about, Bodie Cahoon, when that's your 3rd string, maybe, because I think Madden Farama is going to have something to say about that. But when that's maybe your 3rd string, I mean, Bodie Cahoon's one of the best athletes they have on the team, and that's not just my opinion. I think it was it Chris Ash that said that, or was it Marcus Freeman that said that?
It was either Freeman or Bulla. I don't remember who, but there was a coach on staff.
They said he is our best athlete, I think is what he said at linebacker. Maybe that's hyperbolic, but the fact is if he's not your best, he's in the conversation to be your best, and he's your number 2. But I actually agree that Bodie Cahoon is without a doubt one of the most athletic linebackers they have. And he's another guy that's going to be like, dude, don't just assume that this 4-man rotation is settled, because I'm going to go into the fall and have something to say about that. That's, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the push from the, God, I'm trying to think of a way to talk about that, because I don't want to say like the tier 2, because it makes it sound like they're not like as talented, you know, but the push from like the second wave of linebackers in the fall camp is going to be really interesting to watch. What happens kind of at the bottom of that 4-man rotation, or do they put them in a spot where, similar to how we said about Sneed and Ausberry or Kingston Villiamu-Asa, dude, you have to find a way to play me. Mm-hmm. Will Preston Zinner and Bodie Cahoon, or even Teddy Rizak, do that for Max Bulla? And yeah, there's no doubt in my mind that Marty Biaggi is, you know, chomping at the bit to get Preston Zinner, Bodie Cahoon, and Teddy Rizak back on special teams. That's a given. But can they do it within the framework of the defense? That's going to be really interesting to watch unfold in the fall camp, because it's going to be super competitive. And to your point earlier, not a lot of people are talking about it, which to a degree I get. You got the quarterback battle, and you know who's going to start alongside Xavier Watts. I get all that, but the push from the second wave of linebackers in fall camp is going to be really interesting to follow.
It is, and one thing for sure is these guys, Preston Zinner, Bodie Cahoon, Teddy Rizak, who we're about to talk about, Madden Farama. I mean, if you don't have the best kickoff coverage and punt coverage units in college football, I don't know what's going on. But that's a great thing to have. It's when you have a guy like that, you need to be able to say, got to figure something out.
Yeah.
I mean, just we got to figure something out. We got to figure out a way to use these guys some way, somehow. We've talked about receiver using guys in the return game. Well, you're not going to necessarily use these guys in the return game, but you certainly can use these guys on special teams and coverage and things along those lines. And that's just something that they're just going to have to find some answers to say, we got to figure something out, whether that's be, maybe one of those guys says, hey, I may not be an every down guy, but on third down, you can use me in this role. Yeah. And should use me in this role because of what I bring to the table. I can be your third down back or whatever the case may be. I mean, those are different things you look at and say, if they can prove that, then you say, okay, now we can find that niche role for you. But also you need to be locked in that if you don't force a role, that if somebody goes down, that you're going to be able to step up. Because Notre Dame was very fortunate last year that of all the injuries they had, they didn't have a lot of injuries at linebacker until Kingston went down against Army. And then he missed the next 3 games, I believe. That was that was it. And that was a number 2 on your depth chart. That was the only really big injury they had amongst their linebackers in that first kind of 2 waves. And so you've got to be prepared in case you don't have that same kind of luck this season. And so that's why those guys are going to have to be locked in. But that's the other thing too, Trev, is if you are forced to put a Bodie Cahoon, a Preston Zinner, a Madden Faremo, a Teddy Rizak into the lineup because of an injury, you should be good. They're going to be more like last year's guys where they're going to make some first year in the lineup mistakes, but they're also going to make plays. And I think that's part of what gets you excited about this route. I mean, because, Teddy Rizak's another guy that we've been talking about since they signed him. He was someone who Al Golden went and watched work out, and Al Golden was like, we've got to go get that kid. He ran a 4.5. He's 6'3". He was like 190 at the time. He's filled out. He's up to, over 220 now. But he's the kind of kid that you look at and say, that kid's Bodie may be the best athlete, but Teddy might be the fastest guy you have a linebacker. Does he kind of say, hey, coach, man, you got to figure something out. You need to do some 3 linebacker stuff because you get me in space, man. I can go do something. So what role does he force this season? I mean, those are all questions that you look at when you get beyond the depth chart or beyond the top guys and say, these guys have chances to be impact players. And then you get into the freshman class. I don't expect a lot from Anthony Sacca and Josiah Kia this year, but I do think we talk about Madden Faremo as a guy that right now going into fall camp, if I brought that depth chart up, I think I had Madden 4th. I had him 4th at will linebacker. I mean, you could argue he might be 5th if Teddy Rizak's ahead of him just going. I mean, who knows? I think Madden's ahead of him, but think about that. Madden Faremo's got to work himself off the 4th team, whereas Kingston just the nature of where the position was, just kind of walked right into, basically being on the 2nd team. It's a little harder for Madden when he first came in. So they're very athletic. And you could argue the 2 best athletes you have are Bodie Cahoon and Teddy Rizak. And maybe Madden Faremo is in that as one of the 3. And they're buried on the 3rd and 4th string right now. And so Madden's going to have to be really good to get on the field. But that's the thing is if any of these guys force them in the field, they're going to be really good because of who they'd have to supplant to get there. And I just think when you go through each guy and you see that depth chart, let's just bring it up one more time real quick. When you see this, you're like, holy moly, we didn't even talk about Anthony Kahanu-Kia because he's still a bit of an unknown to me because we saw him in the Blue Gold game last year, but that's the only time we've seen him play football in 4 years. Because he wasn't in practice this spring. He didn't play last fall because he got injured right before fall camp. So he's a bit of an unknown. But didn't he have 11 tackles in the Blue Gold game last year or something like that?
Sure did. So it's an incredibly impressive and incredibly deep room that just it gets you excited about what this linebacker unit can be. And there's going to be great competition. And look, you're not going to keep all these guys for 4 years. No. I don't see how you can do that. But for now, I'm going to enjoy it because it's an incredibly, incredibly deep unit. A guy that you recruited, Josiah Kia, is right now at best a 6-string linebacker in a 2-linebacker look. Which means if you went back to a 3-linebacker look, he still wouldn't be in the top 4. That's
because he's the 11th guy.
Yeah.
You'd have 9 first, second, third string if you even went to a 3 linebacker look. So he'd be 11, and then right now either Teddy Rizak or Anthony Sacca would be 10. So it just speaks volumes to how talented this group is.
I'll say this, man. The second that light bulb comes on for Madden Faremo, he's going to start shooting up that depth chart and throwing his name in the hat for, please try to keep me off the field type of guys. He has that in him. But
and I wonder, Trev, if Kingston has to be more off ball, does Madden take over his pass rushing role? Because that's something he showed in high school as well. I mean, there's some people talking about he might move to Viper. I don't know that I see that, but as a nickel third down pass rusher, that's where Madden Faremo could earn an immediate role if you feel like Kingston is better suited to be an off-ball guy. That's the thing. Yeah. The unique thing about Kingston is you can do both so well that it's like, okay, Madden is better at rushing the quarterback than the next guy is as a third down off-ball linebacker. And so that's how so it's not about what Kingston does best. It's about what's that other guy do best. Who's best for that other spot? Or do you have someone better at the off-ball spot? If that's the case, then you put Kingston as your pass rusher. If your next best guy is actually someone who's better at rushing the quarterback, whether it's Jalen Sneed, Madden Faremo, something like that, then you move Teddy Rizak. Then you move Kingston off-ball. And so I think that could be a factor in that conversation as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, listen, that's going to do it for the individual breakdown of the members of Notre Dame's linebacker room, but don't go anywhere. We still have to cover some questions heading into and some bold predictions, as we always do when we break down Notre Dame's position rooms. And then after that, we will be talking about the top 10 wide receiving cores and the top 5 wide receivers this year in college football. But before we get there, please be sure to hit that like button, that subscribe button, hit that notification bell. Please share this podcast with your friends and family, whatever streaming platform you listen to us on. Spotify podcasts, Apple podcasts, we'd greatly appreciate a 5-star review. And of course, a review. That's going to be the first thing that people go and look at if they want to listen to some Notre Dame football. If they want to listen to some off-season breakdowns, we would greatly appreciate a review. But as always, the best way to support what we do here, subscribe to the premium message boards at boards.irishbreakdown.com.
Before we move on to the next section, I want to quickly bring up a super chat that we got from my guy, Charlie Weiss's Last Belt Loop. And Charlie said, I just want to shout out Coach Marcus Freeman and the staff. Marcus Freeman has done a great job forming an elite coaching staff. Max, for example, understands high-level football. Thank you for that, Charlie. I appreciate that very, very much. And, that's one thing. We talked a lot about it this year, which is why I didn't bring it up a lot, or I didn't bring it up in today's show. But one of the things that gave us optimism about him being a big-time linebacker coach last year is a guy that he spent – you look at his pedigree, played for Mark D'Antonio and Pat Narduzzi, then spent a year as a GA under Marcus Freeman, then spent 3 years as a GA under Nick Saban, and then he spent, obviously a year again under Marcus Freeman and Al Golden. So, and of course, grew up in a linebacker family.
Yeah.
So the pedigree is there, and he's then proven that, I'm not here just because I was an all-Big Ten linebacker or I had this person on my resume. He proved that I'm here because those people vouched for me because I'm good. I'm talented. I have the skill, and that's what Max Bullis showed last season. Even though I like to joke, he still doesn't know how to wear a hat. But it's all good. So, but really proved himself, and it just shows that Marcus Freeman's eye for talent from a coaching standpoint as well. No coach is perfect in that regard, but so far he's done a really nice job bringing those kind of players. So thank you for that, Charlie. Now, Trevor, we are going to move on to the third part of the show, and this is a kind of a fun part because we're going to talk about just some of the questions. And when we pose these questions, we're not necessarily looking to answer them, because if we had answers for them, they wouldn't be questions. But just questions that are going to be answered through the season, and that we don't necessarily, we may think we know the answers, but we really don't know the answers. Then we're going to just kind of talk about, what makes a successful season for this group. And then, of course, we're going to have some fun, make some bold predictions. But when you look at questions, Trevor, it really starts with number one is who's going to start. I think it doesn't matter a ton, but it still matters because of what it says about the players in the battle depending on who steps into the starting lineup.
Well, and I think whoever is deemed the starter at will is also going to that's going to set the domino effect of what the potential rotation is going to look like. And I think you're going to need a couple game sample size because, Brian, to your point earlier in the show, they could do it based on matchup. The first two offensive lines they play are massive. Those are two massive fronts that Notre Dame's defense is going to square off against. So I think after the month of September, we'll have a good idea of what that's going to look like for Notre Dame's linebacking room. Will it be matchup based? Will it just be, hey, no matter who it is, it's going to be Drake and Jalen Sneed. It's going to be Drake and Kingston, some combination of those, Drake and Sneed and Ausberry. But yeah, I think whoever ends up being in the starting lineup is also going to dictate what the start of that rotation is going to look like as well. And that could be very, very interesting.
And I would say that also as we talked about earlier, then who fills what roles in third down? Who is the starting lineup when they play Navy? Who do they have a big boy lineup? Meaning like when they play Miami and Texas A&M, or it's 2nd and 2. Those are a lot of those things that we just don't know answers to. Part of it because honestly, we don't know how the new defense is going to be utilized or how the linebackers are going to be utilized under Chris Ash. And that leads to our second question, which is we still don't necessarily know how the linebackers are going to be used. I thought the linebackers was very vanilla spring, just lined up and read and react. And their blitzes were basic, A, B gap blitzes. There was nothing creative. I don't know that we can read too much from what we saw in the spring. It may not change at all, may change a lot. We don't know the answers to that. And so that's going to also impact things because if Chris Ash wants to use the linebackers to play a different style than Al Golden, it may warrant a different sort of breakdown in the rotation. Yeah. It may not. And so I think just knowing how the linebackers specifically are going to be used is something that we don't know, and it's going to have an impact in the performance. If they do what I hope they're going to do, which is let the D-line do more to kind of eat up blocks and attack and be more disruptive, which allows the linebackers to maybe roam a little bit more to the ball as opposed to just being, gap hitters, then I think you could see more production from this linebacker room. And, but we don't know that. That's more wishful thinking than it is based on what I saw in this one full practice we got in the spring. This is what I think they're going to do. We don't know the answer to that. And then the next part, Trev, is it's not a given that guys get better from year to year. Some guys regress. Some units regress. Can this linebacker room build on what they did last season and become a more consistent and a more impactful unit?
I think this is a really important question because of the change in defensive coordinator. Because it's not as easy as saying, all right, well, Drake's just going into his second year as a starter under Al Golden. Sneed and Ausberry is going into his second year in the rotation under Al Golden, which kind of begs the question, do you have to look at it relative to the schematic change, depending on what that is? All of these questions, it's kind of a chain reaction to one or the other. Who starts? Well, I don't know. That depends on how they're going to be used. Well, are they going to improve? Depends on how can they build on last season. Kind of depends on what the scheme is going to be. And so there's kind of just this chain reaction of things that we're just going to have to wait until the season to find out what that answer is going to be. Initial gut feeling is, yeah. But at the same time, you have to account for learning a new scheme, especially if they're going to start being utilized differently. But just going off of what the experience that they had, there will just be some things that I think naturally, just through the progression of being another year in college, you want to lean towards yes. But overall, you can't have a definitive yes, they will. That's why it's a question. It's definitely why it's a question.
And just kind of continuing just some of the things that we're looking to learn from this group is can they be more disruptive and productive? And there was good production last year from the linebacker room. And when you look at the four guys that are returning, they had 19 tackles for loss last season. That's pretty good. 5 sacks. That's pretty good. I think there's another level of production, however. Like, say, well, your leader in tackles for loss, linebacker only had 6.5. Well, not a lot of teams play 4 linebackers as balanced as Notre Dame did, where you had I mean, Kingston only had 300. I think it was like 343 last year, but he missed 2 whole games and most of a third last season because of the knee injury. And even when he came back against Indiana, he missed. He played 6 plays against Army, didn't play against USC, didn't play against Indiana, and then he comes back against Georgia and only plays 13 plays because he was still coming back from the injury. He played 25 plays against Penn State, which is more along the lines of where he had kind of played up until the injury. So I think seeing a level of a jump in production is possible, but they've got to go show it. So I think those are some of the question marks. And then can they stay healthy? Last year they had a healthier linebacker. I know I just said Kingston missed 2, but everybody has injuries. When you only have one guy get injured and he only misses 2 games, that's a pretty healthy season, especially when the guy that got hurt was a backup for you. The only other major injury at linebacker that I can think of is Kahan Okia, who wasn't expected to really do a whole lot last season. So I think that, can they stay healthy is another one for me. Another thing we do when we do these breakdowns, Trevor, is we talk about what are the most telling matchups? What are the games that are going to tell us the most about this team? And I kind of feel like a broken record because in almost every instance so far, we've talked about the first 2 games. But I would say that's because the uniqueness of those first 2 games and the style of those teams is why we feel that way. I don't know that I'll have the same answer for the corners and safeties the next 2 weeks. And I don't know that I'll have that same answer when we talk about some other position groups. But the linebackers, again, it's the first 2 games. It's Miami and A&M because you're facing the 2 best backfields you're going to face all season and probably the 2 best offensive line units you're going to face all season. You are going to have to show your growth immediately, and you're going to be very instrumental in this team being able to stop Miami and Texas A&M to the point where you can win a football game. We're going to know real early just how good this linebacker room is in games 1 and games 2 because of the makeup of the opposition.
Notre Dame needs to improve in their run game, no doubt about it. And the linebackers are going to hold a big key in the success of that. And to your point, we're not going to have to wait long. Miami, they have Jordan Lyle and Mark Fletcher and a very veteran offensive line. And then just to reward you from starting your season down in Miami on a Sunday night primetime game, the next time you step foot on a football field is against arguably a better backfield and a better offensive line. So there will be no time to, all right, they're getting their feet under them, new scheme, let's see if they can build on it. It's going to have to be immediate, and we won't have to wait long to see the improvements of the level of consistency that they're going to have to play at, because both Miami and Texas A&M will take advantage of the inconsistencies that they had. We saw it last year when they played Texas A&M. There were moments where, and yes, it was week 1 in his first start, but there were moments where Drake Bowen looked like a menace, blows up a pulling guard, makes the play at the line of scrimmage or maybe a couple hairs behind it. Then there's other fits where it's just like, hey, he was like 2 gaps away from where he should have been. I think back to a play when Sneed and Ausberry rotated in and Drake had to like physically move him to get lined up because it's all new. It's very fast. I don't think they make that same mistake if they play again in week 12, but this year they can't afford to take that quarter to quarter and a half to kind of get their feet under them. We're going to know quick in both games, man.
There's no question. And then, after that, it's like, okay, well, what are some of the other games that really are going to be telling? And to me, it's not so much games that are going to be kind of telling after that. It's can you then, however you play in games 1 and 2, if it's great, can you maintain that throughout the course of a season? If you don't play well, can you improve on that? So then it's just about evaluating, just handling the grind of the remainder of the season and just being able to consistently be an impact group. And the one thing you knew about J.D. Bertrand is, for the most part, you just knew what you were going to get from week to week to week. And, Jack Kaiser, you pretty much knew what you were going to get week to week to week. In 2018, when you had Tavon Coney and Drew Tranquil, you knew what you were going to get from week to week to week to week. 2012 with Manti and Dan Fox and Danny Spahn, you knew what you were going to get from week to week to week. Some of the issues we had in the Jalen Smith era is you knew what you were going to get from Jalen every week. You didn't know what you were going to get from what's next to him every week.
Yep. Yep.
And that's a problem with this. It's as a defensive coordinator, it's harder to put a game plan together when you don't know which version of your linebacker unit's going to show up. Is it the great one, the really good one, the solid one, or the inconsistent one? And that's going to be a big part of it. But the telling moments will be the first two games, and then after that, honestly, I don't know that there's another game where it's like, okay, if they don't play well in the first two, I don't know that there's another game that's going to make me say, oh, yeah, they're ready to go dominate Georgia, Bama, Ohio State because of what they did against USC or Pitt or whatever. It's like you should whoop those teams. Now we're going to have to find out if you're ready for the big stage again. We won't know that till we get to the postseason. So that's why I think it's also imperative that they play really well those first couple games. And then last part, we'll talk about what constitutes a good season, then also we'll make our predictions. But when you talk about what constitutes a good season, Trev, for this unit, I think it's just about you have to be a consistently dominant unit as linebackers. Now, dominance to me doesn't mean you have 13 tackles and 4 tackles for loss, and you look like the next Jalen Smith or the next Manti or the next Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. It simply means you just win snap after snap after snap after snap after snap, and the other team just can't do anything on you. You know, you're not giving up big runs. You may not have 4 tackles for loss, but their longest run was 8 yards. You know, it's that level of consistent dominance. That's what my expectation is for this linebacker room. Everybody has a game or two where they don't play great. That's going to happen. But to be considered the unit they're capable of being, it's just about the dominance that we saw flashes of last year just needs to be something we see pretty much on the regular. That's what it means for me.
Yeah. I echo a lot of those same feelings. To me, it comes down to big game moments, consistency in big games. What does that mean for this season? Texas A&M, Miami, USC, Pitt on the road, and then the postseason. Arkansas on the road, if you want to throw that one in there too. I'm very okay with that one as well. But those were kind of some of the moments that they kind of wavered last year. Like, would I love if Notre Dame's linebackers just completely shut down Stanford in the final regular game of the season? Yeah, I'm not going to put as much weight on it as I do what they did to Georgia's offense in the Sugar Bowl.
Right.
And so it's that for me. Because when you look at how they played against Indiana and how they played against Georgia, it's a night and day difference from how they played against Penn State and Ohio State. Again, varying levels of offenses that they were facing in those games as well. But some of the things
Indiana,
that they were
pretty good offense coming into that game.
They did.
Georgia
did. But some of the things that they were doing against Georgia, they just weren't doing against
Right. They weren't as aggressive. They weren't as physical, but they played better in the second half, which is why the defense for a while played better in the second half.
Yep.
But that's that up and down aspect that we've kind of talked about.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes it challenging as a defensive coordinator when you don't know what version of that group you're going to get. Now, what helped with Georgia is you were not afraid of Georgia throwing the football. I mean, you were going to shut them down. You were going to shut down their run game, and which also wasn't that hard with what they were last year. And so that's the things you look at and just say, you know, you've got to play at a more consistently high level. I mean, I don't put a ton of stock in Pro Football Focus grades, but I did agree with this one. If you go back and look at it, 2 of Drake Bowen's 3 highest graded games last season were in the playoffs. His 4 highest graded games last year were in order: Georgia Tech, Ohio State, Indiana, Louisville. His 6th highest graded game was Penn State. His two worst grades were games 3 and 4 of the season. So, you know, his performance certainly took a jump in the biggest moments last season, and that's something that he's going to have to, you know, kind of carry into this season. His, you know, if you look at the games where he had the most stops, according to Pro Football Focus, Georgia Tech was 1, Penn State was 2, Ohio State and Louisville were tied for 3rd. I mean, he was good in the big games, but now it's do it consistently, you know, and that's something that I want to see Drake do, and that's indicative of, and that's why I said he is going to sort of lead the entire unit. If he starts being more consistent, then he can lead his unit to be more consistent as well. But just that consistent level of dominance is something that I want to see. And I've always said this, Trev, I always put a lot of stock into guys who play at their best in the biggest moments. That's always something that matters to me.
Oh, yeah.
PFF run grades. And again, PFF, take it with a grain of salt, but I'm only using them here because it does fit what I felt when I graded him. His 5 highest graded run defensive performances: Georgia Tech, Louisville, Indiana, Penn State, Ohio State. Like, that's what I want to see week after week this year, week after week. And they're capable of it, but that's what constitutes a good season. Last year, I did not have that standard because they were a different unit. Now, with all these guys coming back, the bar should be raised. The bar should absolutely be raised. Let's make some predictions, Trevor. Are you ready to finish the linebacker talk with some predictions?
Sure,
I am. So, Trevor, I just sent you a text. I'm not sure if you saw this or not, but I'm going to call a little bit of audible on the predictions. I want us to do an individual, a unit, and at least one individual bold prediction.
Okay.
Again, bold predictions are meant to be fun, but they're also meant to be something that's achievable. My bold prediction will not be that Drake Bowen has 240 tackles this year.
I'm going to change mine.
They don't play at Old Dominion, where they just give tackles. If you're on the field and you're within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage, you're going to get a tackle. Did you ever see that? I think it was 2 years ago. Old Dominion had their stats, their linebacker stats were just absolutely freaking ridiculous.
Yeah.
This past year was a little bit different, but they had 4 guys over 90 tackles. They had one guy with 170 tackles, another guy with 135, and another guy with 107. And then the next guy had 93. Only one of those guys had over 40 solo tackles. So that year they had 413 solo tackles, and they had 748 assisted tackles. So I was like, yeah, that's kind of bull crap. So I don't think that they're going to have that happen at Notre Dame this year. So that same year, Notre Dame in 13 games, their team had 451 solo tackles compared to 413 for Old Dominion in the same number of games. Notre Dame had 328 assisted tackles. Old Dominion had 748. So they were just like, you get an assist, you get an assist, you get an assist. I mean, that's pretty much how it was. Barring that, I don't think we're going to see a 200 tackle guy. So it's meant to be bold, maybe even somewhat unlikely, but something that's also possible. That's what makes it fun. So just so people understand what makes a bold prediction. That also includes us, because I think some of us sometimes are like, dude, that's not that bold. That's kind of just a prediction. That's just kind of. So let's have some fun with it, Trev. So I'm going to let you start off with the unit prediction. I'll give mine, and then we'll go with our solo ones.
My bold prediction for the unit actually sprung from a buy-sell hold that we got yesterday.
Okay.
And I think the linebackers are going to account for 4 interceptions. The unit as a whole, 4 interceptions. And here's why. One, I do think there will be a schematic change. I do think they're going to play a little bit more zone coverage. They have very natural coverage guys at linebacker for having the size room that they do have. I think a lot of where some of their mishaps happened in the pass defense last season was just due to inexperience, not recognizing things quick enough. And Brian, I know that you know this, but when you don't recognize something quick enough when you're playing elite level opponents, that leads to a 6 to 7 yard cushion. Legit. I mean, like that. And especially when you're talking about a slot receiver or a receiving back versus a linebacker, in some cases, it's a pretty big cushion. But I think combined with better experience, playing a little bit more zone, I think the defensive line is also going to have a good amount of tipped passes this season.
Okay.
And I think you're just going to see Kingston or Drake or Jaden Ausberry or even Jalen Sneed just kind of sitting underneath him, waiting for him to come down. So across 15 games, I'm going to say 4 interceptions for the unit.
Okay. So that would be something that they've only done one time, I believe, in the last decade. As we looked at that. So when you looked at linebacker interceptions, we went back to 2019. They had none. 2018, they had 1. 2017, they had 1. They had 2. In 2016, they had none. And then in 2020, they had 3. 2021, they had 4. 22, they had 1. 23, they had 1. 24, they had 1. So a whole lot of ones in there and some nuns in there.
Yeah.
The interesting thing about the 4 that they got in 2021, as we pointed out the other day, is 3 of them came in one game. So I will grant that as a bold prediction. Here's my bold prediction. So last year, the Notre Dame linebackers, the 5 that played, so Jack Kaiser, Drake Bowen, Kingston, Villiamu-Asa, Jalen Sneed, and Jaden Ausberry accounted for 315 tackles, 24 tackles for loss, and 7 sacks. So here's my bold prediction for this season. The linebackers, the rotation linebackers, so the guys that play, whether it's 4 guys or 5 guys, we'll have to find that out. But not backups, not mop-up duty. I'm talking about these are your rotation guys. They will have 350 tackles for – they have 350 tackles. They will have at least 38 tackles for loss, and they will have at least 10 sacks. So the sack number by itself is not a bold jump because I don't know that they're going to be asked to blitz the quarterback as much. So that's a 35 tackle jump, which is decent. The big one is the tackles for loss. That's a 14. That's almost 1 per game. And that's also with me projecting Notre Dame to play only 15 games this year. So that's my bold prediction for the Notre Dame linebackers.
I love that.
Yeah. That's a big jump, but it's doable. I do believe it's doable. We'll see if they're able to actually do it. But I do think it's a doable number. I mean, we've seen units in the past be, pretty productive. I mean, when you look at 2018, for example, that 1 year under Mike Elko, you had 12.5 tackles for loss from Tavon Coney. You had 10.5 tackles from loss from Drew Tranquil. You had 7 from Niles Morgan. You had 3.5, 3 from Greer Martini. So that group had 33 tackles for loss in 13 games. The difference is they played 3 linebackers all the time. So this is with 2 being on the field a decent amount, and then there'll be the third down ones will be more third. The third linebacker ones will be like more pass rush situations. And I may have to trade it because change it, see how it goes kind of as the season progresses. But based on what I think they're going to do, like you said, Trev, I think there is going to be a change in how they use them to a degree because of not just a coordinator change, but also they're more experienced now. You can do more with them. I think that's where I'm gonna do it. So that's my bold prediction. What is your bold prediction, Trevor, for the unit for the individual players? You can give 1, you can give 2, 3, however many you want to do. But what are some individual, at least one individual bold prediction that you have?
Some individual ones. And my first one is like bold, but you'll understand why I have an article coming out about him here in a little bit. But I think Preston Zinner is going to lead the linebacker room in total pressures at the end of the season. I think they're
Preston Zinner?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Tell me more.
So I think what they're going to do is I do think because of his versatility, I don't think they want to I don't want to say handicap, but only utilize Kingston off of the edge in third down situations because he is a very rangy player. He's your tallest linebacker in the room outside of Teddy Rizak. And there were some things that I saw from him as a true freshman in the blue gold game where he is a natural pass defender. He is. I really like some of the things that I've seen from Kingston. Jalen, and again, this is a lot of projection, but they are really trying to make him more of a 3-down backer and not so much of a niche player. And he's had moments in coverage before. I think back to the Purdue game where he had a big hit on Max Clare coming across the middle underneath the sticks, force an incomplete pass. I think they're going to try to have some sort of pairing of a Jalen Sneed Kingston type of third down linebacker package if they go that tube. But I think they're still going to want to have some sort of edge rushing presence. Combine that with Jordan Botello's injury. Cole Mullins just made the transition back to defensive end. Boubacar's coming back off of injury. I think Preston Zinner might have shown him something showed him a little bit of something in the blue gold game, and I think he leads the overall room in pressures.
That would make me so happy just because it's a great story.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of those, that would be another example of you love the stories where in this day and age, a guy chooses a different path. In this era where first time a kid's unhappy, gets his feelings hurt, misses his mommy, he's jumping in the portal and going home.
Yep.
This is a kid that you don't think Boston College would have been begging Preston Center to come back and play for them. You know what I mean? You don't think Syracuse would like, oh my gosh, we would love it if Preston Center came play for us. I know there's schools that feel that way. And despite what someone in the chat is saying about his, EA sports grade, believe me, Preston Center is not slow and he's not unathletic, but it's a great story. And it would be probably one of my 5 best stories if it comes to fruition of the season, not knowing anything else about the season, just because I love those stories where perseverance and sticking it out and choosing the harder path leads to success. That would be awesome. I would love that. I have a couple. Is that all you have? Is that the only one you have for the individual players? Okay. I got a couple. I got 3 bold predictions that are individual. 2 are specific. One is a either or one of. Drake Bowen will reach at least 100 tackles this season. That's bold prediction number 1. Notre Dame has not had a guy get to 100 tackles since 2021. And that was J.D. Bertrand had 101 that season. Their next highest guy had 55.
Man.
And so J.D. led him with tackles with 82 in 2022. He led him with 76 in 2023. And then last year in 16 games, Jack Kaiser had 90. And so J.D. Bertrand in the last decade, so that's 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. So in the last decade, there have only been, 1, 2, 3, 4 linebackers. No, actually 3 linebackers in the last decade have reached 100 tackles. 3. Jalen Smith, Tavon Coney, J.D. Bertrand. That's it. Tavon did it twice. Jalen did it twice too, but Jalen's first one wasn't part of the 10 years, the decade. His was 2014 was the 11th year, counting last year. So in that time, it's only happened 3 times. I think Drake Bowen goes over 100 this year. My second bold prediction revolves around Kingston Villiamu-Asa. He leads the linebacker units in tackles for loss, and he gets to double digits. He has over 10 tackles for loss this season, 10 or more tackles for loss this season.
I love that. That
is something that we have not seen from a linebacker in quite some time at Notre Dame. I'm looking it up now. I think it was the year that Drew Jeremiah Wusu-Koramoah, I'm talking inside linebacker. The last time we saw an inside linebacker get to double digits was back in 2019. Asmar Bilal did it. So we have not seen a linebacker get to double digits in tackles for loss, an inside linebacker since 2019. I think Kingston Villiamu-Asa gets to over 10 or more tackles for loss this season. And I wanted to go bolder to 12 because of the extended seasons. My 10 is kind of just looking at maybe even the regular season, if I can be so bold. I was actually kind of more thinking regular season.
Love that.
And then my third bold prediction is one of Drake Bowen or Kingston Villiamu-Asa will be an All-American this season. First or second team, not third, honorable mention, first or second team All-American this year. One of those 2 will be a first or second team All-American this year. So, yep, that is my
I love those
bold predictions. What do you think about those, Trevor?
Oh, those are so good. I was thinking about like different combinations of who I could have. And I had a couple floating around with Kingston, and I wanted to figure out tackles for a loss, but I didn't know the last time somebody had double-digit tackles for a loss like that. I mean, that's going to be – I love that prediction. And you said over double-digit tackles for a loss in the regular season, you're saying?
Regular season, yeah. That's kind of where I'm going with that one.
Yeah, I love that a lot.
Yeah. Because I was thinking like 12 plus for the entire season, including the postseason. But I went with 10 so I could kind of tie it into my next one, which is the All-American honors, which has mostly to do with the regular season because they come out in like early December before the playoffs start. So that's why I think the 10, if he's only at like 8, he won't be an All-American.
Yeah.
And I think Drake, my 100 for Drake is the full season, but I could see him being a little closer to that sooner in the season. So that's where I'm at. So 100 plus, over 100 tackles for Drake, 10 or more tackles for loss in the regular season for Kingston. And one of those two is a first or second team All-American. That's my bold prediction for, and the reason I say one or the other, it's what does the committee value more? Drake's total tackles and overall performance or Kingston's disruption?
Yeah.
That's why I say it's one of those two. And that's what I'm looking forward to seeing. So it's going if I had to predict, I'd say I'd probably lean towards Drake. But if Kingston's at like 80 tackles and 11 tackles for loss, 3 sacks and a couple picks to your prediction, then maybe it's him. But like I could see Drake at like 107 with like 8 tackles for loss and a pick in the regular season, a couple sacks, and then he's that guy because Notre Dame's 12-0 and has a great defense again. So that's my bold prediction for the defense. So how you like them apples, Trevor? All right, so that's going to do it for the linebacker breakdown, guys. We're going to have some fun talking about the wide receiver units in college football come up here in a second and the best wide receivers. So don't go anywhere. We are not done yet. We are done talking about Notre Dame linebackers. But before we go, that little thumbs up button down there, go and hit that for us. That helps us out a ton. We really appreciate it. It's one of the many free ways you can, free as far as money for you. Just takes a little bit of your time. It takes about 3 seconds. Just click that little like button. You could literally have gotten it done before I'm done talking about it. If you just do that, it definitely helps out our channel. Helps the YouTube algorithm know this is a channel that you want to promote. So we would greatly appreciate that. Make sure that you go to our podcast platform, give us a 5-star review, leave a message to let other people know why they should listen to our channel. If you don't like our channel, you don't have to like our channel. I would just ask you that you keep that to yourself when it comes to the reviews. So, and then of course, the best way to support what we do at Irish Breakdown is to, or just come tell me about it on Twitter or something, shoot me an email, and then I can deal with it. You don't need to do that to our algorithm, but I'm kind of kidding. But the best way to support us and to stay in the conversation is to go follow us at boards.irishbreakdown.com. Appreciate that very much. We're going to talk some receivers here in a minute. So Trevor Trowbridge, my man, we are going to have probably a breakdown that is going to be more different than anyone we've done so far, where our rankings are more different than any we've had so far. We are going to begin by breaking down the top 5 wide receivers in college football. This is not where we have a lot of a disagreement, but then after that, we are going to break down our top 10 pass catching units. So it's wide receivers and tight ends in college football. We're going to rank our top 10. That is going to be a fun discussion because that's where we have a lot of differences, not just different teams, but then also different placements. But just before we dive into that, Trev, this is going to part of what has me excited about college football this year is I think there's still some of the parity that we talked about last year. But the difference this year is it's not a lack of really good teams like it was last year. It's more of a depth of really good teams. There's no, as far as we know, there's no 2020 Bama, 19 LSU, 18 Clemson. There's no team like that in the country that we know of that has shown themselves to be that. I don't think Clemson being elite in 2018 was a huge shocker. I don't think Bama being elite in 2020 was a huge shocker. I mean, I predict them to win the title that year. 2019 LSU, that was a surprise. I predicted them to be a playoff team, but I didn't see them being what they were. And that kind of jumped, like this all-time great team. That came out of nowhere. 0-1 Miami didn't shock anybody. It actually would have been a surprise if they weren't that good. But what I like is I just think there's a lot of good teams. And part of the reason I think this is going to be such a fun year is because I think offensive play is going to be so much better this year. We talked about it with quarterbacks last year, but it doesn't end there. There are a lot of really good wide receivers coming back. Some that are returning to teams they played for last year. Some are at new schools. And those things all factor into why this is going to be such a fun year. And so we're going to kick that conversation off, Trev, by looking at the top 5 receivers in college football this season. And I think the power at the top is like there's a couple guys that are like kind of better than everybody else. And then there's two more that are kind of, I think, kind of no-brainers in that next group for us. And then after that, there's a lot of discussion. But even our list, which agrees, is not similar to lists that we've seen at other places. I know that Lindy Sports has a big disagreement with us and how they rank their receivers. And so I think there's a conversation to be had. But I think the first thing is I think this is going to be there's going to be a lot of teams with really good pass catchers this season, not just as units, but individual pass catchers, because the last two recruiting classes has really stocked the nation. Then I'm looking more at sophomores and juniors with a lot of really good pass catchers. And the NFL draft, if you want a wide receiver the next 3-4 years, you're going to have a shot to get some elite ones. There's no doubt about that. But that's my first takeaway, Trevor. This is going to be a really good year when it comes to impact pass catchers all across college football.
Yeah, I mean, with the disbursement of talent across college football, it's what's made putting these lists together so difficult, which almost kind of makes me a little concerned for how easy or not easy the defensive side is going to be. It's a different conversation for a different day. But yeah, wide receiver play this year is going to be really, really exciting because a lot of the players that burst onto the scene last year that kind of carried the weight of being exciting receivers are all young and have multiple years to play, let alone them going into their final season at whatever school that they're playing at in 2025. You know, the talk of the town last year was Jeremiah Smith, Ryan Williams, guys that have to come back for multiple years. And I think that's really, really interesting. And so, yeah, this is what made it really, really hard to do these lists, man. Really hard.
Yeah. So, Trev, let's start off with our top five. So, Archer in the chat said his top five is Jeremiah Smith, Cardinal Tate, Brandon Ennis, Smiling Graham, Quincy Porter. That's based on the conversation we were having the other day when I said he was biased. It's all good. My top five is Cam Williams at 5. Number 4 is Will Paulding. Number 3 is Jordan Faison. Number 2 is Jaden Greathouse. Number 1 is Malachi Field. So there you go. That's my Archer top 5. But let's get to my other top 5, my college football top 5 for my guy Archer. But and I would love to hear your guys' top 5s and also your thoughts on ours. You can definitely give feedback on ours, but I would love to hear when you guys have rankings on units and then why. Number 5 for me, Trev, is Cam Coleman. Now, this is a bit of a projection this season because, you know, Cam is a guy that came in with a giant reputation, 5-star player, big-time talent. And you look at last season, his overall production, it doesn't blow you away. You know, he finished the season, his freshman season was 37 catches, 598 yards. Doesn't come anywhere close to the type of production that we saw, you know, from some of the other guys that we talk about that we're going to talk about on this list. You know, Jeremiah Smith had a 1,000-yard season. Ryan Williams was incredibly productive last season. 37 catches, 598 yards. He did have 8 touchdowns, which is impressive. But there's 3 reasons why I'm projecting Cam Coleman to be in my top 5. And if I'm going to be wrong, I think me being wrong is going to be he might even be higher. Number 1, he's an elite talent. There's no doubt about that, and I don't really care what his recruiting ranking was. I'm telling you what his film in high school showed you. He's an elite talent. That's one the recruiting services got right. He's going to be in that's reason number 1. That's always the most important one. Number 2, I think his production is going to take a jump this year also because he's going to have a better quarterback. I'm not someone who thinks that Jackson Arnold is like this elite quarterback and he's a 5-star, and I never bought the 5-star hype with him, but he's still a good quarterback that I think was playing in a system that really just wasn't good at Oklahoma. I don't think his supporting cast last year was a mess. He's going to look at Cam Coleman like, why? Wish I would have had this last year, because this whole receiving corps got hurt last year. I mean, literally like 5 of their top 6 receivers got hurt. He's a good quarterback, but he's definitely an improvement over Peyton Thorne. Like, even if he's what I think he is, which is a top 150 caliber player, not a 5-star, that's still a big upgrade over Peyton Thorne. And then number 3, the thing, like, his overall production won't blow you away, Trevor, but if you look at what Cam Coleman did down the stretch, you're like, oh, okay, that's the 5-star Cam Coleman in his last 4 games. So he started the season off well, had 2 catches for 62 in the first game, 2 for 53 in the second game. So you're averaging almost 30 yards a catch in your first 2 games. Then he got hurt. And then he wasn't kind of healthy the rest of the year, missed the New Mexico game, only had 2 for 15 against Arkansas, 0 catches against Georgia, only 1 catch went for 47 yards and a touchdown, but only 1 catch against Missouri, 4 for 24 against Kentucky, 1 for 9 against Vanderbilt. Then they had a bye, and he was able to rest and get healthy. Comes out of the bye against Louisiana Monroe and goes 8 catches, 100 yards, 3 touchdowns. Okay, Louisiana Monroe. I get it. They're not very good. I understand. That doesn't blow you away. All right. First of all, Louisiana Monroe wasn't terrible last year, but I get it. It's Louisiana Monroe, didn't have a very good defense. Next game, Texas A&M. They beat them 43-41. He has 7 catches for 128 yards and 2 touchdowns. He put a move on Will Lee in that game, a double move on Will Lee, that you're just like, dude, that's not fair. 7 catches for 128 yards and 2 touchdowns. And then in the last game against Alabama, he goes 7 catches for 78 yards and a touchdown. Like, that is big-time production, guys. That's almost a 12,000-yard regular season on pace. And that is a pace of 24 touchdowns at the end of this regular season. That is dominant football. And you started to see him play with more confidence. You started to see him play with more swagger, and then, of course, more dominance. And so I'm really impressed with what I saw, and I think he makes a big year 2 jump and to where if I'm wrong in my ranking, I'm wrong because he should have been 3rd or 2nd. That's how good I think Cam Coleman can be, and they're going to need him to do it. And he's also going to have some. Like, I liked Keandre Lambert last year from Penn State. He's a solid player. Production was good. I think Eric Singleton provides a different type of compliment to Cam Coleman. That also helps a little bit too, but I think Cam Coleman's going to be an absolute stud for Auburn this year. He's my number 5.
Yeah, I love that. My number 5 is...
Oops. I knew I was forgetting something, Trev. I'm looking at my list, but I forgot that no one else could see the list. So there you go. Now we're ready for Trevor's 5.
So my number 5 guy is actually from a school that I guarantee you nobody thought that was going to be from my top 5, which is going to be a fun discussion for when we come out with overall rankings. But my number 5 guy is Elijah Surratt from Indiana. He really impressed me last season, and he was a big driver of Indiana having the type of offense that they had. He returns as their leading receiver from 2024. And last season, he was a very, very efficient player. He averaged 18.1 yards per catch. He led the team in receptions, led the team in yards, was not the leader in yards per catch. We'll get to that down the road here. He had the longest touchdown reception of the season for them last year, and he had 8 touchdowns, which also led the team. You go and you look, he made 16 contested catches last season. He does his best work to the point of the catch. Like, he's not somebody that's going to catch the ball in the open field, make you miss. But he had some plays that impressed me against Notre Dame. He did. And I know a lot of it was kind of at the end of the game. You were impressed
by a guy catching the ball with his kneecaps? I'm saying sarcastically. It's a heck of a catch, dude.
Yeah, man.
The one he had against Christian Gray, I don't know how – you can't cover a guy better than that. I mean, it was a phenomenal catch.
No. And
but he uses kneecaps.
Yeah, it was nuts. It was one of those where it's funny. I mean, I was next to some IU people in the stands with my dad, and they were talking, and they're like, hey, so Elijah Surratt is like that now. And I was like, yeah, I bet he put in work against Northwestern. I was like, hey, dude, this is Leonard Moore and Christian Gray we're talking about here. And I'll be real. After he made that kneecap catch, the IU fan just kind of turned and looked at me, and I was like, quick nod of the head. I was like, I get it. Fair. Because that was great coverage by Christian Gray. But you go through and you look, and he's a very efficient player. You know, he averaged 16.8 yards per catch against Notre Dame. He had 1 catch for 36 yards and a touchdown against Michigan. Against Michigan State on the road, he had 4 for 59, 2 touchdowns. Against Nebraska at home, he averaged 21.7 yards per catch, finished the day with 3 for 65 and 1 touchdown. Then he had 4 100-yard performances. Now, I don't get too hung up on 100-yard performances, especially because it came against IU's worst competition of the season. I mean, it came against, oh gosh, I don't even know the name of this team. I apologize.
It was Western Illinois, Northwestern, Maryland, and Purdue.
Yep. But in those games against Purdue, in a rivalry game against a very bad, very, very bad opponent, 8 catches for $165, 2 touchdowns, average 20.6 yards per carry. And he's getting an upgrade in overall, I believe, quarterback play this season in Fernando Mendoza.
Agree.
Like, I think he's going to be able to extend plays a little bit more than what, and his name is escaping me, than what their quarterback last season was able
Curtis
to.
Rourke.
That's right. Thank you. Than what Curtis Rourke was. Now, mind you, it came to light that he was playing last season with like a torn ACL or something, which is also crazy. Talk about a baller and just somebody that just wants to play the game. But I think they're getting a quarterback that's going to be able to extend plays, find him downfield a little bit more. And I love the compliment that he has coming back alongside of him with Omar Cooper Jr. So I think Elijah Surratt is poised for another really big season, and they're going to need him to be, because their schedule this upcoming season is nowhere near the walk in the park that last year's was. I mean, this season they're on the road against Iowa, on the road against Oregon, on the road against Penn State. They're home against Michigan State. They're home against Illinois. So they're going to need Elijah Surratt to be all of what he was last season and then some.
My number 4 guy, Trevor, is Antonio Williams. And this is where you and I are moving forward are on the same page, these next 4. So we'll just kind of just share each one. But Antonio Williams to me is what's interesting is I kind of went back and forth on which Clemson guy is going to be their best receiver this year. And I think that was a legitimate discussion. I think TJ Moore could be that breakout guy. I think Bryant Wesco could maybe jump into that role. But I'm going with the guy that was their best guy last year because he's also really talented, and that's Antonio Williams. The thing I like about Antonio Williams is he can kind of hurt you in a lot of different ways. He's a guy that would line up in the slot at times last year and just beat guys with the route running. He's a guy that would line up outside, do screen game. He can beat you deep. He was the only receiver that really made plays against Georgia in the opener. You look at he was great against Florida State. He was just lit Pitt up and then finished the year very strong, 8 for 99 against South Carolina. Went for 5 for 50 in the ACC title game. They did 4 for 60, 6 and a touchdown against Texas. Shifty guy, can do a lot, and just productive. Finished last year at 75 catches for 904 yards and 11 touchdowns. And they've always been kind of waiting for this breakout. As a freshman, he had 56 catches for 604 yards and 4 touchdowns. Then he gets hurt. Plays only 5 games, I think, the year before in 2023. Only has 22 catches for 224 yards, 2 touchdowns because of injuries. Then he comes out last year and has a bounce back performance. Usually you're better kind of when you're further removed you are from an injury. And I just think his versatility is why I think he'll still be the go-to guy for Cade Klubnik. But the fact that they have 2 other guys taking pressure off of him is going to help his production a bunch. But this isn't just a production ranking. Otherwise, we just rank the top 5 returning guys in yards. I just think he's a really just a difficult guy to match up against. He really is. And he's number 4 for me on my list. And Trev, I know he's also number 4 for you.
He is. And we talk a lot on the show about big game production and being a go-to guy in that offense. And I think one of the reasons why Cade Klubnik had a bump in his production is he found that big playmaking security blanket in Antonio Williams. We know how worked Clemson got in week 1 against Georgia. One of their only bright spots was Antonio Williams. He finished that game with 6 receptions for 76 yards, averaged 12.7 yards per catch, against a defense which Notre Dame struggled mightily to throw the ball against. Put a lot of weight into that game. But then it was consistent like that throughout the rest of the season. You go and you look at what he did against South Carolina. 8 catches for 99 yards, also in an ugly loss. Crazy to think that in a game that ended 17-14, they had a receiver average 12.4 yards per catch and have 99 yards of production. Against Pitt on the road in a close 24-20 battle, 13 catches, $149 through the air. In the cold, in 2 touchdowns. And against Texas, I believe Antonio Williams, did he score the first touchdown for Clemson against Texas?
I believe it was a corner route. Yeah, I believe so. I think it was the first or second. I believe it was the first one. I'll look it up while you keep talking, Trev.
But 4 catches for 66 yards, averaged 16.5 yards per catch, and had a touchdown in a playoff game. You could make in most of the big games that they played, the quietest one he had was in a 34-31 shootout with SMU, and he still had 5 catches for 50 yards. And so
it was the first score.
Okay.
It was the first score of the game. Clemson took that first drive right down the field and punched it in.
Yeah, which was really impressive. But Antonio Williams, I was with you, Brian, in that it was kind of like, which Clemson receiver do you pick?
Yeah, it wasn't necessarily an easy decision either.
Mm-hmm.
Like it really wasn't.
I spent a lot of time going back and forth between him and Bryant Wesco.
Yeah,
I really did. But
yeah.
Yep.
And TJ Moore might have been the best of all of them in the end of the season.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like the last 2-3 games, he was outstanding the last 2-3 games. So, yeah, that's an interesting one. Number 3, Trev, for me is Jordan Tyson from Arizona State. This is a fun kid to watch, and he's basically a better version of Antonio Williams. They're very similar in that he's not a slot, he's not an outside guy. He is gonna play everywhere. I mean, he does everything. He'll run screens, he'll run quick game, he'll run crossers, overs. He's really good double move guy. He's got really good top end route runner. He's a guy that can stretch the field, and he's a guy that can win contested catches. That's what something that surprised me the most is he's not the biggest guy in the world. His timing as a jumper is really outstanding. He's got very strong hands, and was just I just kind of say it like I didn't really expect a whole lot or even know what to expect from Jordan Tyson this past season. He didn't play for the 2023 season. In 2022, he at Colorado, he had 22 catches for 470 yards and 4 touchdowns for one of the worst teams in college football. I don't know that anybody was like, oh, this guy. And then he breaks out last year as 75 catches for 1,101 yards and 10 touchdowns and only plays 12 games. He didn't play in the Big 12 title game and didn't play in the playoff, which prevented him from an opportunity to show the world what he can do. But what he was on the hottest tear of the season of any receiver last year. I'm sorry, with all due respect to everyone else, nobody was playing as hot as Jordan Tyson was when he got hurt. In his last 7 games, he went for 5 for 84 and a tutty. He went for 6 for 108 and no touchdowns, 8 for 81 and a touchdown, 7 for 99 and 2 touchdowns, 12 for 176 and 2 touchdowns in a road win over Kansas State, 9 for 125 in a win over BYU, and then 8 for 143 and a touchdown in a road rivalry win over Arizona that clinched their berth in the Big 12 title game. And so when you go look at just his, and then he also had 120 early in the season. He did all that despite only having 2 catches for 7 yards against Mississippi State. He didn't really become the focal point of the receiving corps until about game 5. And when he did, he was unguardable. Now, my only concern is he is coming off of an injury that kept him out of the last 2 games. That is my concern, and that's what kind of made me think, do I really want to have him 3? But without knowing where his health situation is, I've got to assume he's going to be healthy. And if he is, and he can be what he was last year, I mean, he is an outstanding football player. And he was better than Ryan Williams was last year. I don't know that he'll necessarily be better this year, but Jordan Tyson was an absolute monster for Arizona State last year and was a big reason. Cam Scadaboo got all the attention, but I think you can make a case that he might have been their most dynamic player on offense last year.
You always think of a world of what would have happened with that Arizona State game that goes into overtime if they had a guy like Jordan Tyson. Healthy.
Yep.
I mean, that is one of the bigger ifs that goes untalked about from last year's playoffs. Because to your point, first of all, the kid is an absolute dog. I mean, I'm with you. I wasn't really familiar with Jordan Tyson's game until he burst onto the scene. I started paying attention to him after that Kansas State game. On the road against Kansas State, you put up 12 for $176 and 2 touchdowns. Yeah. I mean, that's legit against a top 20 opponent at the time. I mean, on the road, that's an impressive performance. But I think that also goes to speak to where Arizona State is at as an offense, considering they went on and decimated Iowa State in the Big 12 championship game and took Texas, an eventual semifinal team, to overtime without him. And so you add him back into the offense. I'm with you. Questions around health, but if he can come back and return, he's going to be a solidified top 5 wide receiver in the country. I'm with you completely.
Yeah, he's a big time player. My number 2 is Ryan Williams. I think Ryan Williams last year as a true freshman was outstanding. I think some people have tried to pick his game apart a little bit too much by looking at his production down the stretch. And you say, look, he had that big game against Western Kentucky, and he had a monster game against Georgia, and he was pretty good against Wisconsin. But his production down the stretch wasn't great. Didn't do a whole lot in the bowl game. His last 5 games, he never had a single game of over 30 yards. Only had one game of didn't have a single game of over 3 catches, and only had one game that was against Auburn of over 40 yards receiving. I understand all that, but all I would say to that is put in the film. He was not held in check because of him. He was held in check because they were focusing on trying to stop him, and his quarterback was just not good. And we can just come out and say it. His quarterback was not good last season. That the production won't be an issue this year, in my opinion. It won't. And he's also going to be a year older, because this is what a lot of y'all have to remember. Last year was supposed to be his senior year of high school. He reclassified and moved up a year. So he's a little younger than a lot of guys in his grade. This is supposed to be his freshman year, and he's got that whole year at Bama under his belt. You're going to see a monster version of Ryan Williams this year, especially if Bama can figure out their quarterback position, which if they go with Ty Simpson, I don't think Ty Simpson's like this elite player. He's a smart kid. He's a coach's kid. He's going to get the ball where it needs to go. Will he make a ton of plays? That I don't know. And if Ty Simpson's not the starting quarterback, it's either going to be Austin Mack or Keelan Russell, and both of those guys have way better arms than even Ty Simpson has. So the production is going to improve this year, but more importantly, you pop into film, that's as hard of a receiver in the country to guard at his body type. And 4, 3, and 2 for me are all very similar players in skill set and style. He's just better than everybody else, in my opinion. And I think he's going to be way better this year, even than he was last year.
Yeah, he's an absolute elite talent. And despite how impressive what the Georgia game was, it's kind of a similar conversation we had with Jaden Greathouse. He was getting open like that all season. He was. Just the quarterback play was not there. Unfortunately for Ryan Williams, the best route of the season in college football was ran by Ryan Williams, and it was against Auburn. And he was open 3 separate times in one route, and Jalen Milroe threw it into the second row of the stands. Not
Is that Auburn or Tennessee?
Tennessee, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And Jalen Milroe sent it into the second row of the stands, not trying to avoid a sack.
Right.
That's what Ryan Williams was working with last season as a passer.
Yeah.
And so, look, man, I think he's poised for a really good year, because now he just needs somebody to be a point guard and give him the ball. And he's also going to have, I think, better complementary weapons alongside of him to take some of the heat off of him this upcoming season as well.
Yeah. My number one is actually that's your list. My number one is a no-brainer. It's Jeremiah Smith.
Yeah.
I think Jeremiah Smith showed that he was one of the 5 best receivers in college football last year. All the guys that were in the conversation with him are gone. He's going into year 2, where he's going to be a year older, a year stronger. The production was there last year. The dominance was there last year. He played great in big moments. Making that big catch against Notre Dame. Yeah, he was open, but a lesser focused kid might have dropped that ball. We saw a guy from Georgia drop a ball where he was even more open than what Jeremiah Smith was on that play. And he's an incredible talent. Great size, fast, explosive. He's not just vertically fast. He's also athletic. He can do things after the catch. He improved a lot as a route runner as the season went on last year. And I think in year 2, that's a part of his game that's going to get even better, is just sort of like, how do you get open when they're focusing on you as much as teams were at times last year? And so I think he's going to be a guy that makes a lot of plays, and they're going to have a quarterback that's going to make I don't know that you're going to see the consistency and accuracy from Julian Sand that you saw from Will Howard, but you're going to see more of those game wrecker type of throws where he's rolling around and all of a sudden the defense loses Jeremiah and it gets launched downfield for a big play. So you're going to see some of those a little bit too, but I'm really very high on Jeremiah Smith this season. And we talk about guys get a lot of hype and all that kind of stuff, but sometimes, guys, it's just the hype is justified. He is that good of a player, and Jeremiah Smith is certainly that good of a player. There's a gap between number 1 and number 2, and there's a gap between number 2 and number 3. And then after that, there's a lot of guys that are kind of in a similar range, including guys that are at 6, 7, 8, and things like that for us. But there's a very clear number 1.
Yeah, I mean, he's just that guy. One of my best friends is an Ohio State fan, and he was talking after Marvin Harrison left. He was like, yeah, but we got this guy named Jeremiah Smith. I was like, all right, dude, relax. Like, he's going to be the next Marvin Harrison, I bet.
Because we heard that about Marvin. He's going to be better than Jackson Smith at Jigba, and then Jackson Smith at Jigba is going to be better. I mean, it's just that constant Ohio State hype of this next guy is going to be better than the last guy. And then it took you about a game to be like, yep, actually.
Yep. I was like, you're right, dude. I love this guy. What are you talking about? Man, he's so good. I called that from the start, dude. What are you talking about?
I never disagreed with you. You misunderstood me.
You mistook my speculation for doubt. But
yes.
I
was concerned about the quarterback. That's all. That's all. It was not about Jeremiah Smith. Yes, I never doubted him for a second. Yes.
No, he's every bit of the best receiver in the country, man, and he has everything: the size, the speed, the big game performance. He checks every single box.
He does. And Trev, there's a lot of guys we could talk about as far as some of those next in line guys on our list. You had Elijah Surratt. I had Cam Coleman. I know Cam Coleman was very close on your list. There's a lot of, Clemson has 2 other players that could be in the conversation for top 5. I know some people have had Eric Singleton from Auburn in their top 5. There's other people, not just Archer, who's an Ohio State homer, who has I joke with him, but he has Cardinal Tate in his top 5. He's not the only person that has Cardinal Tate in his top 5. I believe also that I think Lindy's also had Cardinal Tate in their top 5. Their top 5 was Jeremiah Smith, Ryan Wilson, Jordan Tyson, Eric Singleton, and then Cardinal Tate was 6, but he would be 5 because their number 5 Evan Stewart's out.
Yep.
Obviously Cam Coleman we talked about. They had Jaden Greathouse at 9. Casey Concepcion at 10. I'm not there with them on that one. They had Antonio Williams all the way down at 13, which I think is way too low for him. I don't know that I like Malachi Fields a lot. He's not someone that I think is in contention for top 5, but he is in contention for top 10. There's a lot of good receivers in college football this year. Denzel Boston's a guy. And then, of course, you get into the Aaron Anderson from LSU should be in the conversation as one of the better slots. Caden Lee from Ole Miss is another outstanding slot. How will Dejon Stribling be in the Ole Miss offense? Who does Mekhi Lemon break out and become a top guy at USC? There's so many conversations to have about really good wide receivers that we should be talking about. And I left off some guys. Does Colin Lacey have a breakout at Louisville now that he's healthy? Yeah. Baylor's got a very underrated receiving core with a couple dudes that could be really good players. Who becomes that dude at Penn State? Does somebody step up? It's going to be a fun year. If you're someone who likes throwing the football, this is going to be a fun year of college football.
Yeah.
A really fun year of college football because there's just a lot of good quarterbacks and a lot of good wide receivers this year. And a lot of these guys were first-year guys a year ago that are now going into, okay, now you're expecting more things from them this season. And it makes for a fun conversation. There's no doubt. It's going to be a fun year. It's going to be a very fun year. So that's going to do it for our breakdown of the top 5 receivers. Next, we're going to get into the top wide receiver units. But before we do, folks, do us a favor, hit that like, hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell, share this podcast with your friends and family. And as always, make sure you're supporting what we do at boards.irishbreakdown.com. Next up on our list, Trev, we are going to break down the top 5 units of college football this season, top 10 pass-catching units. So let's set the stage before we begin this conversation. So this is not a breakdown of the top wide receivers in college football. It is the best pass catchers, positions that are designed to be primarily, first and foremost, pass catchers. So this doesn't include running backs. It is tight ends and receivers and tight ends. Far too often, you'll have a quarterback list, a running back list, a wide receiver list, and an O-line list, and they just leave off tight ends. We will not do that. We are going to include tight ends in this list. So instead of doing a top tight end units and then a top receiver units, we're going to make it one, and we're going to turn it into the top pass-catching units in college football. So this breakdown is going to look at wide receivers and tight ends. It is a projection of what we expect to be the case in 2025. It's not a ranking of who are the 10 best units based on what happened in the past, but based on what we think will happen in the future, meaning this 2025 season. We look at several different things. We look at it's not just about who plays in the offense that throws for the most yards. It's not about who plays in an offense that has the best individual player. I will say this. I'll give you a little bit of hint. There's one player in our top 5 whose unit will not be in my top 10, for example, because he is great, but I don't know that the unit as a whole at receiver and tight end is top 10 worthy. And there's a lot of receiving corps, Trevor, that I think lack a true star that are great units because they're really good 3 to 4, and then they've got a really good tight end. And so we're going to talk about our top 10. Then after that, we will rank we will talk about some of the units that keep an eye on this unit. This is a sleeper unit. Have my eye on this one. And then I'd love to hear from you guys in the chat also. What's your top 10? And then what do you think of our top 10? And if you're going to say, oh, you're an idiot for not having this team. Okay, tell me why. Explain to me other than it's just I'm a fan of that team. So if you don't respect my team, you're an idiot. And respecting my team means thinking everything we do is better than everybody else. If that's how you feel, this isn't elementary school. This is the big boy table. Give me a reason why. I'd love to have a football conversation with you. So leave it in the chat now, or if you're leaving in the comment section, if you're watching later, tell us why we might be wrong about a unit. Make your case. That's what makes it fun. If you just hurl an insult, it just makes me think you have nothing beyond just I'm a fan of this team and I can't think beyond my nose. And so because you didn't have my team where I think you should, tell us why we should have your team ranked higher or another unit. Because I think this is not a unit a situation, Trev, where it's a no-brainer. I'm fully confident in my top 10 should be there because there's a lot of units I look like and I'm like, dude, man, that's I'll give you an example. There's a receiving core that's not in my top 10 that I just can't justify it based on production. But when I project what I think they could be this year, I'm like, I might look bad not having them on my top 10. And that's Florida. I can't justify a team where their top pass catchers had 266, 315, 202, and 207 yards last year. I can't. That's barely 1,000 yards. But by the end of 2025, I may look back and be like, yeah, I should have taken that projection. So my projections only go so far, and it includes transfers, freshmen, and returners. It's the whole thing. So receivers and tight ends. So I'm excited to jump into this, Trev, and dive into this. And this first 6 through 10 is going to be fun, guys, because I'm going to give my 10. He's going to give his 10th. I'm going to go 9. He'll go 9. So a little different format than we've done in the past. So that way it's not one guy talking for 30 straight minutes, although I could do it. But this way it gets a little bit more back and forth and has a little bit more fun in the conversation. So this 6 through 10, I don't think we have a single one in common. Is that correct? Looking at the list, I think we're different on each one. I'm going to start off with my top 10. And my first guy in the top 10, first team in the top 10 is Baylor. Now, this is going to shock some people, and I can honestly say that I have yet to find another outlet or anything that has Baylor in the top 10. And I get it. But I'm telling you, Trev, I really like this unit. And Josh Cameron last year had a really good year for them, over 50 catches, 700 yards. Ashton Hawkins was over 40 and over 500. Michael Trigg is a really talented tight end that had 30 catches and almost 400 yards and 3 touchdowns. And this is also going to be a year where they have Kobe Prentice as part of what they're doing this year too, Trevor, because he was a guy that played for Alabama last year, had a pretty productive first couple seasons, 31 for 337 as a freshman at Alabama, went 18 for 314 and 2 touchdowns, got passed up by some better receivers, only had 11 for 29. He goes to Baylor. He's now part of that unit. I think he adds a little something to it. So I really like this 3-man group. I think they have depth, and I think they have a tight end that's on the verge of a real good breakout season. And they're also going into the next year of Spencer Robertson at quarterback. I really like this Baylor passing game, and I really like this group of receivers. There's not one star in this group. It's just as a unit, they're a very, very good unit that I think is going to produce a lot. And it's a unit where you can't just take one guy out because they have a lot of different guys that can hurt you. So that's why the Baylor Bears are my top 10.
Love it. Love it. My 10th team is actually a team that didn't have anybody in my top 5 as far as receivers go. A little bit of projection here, but a lot of what I'm going to echo is kind of what Brian said about their top guy, but I'm talking about the Auburn Tigers here. I do really like Cam Coleman, and legitimately, and not saying this to be hyperbolic, but if we were making a top 6 list, Cam Coleman would have been my 6th guy because I love what I see on film from him. I'm not as high on Auburn as what some of the other outlets have. Like I've seen some outlets like CBS Sports or Lindy's, maybe, like they have them in Auburn in their top 5. One of those do. And I've seen Auburn ranked pretty high. The questions that I have about them actually don't really lie with Cam Coleman. I like the compliment that Eric Singleton brings to Auburn, but I don't think that Lindy's has him fourth. I don't have them ranked that high. I love what Cam Coleman brings to the table, but I don't think Eric Singleton is what people make him out to be. I don't think he's going to be this 800-yard slot receiver that people are projecting him to be. You look at what he did last year with Georgia Tech, and he had a quality season, but at the end of the day, he wasn't their – I don't believe he was their leading receiver. I think that was Malik Rutherford. Last season at Auburn, he had 56 catches, 754 yards, 3 touchdowns. Malik Rutherford had 62 catches, 702 yards, 3 touchdowns. So their production was split pretty evenly. Singleton had more yards, same amount of touchdowns, slightly less receptions. I like him as a complement in that offense, but not enough for me to propel them above anywhere close to the top 5, in my opinion. I think they're going to be close. I think they're going to be better. I echo a lot of what Brian's points were about quarterback play. That's going to take a step this year because whoever their starting quarterback is going to be better than what Peyton Thorne was last year for them. And then I also, since we are also talking about tight ends as well, you can't really look and turn to returning production. Their tight end, Brandon Frazier, caught 1 pass last year for 16 yards.
I think that's why Auburn's going to look different for us than others because it's not just a wide receiver ranking.
Yep. Very true.
Yeah. My number 9 is the LSU Tigers. And this is another unit that I think some people have ranked higher. I'm a little lower on them just because there's a lot of question marks. This is a unit that's being basically completely redone and at everywhere except one position, and that's Aaron Anderson. Now, that's a great place to start, first of all. So, Aaron Anderson emerged as one of the better slots in the country last season. I think he's a very shifty player, very dynamic player. He's a kid that I believe was originally committed to Alabama and then flipped to LSU. Didn't do a whole lot as a freshman, only had 11 catches for 59 yards, but broke out last season in a big way. And what I like, Trev, is he didn't have like one monster game. Like that's one of my issues with a couple of the guys that some people view as like top receivers is they produced in like a couple big games, but he's a kid last year that in the first 6 games of the year had 5, 5, 5, 6, 6, and 3 catches, went for 64, 63, 96, 75, 73, 81 yards, only goes for 336 against Arkansas, but then on the road against Texas A&M goes 3 for 126, had 7 for 72 against Florida, 6 for 65 against Vanderbilt, and then goes 8 for 100 in the bowl game against Baylor. Just that consistency I really like. And he's a matchup nightmare. If you don't have a really quick, shifty slot nickel, he can eat you up. You can get him the ball on jets. You can get him the ball in the screen game. There's just a lot of different ways that Aaron Anderson can hurt you. And I would actually like to see LSU use him more this year on some of those things. Jet sweeps and reverses and things like that. And he's a very dynamic player, one of the 5 best slots in college football. But my question is more beyond that. And there's a lot of hype that goes into the portal pickups for LSU. And that's where I'm just not as sold on this unit. And there's some questions that need to be answered. Now, when I say sold, I mean sold as in like a top 5 unit. It's still going to be a good group, but I'm not as high on Berrien Brown as maybe a lot of other people. And I've seen him top 10 portal pickup and all that kind of stuff. And I've just have never seen that from him as a receiver. I think what happens is he's a very dynamic kick returner, like maybe the best returning kick returner in college football. And you look what he did at Kentucky. As a freshman, he had 16 returns for 400, averaged 27.5 yards a carry or a return, had a touchdown. The next year, he averaged 36 yards on 16 returns, had 3 touchdowns. And then last year, he averaged 24.9 and had another touchdown on 18 returns. If we're talking about who has the best return units in college football, LSU's in my top 5. Like, there's no doubt about it. I don't think he's as good of a receiver as people make him out to be. And I think the stuff about pointing to the lack of quarterback play is a bit of a cop-out because Dane Key had no problem catching 47 passes for 715 yards and a couple tutties last year with their quarterbacks. And he also led them in receiving yards in 2023. Barry Brown was led the team in catches, but had almost 100 fewer yards than Dane Key, and had fewer receiving yards than Tavian Robinson. So I'm just not as high on him as other people. He's a good player. I think the thing about LSU that makes him the top 10 is they don't have one star, but they're in like they've had in the past, but but as a unit, they're very good. The key that's going to determine whether this is a legitimate top 5 unit, which some think they can be, or a lower top 10 unit, which is still very good, is what kind of bounce back do they get from Nick Anderson? That's going to be the question for me. And I like their depth. They got Chris Hilton. They've got some other good players. But what's going to be what kind of bounce back does Nick Anderson have? Because as a freshman at Oklahoma, he had 38 catches for 798 yards and 10 touchdowns. But he had a pretty significant injury last season, which gives me a little bit of pause and keeps me from really jumping on he's going to be back to being a dude at LSU. If he can get back to looking like the guy he was 2 years ago at Oklahoma, then I think you have to raise LSU up, because I think Anderson's dynamic. I think Barry Brown's a really dangerous complementary player, but Nick Anderson can be a legit number 2, if not a number 1, if he's healthy. I just get nervous about guys that miss a whole season. Like, you won't be seeing me rank Boubacar Traore amongst the 10 best returning edge players in college football, because I got to see that he's going to be healthy this season. And that's kind of where I'm on Nick Anderson. And then the other drawback for me, Trev, is I have question marks at tight end. I know they got some guys in the portal. They did get Donovan Green from Texas A&M, who was a solid player last year for them. Didn't quite break out the way that I thought he might break out. They got Bauer Sharp out of the portal, who was a guy that averaged 7.7 yards per catch last year at the FCS level. And then Tradez Green had 13 catches for 101 yards last year. That's also something that drags it down, because it's not just a pure wide receiver ranking. Losing Mason Taylor, it's a big loss for them. And so love Aaron Anderson. I think they're deep. They're not just 3 guys. They can go 4 or 5 deep at wide receiver. But I just need to see Nick Anderson show that he's healthy and being back to the guy he was 2 years ago for me to say that they're that group. And so that's kind of where I'm at with the LSU Tigers. But they're still a top 10 unit, Trev. They're still good. It's just I have a little bit more question marks about them than maybe I have about some other units.
Sure. No, I get that completely. My 9th group is Arizona State, and a lot of this is going to be carried by the star power of Jordan Tyson. Now, I know we're talking about overall pass-catching units as a whole, and I don't dislike his supporting cast. Jalen Moss is a transfer that came in from Fresno State. And again, you guys know that I hold big game play to a very high regard. You go back and you look at some of the tougher opponents that Fresno State played last season. Against Michigan in the Big House, he had 6 catches for 97 yards, averaged 6.2 yards per catch. You go and look at what he did against UNLV, one of the best teams in the G5 level, 6 catches for 76 yards. Same thing with San Jose State, 6 catches, 85 yards, 2 touchdowns. Crazy enough, he scored all of the touchdowns he had in the season 4. He didn't score his first one until that game against San Jose State, and that was on October 26th.
He was trying to be an Andrew Armstrong for a minute. That's what he was trying to do for a while.
Yeah, he was, and he was. I forgot about that.
Yeah, 70 catches, 1,000 yards, 1 touchdown.
Great. That is one of the crazier stats that I've seen. Little sidebar here. That's nuts. Yeah. But I go and I look at the makeup of this room as a whole. And I love the quarterback that they have coming back. Maybe not as much as what some others are. I love Sam Levitt, and I think I ranked him in my top 10 returning quarterbacks this season.
You have him top 5. I think you had him 5th.
I think that's right. Yeah, I think I did. But I love the starting quarterback that they have coming back. I love Jordan Tyson coming back as well. And then I go and I look at some of the other returning production that they have. Shimon Mateer, I believe is how you pronounce
the tight end. Yeah.
The tight end. Yeah. Averaged a little over 10 yards a catch, had 5 touchdowns last season. And then outside of that, their third receiver is relatively unproven. He has 2 catches for 85 yards and a touchdown of Malik McClain.
He's been around, boy.
He has.
He's transferred to a lot of places.
He has. But I'll be real, man. Jordan Tyson carries a lot of the weight of having this group in here, because I just think that highly of him. But I do like the Jalen Moss pickup. I will be interested to see what happens when you go from like the G5 level to the P4 level.
Yeah.
We've seen that kind of struggle before and use some inferences with, but against the better opponents, this is what he did.
Sure.
But I do like that he's going to the Big 12.
That's right.
That does help. I think that helps that factor.
He's not playing SEC defenses and Big Ten defenses in Notre Dame. Yeah,
exactly. So I think that will play a factor as well. But Arizona State is my 9th team.
My number 8 team is the Indiana Hoosiers. I really like this receiving core this year. I think it's going to be – it showed me something last year. I think it's got a chance to be even better this year. And everything Trevor said about Elijah Surratt, I don't have in my top 5, but he's a top 10 to 12 wide receiver. But it's more so about the unit for me. I think there's a big difference, in my opinion, between Jordan Tyson and Elijah Surratt, but there's a big difference between Indiana's number 2 and number 3 and number 4 than Arizona State's 2, 3, and 4. And that's really what separates it for me because – I look at this receiving core, and I know you're even higher on this receiving core, Trev. So it's not like a comparison of why they should be there. This is a really good unit, and Elijah Surratt, 53 catches, 957 yards, 8 touchdowns. The reason that I have him in my top 10 is and I'll be one to bet you this is a reason why you have him in even higher, is because of I love Omar Cooper's game, and I think he's going to be a breakout player for Indiana this year. I think he's going to emerge as a legitimate, if not number 2, if not a 1B, at least a number 2 in that receiving core. I really like him. I think he's going to have a chance to be a real impact player. They have EJ Williams coming back. I think he gives them good depth this season as a guy that could step up and maybe someday live up to what he was supposed to be coming out of high school when he went to Clemson. Again, Jonathan Brady in the portal gives them a really nice, depth player. Mekhi Jackson last year at App State had 46 catches for 745 yards and 5 touchdowns. And, you talked about, FCS production, but they're not asking him to be a 1 or a 2. He's going to be a 3 or a 4. And then the other pickup for me, and this is where I'm projecting a little bit, I think Holden Stace is going to get his chance to shine this year. I thought going to Tennessee was a mistake. I think this is more of where he should be, and I think you're going to see Holden Stace in this offense really give them a nice 30-plus catch tight end weapon that's going to really help that offense this year and with Fernando Mendoza. So I really like this Indiana receiving core. It's wild that there's going to be can I give the little teaser, Trev? There's going to be 2 teams from Indiana in our top 10. So I think it's great, but I think this receiving core is really good. The reason that they don't, and this is kind of true for a lot of my units, you can be not a top 10 team because you have a great number 1, but not a lot after that. But it's hard for me to put you in the top 3 to 5 if you don't have a true elite player. And while I like Elijah Surratt a lot, I don't think he's an elite player. And that's why I kind of have him down a little bit. But if I'm wrong, as with them and Indiana should be higher, it's going to not be because Elijah Surratt becomes a 75 catch, 1,300 yard guy. It's going to be because he's going to do what he did last year, 50 plus catches, 900 plus yards, if not to 1,000. But it's going to because Omar Cooper is going to say, "Hey, I'm about to match you," and that's what to me could separate them and make me say that's what could raise them in the rankings. Is a breakout from Omar Cooper, and then Holden Stace being what I think he can be at tight end. If he's that, they're 8. If he's better, then I think that helps him jump up even higher. That's why I have the Hoosiers number 8 on my list.
Love it. I'm sticking along the same lines, and we're staying in the Big Ten for my number 8 pick, but it is the USC Trojans. So Roger Dodger, I don't know if you're still in the chat, but you're welcome. No, but in all –
He did this for you, Roger.
I did, actually. I have no justification outside of that. So, Brian, if you want to go to your set – no. Look – I think USC this year, and I know a lot of the pushback is going to be what they lost Zachariah Branch and Deuce Robinson. And look, I understand that. I do believe that USC is going to benefit a little bit from addition by subtraction. There are definitely worlds where you can just have too many mouths to feed. Yes. And I think that's what kind of happened with USC this last season. They had some issues with quarterback turning the ball over, so they made the switch to Jade Maeva. On top of that, you had 6 guys week in and week out that were all begging for the ball, and that's before you account for Woody Marks. That's before you account for some of those guys. So, look, I think that USC this year with a duo of Mekhi Lemon and Jacoby Lane are going to do some things. I really do. They went and addressed the size issue. They lost 6'6" Deuce Robinson. They brought in 6'5" Prince Strachan from Boise State. I'm not expecting him to have a big season. A lot of the weight that I'm putting on USC is between Mekhi Lemon, Jacoby Lane, and I do like their tight end, Lake McCree.
Yeah, you talk a lot about Lane and McCree whenever we talk about USC. You've been very consistent about that.
Yep. I think that a solidified tight end is kind of what has been lacking in their offense the last couple of seasons because they've had so many mouths to feed at the receiver position. So I think he's going to benefit from that. And then, as always, like we've talked about in the show, fan of what Lincoln Riley can do on offense, truly. And I think that his receivers are going to benefit not only from being in an overcrowded room from 24, I think they're going to benefit from getting more shares of receptions, and they're just going to benefit from having, ideally for them, more consistency at the quarterback position this year too. So USC I have at number 8.
This is the only one that I wanted to kind of offer an explanation on why they're not in my top 10. You and I see Mekhi Lemon very similarly. Very good player. You and I see Lake McCree similarly. Good, solid tight end.
Yeah.
I'm just not as sold on Jacoby Lane. I know the 12 touchdowns were nice, but like he caught like 3 touchdowns against Notre Dame.
Sure.
And I think they covered like 20-something yards. You know what I mean? Like there just was a lot of that to his game last year. And, you know, he had a couple really nice games. It was great against Texas A&M. I need to see him do it more consistently. He had 2 games of 100+ yards.
Yeah.
Then he had games of 16, 13, 18, 18, 0, 4. And so that's kind of what's my thing. But it's also Prince Strachan was mediocre in the Mountain West. And I want to see him. So those 2 guys, I still have holdups on them, but you are spot on, Trev. If you project them as breakout players, then yes, you get why USC is going to be in the top 10 because Mekhi Lemon is a legit number 1. I mean, Notre Dame could not guard him in that matchup last year. Like other guys had numbers, but he was the guy that was the matchup problem. Yep. You know, like Deuce Robinson had a play where he out jumped a guy, and then another catch where they literally blew a coverage. Mekhi Lemon was the guy that just Jordan Clark was just like, I can't cover this guy. Like, you can't cover that guy. But he's a legit number 1. But Lane and Strachan will be what determines if USC has a legit number 1 or if they have a legit big time receiving core.
Yep.
But I'm a little bit more. I need to see it more from them. But I totally get where you're coming from. My number 7 unit is the Auburn Tigers, and I'm high on Auburn. I think their receivers, you could maybe make a case they're top 5. I'm higher on Eric Singleton than you are. I think Eric Singleton is a guy that he is what he is. I think that he tends to be overrated nationally when I see people make him out to be like a top 5 overall receiver, which is what Lindy's did. He's not that, but he's really good in that role. And I think that the thing I like about Eric Singleton and why he actually has more value for me at Auburn than he did at Georgia Tech, because at Georgia Tech, he had to be their guy. And I know his numbers were similar to Malik Rutherford's. Malik Rutherford caught a lot of jet sweep type throws. Eric Singleton was the guy that defenses focused on.
Yeah.
At Auburn, they won't be able to focus on him. He will be their number 2 weapon in the pass game. And I think as a complement to each other, that's why I really like Auburn. The reason I'm not as high on them as other people are is I'm not super high on Malcolm Simmons as a legit number 3, and their tight end room doesn't do a whole lot for me. But as far as a 1-2 punch, Auburn's as good as anybody is to me in the top 5 of just 1-2 punches at wide receiver. They're in the top 5 conversation. It's what's after that separates some of those other rooms from this group. And so that's why I don't have Auburn as high. The tight end drags it down. And then I think people that put them top 5 and where Lindy's had them 4 is because they're just looking at 1 and 2. And that's fine. But if we're talking about the entire unit, I would argue that other teams 1 and 2 isn't as far behind Cam Coleman and Eric Singleton as their 3 and 4 are behind other teams 3 and 4. That's kind of where it comes down to for me. But you can't deny that 1-2 punch in my view. And I view Cam Coleman as being one of the elite receivers in college football this year. I see a huge breakout coming for him. And I don't know that Eric Singleton will match the production that Keandre Lambert-Smith had for Auburn last year. You know, he had 50 catches for 981 yards, 8 touchdowns, was a very good player for Auburn last year. Finished the season extremely well, 3 straight 100-yard games. But I think Eric Singleton brings a different type of weapon to Georgia Tech that fits that offense better. You know, you can do so much stuff with him with jet sweeps and screen game and things like that, where Keandre Lambert-Smith was more of a traditional receiver. And I really like that compliment. And so they're going to need some of their younger players to really step up if they're going to be the unit that maybe some other people think that they can be. They're very good. And Malcolm Simmons is a good player. I just don't think he's like that next level type of guy. That's just my takeaway. And their depth is okay, in my opinion, right now. Very unproven. But that 1-2 punch is good enough to overcome the lack of depth and the lack of a tight end presence. It makes them a top 10 unit. And I think it's going to be one of the better 1-2 punches in all of college football this year. That's why I have the Tigers 7.
Fair enough. We are going to go to my number 17, which is the Texas Longhorns. Now, nationally, I know this is going to be a pretty big hot take when we talk national rankings. I mean, Texas I've seen consistently ranked in the top 5, but I think amongst anyone in my top 10, I think you need the most projection with Texas. Not saying that they can't meet some of the expectations that they're getting, but I think because of the play of Arch Manning and him taking over at the helm, I think just by second nature, Texas's receiving core is catching a lot of the updraft that goes with Arch Manning's play. And I understand it, but there's a lot of people in this chat that don't want to have the conversation that if Ryan Wingo had the breakout against Ohio State that Jaden Greathouse had against Ohio State, Ryan Wingo would be getting talked about a lot more than what Jaden Greathouse is being talked about.
That's absolutely correct.
But the fact of the matter is Ryan Wingo didn't have those performances. And we can talk all the live long day about, but he was behind Isaiah Bond and behind Matthew Golden. I'm sympathetic to that as well. But when I go and I look at a receiving core, their most productive guy was a transfer. Well, Trev, you're going to have Notre Dame in your top 10, and their most productive returning receiver was also a transfer. Agreed. Malachi Fields did it at Virginia. But
for 2 seasons.
For 2 seasons. Emmett Mosley did it at Stanford for 1. And when I look at this receiving core, they need a lot of things to pan out correctly. They have the most question marks, I think, amongst the team. Across the board, question marks in the team with my top 10. Because do I believe that Ryan Wingo has the talent to be a number 1? I think he has the talent to be a number 1 receiver. Got to see it. DeAndre Moore, I like him. He's a good complementary receiver. What is he going to do in an offense that also doesn't feature an Isaiah Bond or doesn't feature a Matthew Golden? Remains to be seen. Gunnar Helm is gone at tight end. The guy that they have stepping up at tight end right now, I believe, is Jack Endries.
Yeah.
And he was a productive player last season.
Yeah.
56 catches, 623 yards, 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
He is. But is he going to have a Gunnar Helm type of impact in the Texas offense that Steve Sarkisian kind of needs? I think that remains to be seen. So Texas is up here for me, though. However, I spent a little bit of time talking about the negative. The positive, though, is all of the guys that I'm talking about have really high ceilings. Yeah. I think Ryan Wingo has a very talented, high ceiling. Some of the incoming freshmen that they have also have really high ceilings. And so I always have one of these in every list. I have a team that could be the biggest riser or the biggest faller. And I think Texas is in that conversation because it is a lot of unprovenness, but it also begs the question, everybody's unproven until they go out and prove it. And behind Arch Manning at quarterback and with Steve Sarkisian, who is a good offensive mind in college football, I think that this team could have a really good pass-catching unit as a whole. But I think they, compared to other teams in my top 10, need a little bit more things to work out than what some other teams do. That's why I have them at 7. But they're still a top 10 unit.
Yep. So with me, Trevor, I had 3 teams that are clearly better than everybody else.
Yep.
my 4, 5, 6 are all in a group that I think is better than the next group, but I had a really hard time with where to place these next 3.
Same.
And when I sent you my list, I actually even flipped it from then as I went back and forth. And my number 6 unit is the Ole Miss Rebels. I originally had them 5. I thought about moving them up to 4, ended up having them at 6. That's how close it is for me at 4, 5, and 6. And because there's a lot of similarities. There's one good returner. There's a really good transfer coming in. Some of these teams have really good tight ends that need to step up. There's a lot of similarities here between my next units, but I'm going with Ole Miss next. And I really like this receiving core. Caden Lee as a slot is one of the better slots in college football coming back. I think you could make a case that Eric Singleton gets a lot of hype and Casey Concepcion gets a lot of hype. But I think you could make a case that Jaden Greathouse, Aaron Anderson, and Caden Lee are the 3 best slot receivers in college football coming back this year. And although I know Aaron Anderson moves all over for LSU, if I remember my breakdown numbers correctly, I'm actually, now that I say that, I'm thinking about, like, I gotta go check that again because my numbers track. But when I look at it, Trevor, it's a situation where he was primarily slot. I thought so, 89.2%. But I think you can make a case that those are the 3 best returning slot receivers in college football. And I don't know why. I know why he doesn't get talked about enough. Like last year, because he had other really good receivers. But when you look at this Ole Miss team coming back, I think he's going to be their best player. This is a kid that had 57 catches for 874 yards and a couple touchdowns last season. And they also got Trey Wallace in from Penn State, who last season had 46 catches for 720 yards and 4 touchdowns. You say, well, Brian, like, Penn State's receiving core got shut out. I agree. The difference here is Trey Wallace is coming to Ole Miss to be basically their number 3 receiver. Maybe not in his mind, but that's what he's going to be. Where at Penn State, they need him to be number 1. He's not a number 1. He's a number 2 or he's a number 3. And that's where he's going to be. And I love what they got at tight end. They have Daquan Wright, who had 27 catches for 394 yards and 4 touchdowns last year. Luke Haas transferred in from Arkansas. He had 26 catches for 324 yards and 4 touchdowns. Has a chance to be one of the best 1-2 punches in college football this year, Trev, when it comes to tight end. So I think their tight end room has a chance to be really impactful this season as well. So there's a lot to like about their tight end room. But here's what jumps Ole Miss up for me, and it's going to determine whether they're 6, 5, 4 or better, and that is the performance of DeJon Stribling from Oklahoma State. Last year, 52 catches, 886 yards, 6 touchdowns last year for the Cowboys, in a season that got very much overlooked because of how bad their team was. And I saw him play. He's a bigger kid. He's long, kind of had a breakout. He had 400 yards as a freshman at Washington State, 600 yards as a sophomore at Washington State, comes to Oklahoma State, gets hurt in 2023, and then just kind of nobody talks about him, comes out last year and performs very well. And you could look at it and say there's a couple games he had where he got big yards against teams that aren't very good. 6 for 83 against South Dakota State. Actually, they're usually actually pretty good, but it's still an FCS team. And he had 7 for 174 and 2 touchdowns against Tulsa. I get that. But he also had 7 for 123 and a touchdown against Texas Tech. He had 7 for 101 in the touchdown at TCU. He had 7 for 157 in a touchdown at K-State. The problem is they got their butts kicked in all those games. So I don't think people looked at the production and really respected it because it was in games that didn't matter. And I think that's fair. I think that's a very fair criticism as can he do it in money situations, and defenses in the SEC are a lot better than defenses in the Big 12 last year. And this isn't like old school Big 12 bias. There was a time when the Big 12 defenses were a lot better. They're now not where they were. They're more like they were back in the 2010s, back when Art Briles and Dana Holgerson were, lighting it up at the schools that they're at respectively now. But they were then. So that's going to be the question for me, because I don't know that you can have Caden Lee be your number one in the same way you would an outside guy in that offense. And some offenses, your slot can be your number 1. But at Ole Miss, I really feel like they need a legit number 1 complement outside as well. If DeJon Stribling can be that, then I think Ole Miss goes up my list. If he can't, then they're 6, maybe even lower. But the Caden Lee, the tight ends, and then 2, because here's the difference between them. They have 2 portal guys coming in that both had over 700 yards last year in a Power 4 league, where other teams are asking guys to step up who were putting up similar numbers, if not even worse, at the FCS or G5 level. And that's the difference. And of course, the numbers are going to be there. It's not numbers for me. It's impact production, impact play. And that's my question. Tejon Stribling, if he's healthy, is going to have numbers this year. But is it hollow numbers, or is it this guy made money plays and money situations, and that's going to be the difference. But I really like this Ole Miss receiving core because of the fact that we're throwing in a very productive tight end room into the conversation. And I feel like I got them at 6, and I keep looking back like I think that's going to end up being too low in my view of what that unit can be.
Sticking again along the lines of the SEC, my number 6 team is the LSU Tigers. And I was in a very similar boat with Brian, and I went back and forth quite a bit between my 4, 5, and 6. Now, here's my thing with LSU. I'm staying consistent with I think that LSU is just going to have a better year than what some may project. Maybe not as good of a year as what some others project. But like I've said all along this offseason, every once in a while, Brian Kelly just has one of those seasons where they have a good regular season and make it to the postseason. Can't say they go on a postseason run because they have yet to do that yet. Brian Kelly has yet to do that yet in my lifetime. So, well, maybe not my lifetime, but since 2010. And so when I look at this LSU receiving core, I love that they bring back Aaron Anderson. I know we've talked a lot about him. Nick Anderson, for me, kind of holds the key to what this team can be, very similar to what Brian talked about. If LSU is going to have the type of season that I think that they could have, because I ranked them 8th in my preseason or post-spring top 25. I talked about how they're going to be one of the contenders in the SEC. The receiving core is going to have to play a big part in that success. Berrien Brown is very much a complimentary receiver. Could not echo that more. But where I'm going to be interested is what happens with Nick Anderson. Can he return back to true form? Because if so, a gunslinger in Garrett Nussmeier is going to return a very valuable weapon in that offense. Then I'm also keeping my eye on Trey'Dez Green. He's a former 5-star tight end. I don't put too much weight into that now because he's been in college, but he was an athletic tight end. He caught 4 touchdown passes last season on limited targets, limited receptions, similar to other teams that I have ranked inside of my top 5. Again, it's a little bit of projection here, but that's what this list is, first and foremost, is it's projecting.
All of this is projection.
Yeah, what this could be. But I am putting a lot of faith in what Aaron Anderson can do, because the last time that Oklahoma had a good football season was when Nick Anderson has also had a good season. And I think he could have a very similar impact for – and the reason why Oklahoma went 9-4 that season is not just because of Nick Anderson, but wide receiver was a huge question mark for him last year because of injuries. If he's able to return healthy, I think that's going to bode pretty well for fans down in Baton Rouge.
Well, that's our 6 through 10, guys. We're going to get to 1 through 5 next. But before we do me one little favor before we jump in. See that little thumbs up, that little like button right there underneath us? Go and hit that for us. We would greatly, greatly appreciate that. Trev, let's dive into our top 5. This is going to be what we view as the 5 best receiver units in college football. And it is kind of interesting to look at the rankings and to see kind of how they all play out, because in mine, there's blocks throughout the rankings. And we're going to jump into top 5 as if they're like separate from 6 through 10. But if I was breaking this into like proper segments of how I evaluate the rooms, I would have 1 to 3 as sort of a separate group. Yep. I would have 4 to 6, maybe even 4 to 7 as another block. And then I'd probably go like 8 to 13 as another block, because there's a lot of rooms that are like right there on the verge of being in the top 10 that we could talk about. So that's we do the 6 through 10, 1 through 5, because that's how we always kind of do top 10s. But even within that, it is kind of interesting because there is a separation between my top groups in the top 5 and my next group, which then bleeds in for me into 6 and 7 in that next group. So we had another show about another segment that was about 6 through 10, but I felt like I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the fact that my 4, 5, 6, 7, and even 4, 5, and 6 and 7 units are. I mean, a lot of it's just what about this, what about that, who about this, who about that, and so it doesn't separate as much as you might think from a fact that we're splitting a show. There's a lot more similarity between 4 and 7 than there is 4 and 1, or even 4 and 2 and 3. And that's something that's interesting to talk about. Just because you're 3 and you're 4 doesn't mean that they're close. You know, like, to me, there's a gap between the top 3 units and then 4 through 7. And if someone were going to tell me, well, your number 4 should be number 7, I'm like, all right, well, all I want to know is who's ahead of them, because I'm not necessarily saying you're nuts for having them 7. It's just, I just want to know who you think is better. And I say that about 5, 6, and 7, so it's going to make for a very interesting conversation. But I'm going to go ahead and kick things off, Trev, and talk about my number 5 unit in this list, which I have the Texas Longhorns number 5. And so here's my view on Texas. I don't know that Texas is going to have a legit number 1 this year, and that's a bit of a potential concern about having them 5. But the portal changed the game for Texas this offseason when it comes to their receiving core, because it's their receivers and their tight ends, because the additions of Emmett Mosley at wide receiver and Jack Endes at tight end, and I believe they were both spring portal additions. I believe. I could be wrong on Endes at tight end, but I know Emmett Mosley obviously was a guy that came later. But when I look at their receiver room and I see some of the young players they have, like, Parker Livingston and Aaron Butler, are young guys. They brought in a really talented freshman class that has Jamie French, who's a stud, Kalik Lockett, who's a stud. You got Michael Terry III, who's a stud, Dalen McCutcheon, who's a guy that I love. You got Ryan Wingo, DeAndre Moore. I would look at that group and I would look at Jordan Washington, tight end, and I'd say, yeah, there's some talent there, but that's a ton of projection for a wide receiver room. And it's still projection at receiver, but adding that third player in Emmett Mosley, I just thought changed things for me, because when I look at what he did last year as a freshman at Stanford, he had 48 catches for 525 yards and 6 touchdowns, and then only played 9 games. And he played with a pretty inaccurate, not very good quarterback. He's a talented player. He's athletic. I think he's going to fit this system very well. And then you look at guys like Ryan Wingo, who's very talented, and DeAndre Moore, who's going into his third year, 39 catches for 456 yards, 7 touchdowns last year. Had a nice kind of first year in the rotation type of season, had a great performance in the SEC title game against Texas. Little streaky for me. That's one of the things that kind of holds them back just a little bit when I break down Texas. But I look at it, it's strength. This is one of those ones where it's strength in numbers, because they're not strong talent-wise in 4 receiver spots. They're strong talent-wise in 8 receiver spots. It's just that so many of those guys are young is why I don't have them a little bit higher. It's not so much Arch Manning and those type of things. For me, it's just more about, okay, I just think these guys are talented. I just think they're good. One of the things that holds Texas back for me is I don't think DeAndre Moore is quite as good as maybe some people make him out to be. I thought he had some drop issues last year. I think he was more of a system guy, but he did have some big performances. Ryan Wingo's got to catch the ball a little bit more effectively, this season than he did last year. But I do like Ryan Wingo, and he actually produced more as a freshman than I thought he was. Ryan Wingo is a super raw player, technically, very raw. Yet he was still able to show enough talent to say, hey, we got to find a way to play this guy. I think Ryan Wingo is going to have a bit of a breakout. And breakout for me is 50 catches, 750, 800 yards. I don't know that he's going to break out and be like a 1,000-yard receiver. I think they're going to be a lot like what you and I have talked a lot about Notre Dame. Maybe there's not that one monster 70-plus catch, 1,100-yard guy, but they're just going to spread the ball around to a lot of guys. And the fact is over the course of a potential 15, 16, maybe even 17-game season, if they lose the SEC title game, because for them to win the title last year, they needed 17 games. You're going to need more than 2-3 guys. And when I look at that freshman class, I think those guys have a shot to really provide depth. Jamie French is a dude. Kalik Lockett is a really talented player. Dalen McCutcheon is a savvy football player that one of the biggest mistakes I felt Notre Dame made last year was not pushing for Dalen McCutcheon. I think they could have got him if they pushed for him. So that's what I like about Texas. It's just strength in numbers. And I think at least one of Emmett Mosley or Ryan Wingo, to me, breaks out. And so what you said about projection with LSU in the last show, I'm doing with Texas. And I also think that the Jack Endy's pickup at tight end was big for them. I think he's a very good tight end. Produced at Cal last year. Granted, it was against the ACC, but he also didn't have necessarily a system that was prone to producing big numbers. I actually think Cal had pretty good talent at pass catchers last year, just couldn't stay healthy. But I really like Jack Endy. He's led Cal with 56 catches, 623 yards. But the thing I liked about him is he had 3 for 78 against Miami, 8 for 119 at Pitt, 9 for 101 against NC State. He was a pretty good player, and then went for 7 for 61 in the bowl game against UNLV. So I think that was a good pickup, and he won't be Gunnar Helm. I don't think he needs to be. I just think he needs to be a good complementary player for them, and I think that's what he'll do. So that's why I do like Texas. I think there's a lot of their units being overrated going into the season. This is one that I do like and think has a chance to be really good. What's so surprising? You know that Lindy's did not have Texas in the top 10? Really? I was shocked. I didn't realize that. They didn't have them in their top 10 of top 10 receivers. So I thought that was interesting. A lot of others ranked them a lot higher.
That is interesting.
Yep.
That is very interesting. My number 5 team is the Indiana Hoosiers. And sticking with the common theme of I'm very high on Elijah Surratt. I ranked him as my number 5 returning wide receiver in college football. But what Brian touched on earlier when he talked about Indiana in the previous show is it goes beyond just Elijah Surratt. I really, really like what Omar Cooper is bringing to the table. Look, I was really high and talked about Elijah Surratt's yards per catch at 18.1. Omar Cooper Jr. had more at 21.2 yards per catch. Second on the team in touchdown catches with 7. Finished the season with 28 catches for 594 yards. He is a very, very efficient player.
Was he the guy that was wide open against Notre Dame and they just missed him?
Yep.
Was that him against Rod Hurd?
Yep. That was him. Completely shook Rod Hurd and was wide open. Wide open. So he has big game experience. You guys know how much I love that. But then you go and you look at the depth of the room. I like that pairing. And then you look at last season. I think Omar Cooper, who actually he didn't start for IU last year. Like that was taken up by Miles Cross and Miles Price, like the 2 slot guys. And he's somebody that's coming in, rotating in, and ends the year second on the team in yards and touchdown catches. I think he's going to really benefit from both of the Miles on their team, Miles Price and Miles Cross, who took up a combined 65 receptions last year and over 750 yards. I think a lot of those shares are going to go to Omar Cooper. And then you combine that with the playmaking ability of Holden Stays. I think this is the right fit for him. I think he's going to be in the right scheme on offense. I think he's going to benefit from playing alongside Omar Cooper Jr. and Elijah Surratt. And we've seen what Holden Stays was able to do with the ball in his hands. And some of that was in 2023 at Notre Dame. The kind of knock for him for me is once Mitchell Evans got hurt, some weight got put onto Holden Stays,
a little bit,
and he wasn't what we saw. But different light a little bit because in 2023, the receiving core wasn't quite what we thought it was.
He was a lot younger, too.
He was. And hopefully he benefits from having a year in Notre Dame system as a tight end. He went to the SEC and was a tight end for 1 year. Hopefully he can bring a lot of that experience with him to Indiana, and he'll be able to be a more focal point of that offense as well. But looking at that trio as a whole, I really like. They bring back E.J. Williams, like he talked about. Didn't do a whole lot last year, 2 catches for 49 yards.
Never been able to stay healthy. It's so sad. I mean, because you look at what he was like early on in his tenure at Clemson, there was expectation he was going to be a good player. He's going in his 6th year, but as a true freshman at Clemson, he caught 24 passes for 306 yards. Remember, he had 4 catches for 80 yards and a touchdown in the ACC title game against Notre Dame.
Yeah, he did.
But then he could never stay healthy after that. He only played like 7 games the next year. Played all year, but was injured after like 5 games the next year, missed half the season of 2023 at Indiana, and he missed all but 4 games last year. He's going into 6 years. He's never going to stay healthy. But if he could stay healthy, Trev, he's a good depth player for them. I just always feel for kids like that because you're just like had such promise and then just injuries kind of derailed. Injuries and some other things derailed his career.
But they do have some safeguards in place just in case he's not able to make it back to health. They got Mekhi Jackson out of the transfer portal from Appalachian State. He was a productive guy when he was there, 46 catches, 745 yards, 5 touchdowns. And so he's somebody else that they also got Jonathan Brady. I'm not entirely sure.
I think he came from Cal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah. He was he was like, I think 5th on the team in catches, had over 30 catches for the 100 yards.
Okay.
He's a P5 guy or P4 guy.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, good deal. But they have depth. They check a lot of the boxes for me. I mean, they have, in my eyes, an elite playmaker in Elijah Surratt. They have good depth. I love Omar Cooper. And then they have players that need to step up kind of into that breakout realm, the Holden Stays, the Mekhi Jacksons. They need to step up. Ideally, E.J. Williams is able to stay healthy, but they have the ingredients for a top 5 receiving core in my eyes.
I want to add something to what you were talking about, Trev. You're talking about guys coming up from the G5 level. Mekhi Jackson, for the record, talking about how he performed against some of the better teams on the schedule.
Yeah.
Against Clemson, he had 6 catches for 54 yards and a touchdown. Against East Carolina on the road, who's a bowl team and a win for them, he had 6 for 86 and a touchdown. Against James Madison, who was very good last year, late in the year, in an upset win over James Madison last season, by the way. James Madison last year was a 9-win team last year.
Yeah.
And he had 5 catches for 162 yards and a touchdown. And then in the end of the regular season, they played Georgia Southern, who another bowl team on the road, and he had 5 catches for 157 yards and a touchdown.
Mm-hmm. So
it fits your mold of, guys that showed that they can do it. Not just like the one game we kept banking on last year with Chris Mitchell, but this guy did it in 4 or 5 different instances.
And if there's one thing we know about Curt Cignetti is he knows how to coach up G5 guys to compete with.
Doubt.
I mean, that's going to be.
He knows what the transition is like for those guys.
Absolutely.
No doubt. These next 4, Trev, this is where we're on the same page. So we will kind of be able to roll through these a little bit quicker because we're just going to be kind of adding on to each other's conversations. But my number 4 is the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. And I had a tough time putting them 4 because I just kind of felt like, am I seeing this through green, blue and gold colored glasses? But at the end of the day, when you look at it, and I'll make the case of why Notre Dame is 4 is this. There's only of the teams in in the top 10 that we look at, the teams that we considered for, who's going to be that. They were one of, I think, 4 teams that we considered that had a 800 and a 500-yard Power 5 receiver coming back. So they can match Indiana in that regard. They matched LSU in that regard. And I counted Nick Anderson's season from before. So to have LSU in the mix, you even need someone back. And then you have Ole Miss in the mix who had that as well. And so you look at Lindy's. This is an outside source, not a very pro Notre Dame source at all. There was only 5 teams that had 2 receivers in the Lindy's top 20 rankings. It was Alabama, obviously. It was Ohio State. It was Auburn. It was Clemson, and it was Notre Dame. They had Jaden Greathouse number 9 and Malachi Fields number 16. And then when you throw in the fact that you've got Will Pauling coming in, you've got Jordan Faison, you have 2 young big-time recruits that are battling to be 5 and 6, and Cam Williams and Micah Gilbert. You talk about how they play well together. Notre Dame has 2 guys on their team that had over 800-yard seasons at a Power 4 conference. Malachi Fields did it twice, and Will Pauling did it 2 years ago at Wisconsin, the last time he played for the current Notre Dame receivers coach. But the biggest reason for me of why I jumped them up to 4, because they are part of the group from that 4 to 7 conversation, is I think they have 2 number 1 candidates where a lot of other teams only have 1. They have better depth than like an Auburn, for example, in my ranking. And the other part of it is it's projecting a big year from Eli Raridon. That's the final piece for me is if it was just about receivers, maybe I'd have a different conversation. But I love Ole Miss's tight ends. I talked about that. But if you talk about DeJon Stribling versus Malachi Fields, I'm taking Malachi Fields. And I've done this on multiple shows, and I broke this down on the board. But if you compare Jaden Greathouse's numbers to the other top slots, Eric Singleton, Casey Concepcion, Caden Lee from Ole Miss, Aaron Anderson, his numbers not only were better than all those guys, they were significantly better than all of those guys. I brought this up the other week, and I'm gonna bring it up again to kind of show the point. So this is Jaden Greathouse's numbers last year against other perceived top slots, including Antonio Williams from Clemson, Aaron Anderson, Zechariah Branch, DeAndre Moore. Jaden Greathouse's completion percentage was 79.2. The next closest, Antonio Williams at 75. Jaden Greathouse at 11.2 yards per target. So every time he was targeted, they averaged this many yards, 11.2. The next closest, Aaron Anderson at 9.9. Aaron Anderson's the only player on this list who had a higher yards per catch number than Jaden Greathouse, and that was 0.2. He was 14.3. Jaden Greathouse is 14.1. His contested catch rate is 84.6. The next highest is 63.6 by DeAndre Moore. His first down rate, which is the number of catches he had that converted first downs, is second behind only Aaron Anderson. And Jaden Greathouse had only one drop. The next lowest number on that list is Zechariah Branch, who had 3. So when you say, okay, well, Casey Concepcion 2 years ago had twice as many targets as Jaden Greathouse. Okay, cool. Let's double Jaden Greathouse's targets and say he doubles the number of drops. He's at 2. Concepcion had 5. And so look what he did on the biggest stage that he played on last year. He dominates Penn State in the second half. He dominates the second half against Ohio State. And this wasn't against backups. I mean, look what he did to Caleb Downs. Look what he did to Jordan Hancock. And you just look at it and say, okay, that breakout season, when he was targeted, he was elite. And you start to understand why. I look at Jaden Greathouse as a guy that said, we should be talking about him as among the best slot receivers in college football. The numbers back it up. And then you have a guy who in 2 years in a Power 4 league with no quarterback had over 50 catches and 800 yards. You look at what Jordan Faison did last year against Indiana in the playoffs, against Georgia in the playoffs, what he did as a freshman when healthy. You look at what Will Pauling has done in his career. He's got over 1,000 career receiving yards that he's bringing in from a Power 4 team, 2 Power 4 teams, Cincinnati, and then obviously at Wisconsin. And that doesn't get into former 5-star Cam Williams, former top 250 4-star recruit Micah Gilbert, doesn't get into K.K. Smith. It's a much better receiving corps. Well, you got to prove it in Notre Dame uniform. That's true for almost every team we've talked about in this list. Almost every team we've talked about in this list has a transfer from here or there that needs to have somebody step up. I mean, I look at my 10 alone. Baylor needs a transfer to step up. LSU needs multiple transfers to step up. Indiana needs multiple transfers to step in and provide depth at receiver, and then their tight ends a transfer. Auburn is expected their number 1 or 2 guy to be a transfer this season. Texas needs a transfer at tight end and receiver to step up. Ole Miss needs 2 transfers as their number 2 and 3. Texas needs transfers to step up. The teams ahead of them are going to need are the ones that aren't looking at transfers. Is the 3 teams ahead, and they'll have 1 transfer. But 4 through 10, all of them are counting on transfers to step up this season. So you can't say, well, they got to prove it, because that's true for everybody. So I think those are things that I look at and say the stats are there. The outside perception ranking of their top 2 players is there. And then you look at the depth of the position and not what they can do, but what they've just done. Is they don't need Jordan Faison and Will Pauling to do anything other than what they've done already in their careers. The only guy that needs a big jump this year, in my opinion, is Eli Raridan. And I'm projecting that, which is why I settled in on Notre Dame number 4. It was really once I factored in what I expect Eli Raridan to be. I think he's going to have a really big year at tight end.
Per my list, the thing that separated it the most for me to put Notre Dame at 4 is in my top 5, there's a clear difference in my confidence in the 1s and 2s in my top 5 and the 1s and 2s in my 6 through 10. Notre Dame's question marks at receiver, at just wide receiver, begin at the 3. And the question marks are, will Jordan Faison be healthy and will Will Pauling remain healthy? But in a lot of my other 6 through 10 teams, there's a lot of question marks around the number 2. The number 2 guy. Like, am I putting Malachi Fields up, putting him in the same category as a Jordan Tyson? No, I'm not. But what I am saying is, look, if you think about the number 2 receivers in my 6 through 10, and you're talking about guys like we talked about the concerns about, Jacoby Lane at USC. Mm-hmm. We talked about who's going to step up alongside Jordan Tyson at Arizona State. For me, for Texas, we talked about, will DeAndre Moore be the number 2 guy? Will Ryan Wingo step up to be the number 1? What goes on there? LSU, the same question marks there. They have the ingredients to have a 1, 2, 3, but that pecking order isn't sorted out yet. Notre Dame's pecking order is, for all intents and purposes, kind of sorted out. And it's more of a 1A, 1B situation, not 1, 2, when you talk about Malachi Fields and Jaden Greathouse. On top of that, we all believe that Notre Dame is tight end you. I got to see from Eli Raridon as well. Sure. I'm on board with that. But in previous history, what has shown us that a tight end doesn't break out for Notre Dame?
Notre Dame starting tight ends produce.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just a fact. Troy Nicholas had 5 catches in 2012, and he breaks out and becomes a 3rd-round draft pick in 2000 after 1 season in 2013.
Right.
Ben Koyak's a backup his whole career, steps in and has 30-plus catches for about 400 yards in his 1 year as a starting tight end.
Cole Kmet.
Yeah, right.
I mean, Cole Kmet turned his 1 season into being a round 2 draft pick.
Yep.
His 1 season. Before that, in 2018, he had 15 catches for 162 yards, and that's it. No touchdowns, nothing. Eli Raridon last season had 11 catches for 90 yards and 2 touchdowns. So you could argue he has a leg up as far as producing touchdowns.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it comes down to for me, for Notre Dame.
I think there's also a misconception that people say, like Blake's trying to make the point, and I think he's making a fair point. He says, I think the difference between Notre Dame's receivers proving it and other schools have shown transfers can come in and play well. We haven't had the on-field success with transfer receivers recently. And again, I push back on that because they did have one in Ben Skoranek. From Ben Skoranek to last year, they had 0 transfer receivers come in and play in the fall. And so you didn't have transfer receivers. And again, Bo Collins was exactly at Notre Dame what he was at Clemson. Jaden Harrison was at Notre Dame what he was at Marshall. The only guy who didn't play up to his potential was Chris Mitchell, who came in from the FCS level. And I would also say that there's other receiving corps like LSU. CJ Daniels has a 1,000-yard season at Liberty, goes to LSU, and he doesn't play very well. Doesn't do a whole lot. So there's been plenty. And you look at Texas last year. Matthew Golden comes in and has a great year as a transfer. Does very, very well. So are we going to just focus on that, and are we going to completely ignore the fact that Silas Bolden went from being a guy that had over 50 catches and over 700 yards as a Power 5 receiver the year before, only had 30 for 315, actually only had 23 for 267 and a touchdown at Texas? No, because other guys played well. So I think we're making too much as Notre Dame fans of the whole, well, they haven't shown they can get portal receivers. When was the last time they got a portal receiver who had produced in college at the P4 level the way that Will Pauling and especially Malachi Fields have done? It's a very different conversation. It's not apples to apples. It's apples to oranges. You needed Bo Collins to play above anything he'd ever done in his career to match what Bo Collins or what Malachi Fields has already done twice at Virginia. And Will Pauling did in a year at Wisconsin. The other part of it is one of Notre Dame's transfers has spent 3 years playing for Notre Dame's current receivers coach. So I think that factors into it as well. I think if you're going to knock Notre Dame, you have to look at the production of the offense, and that's fine, but that's not how we're ranking this. We're ranking this, well, what would the Notre Dame receivers do if they were at Texas or Bama or Ole Miss playing for those coaches? We wouldn't be having the same conversation. So that's why I say it's not a stats conversation. It's an effectiveness, dominance, talent conversation. And I think when you look at it that way, that's why I'm comfortable with Notre Dame being 4. Here's my point. You have to do a whole lot more projection to project who's going to be number 1 at Texas than you do for Notre Dame. Whole lot more. Because Notre Dame has a guy that's proven to be a number 1 at the Power 4 level. And they have another guy that proved that I can play against Penn State and Ohio State with championship on the line and dominate. So I think that's why I say I don't feel like I need to defend too much about Notre Dame, because I think the numbers speak for themselves. And even outside rankings, I look at Lindy's, who didn't have Notre Dame in their top 10 of receiver units, but which is odd when they had 2 Notre Dame receivers ranked in the top 20, when the only other schools that did that were Ohio State, who they ranked number 1, Clemson, who they ranked number 2, and Auburn, who they ranked number 4, and Bama, who they ranked number 7, and then Notre Dame. So the receivers aren't even my beef. My beef, if you're going to push back on Notre Dame, it's the fact that their tight end only caught 10 passes last year. That's what I think people should point to. I think Malachi Fields, Jaden Greathouse, Will Pauling, and Jordan Faison alone is a top 10 receiving core. Easily top 10 receiving core. It's, the pushback is more so for me on Eli. I get you got to prove it. What more does Jaden Greathouse need to prove than what he did against Penn State and Ohio State last year? Malachi Fields has proven it. He's got to do it in Notre Dame uniform. That's also true for Texas and Ole Miss and Auburn and Clemson and not Clemson, LSU and all the other teams we've talked about. So that's why I'm comfortable with this now, after debating it for a while, because this is going to come across as a homer pick. And that's why, it took me a while to get comfortable with putting them at 4. And I was shocked when you had them at 4 too, Trev. I was like, okay, if Mr. I got to see it has them at 4, then I feel better about my answer. I do. But honestly, if you guys want to push back and say that they should be lower, this is what I said earlier. 4 through 7, I'm not going to argue with you about having them lower. I just would want to know who you have ahead of them. That's all. But if you wanted to say I think Texas and Ole Miss is better, I'm like, well, here's why I have Notre Dame higher, but I'm not going to sit here and argue with you about it.
Yeah.
Because it is really close between 4 and 7 for me. Very close. Very close. So that's my 4, Trev. Let's go to number 3. Why don't you kick us off and break down the number 3 unit?
Yeah, the number 3 unit for us, because we have the same 1 through 4, is the Alabama Crimson Tide. And it goes beyond we obviously know how high we are on Ryan Williams. We know what commodity he is. It's what comes back around him that has us so excited about this pass catching unit. Jeremy Bernard comes back after putting up a season where he had 50 receptions, 794 yards, 2 touchdowns. One of my favorite portal pickups from the offseason also landed in Tuscaloosa, and that's Isaiah Horton from Miami. Now, he gives them an element in their offense that Alabama hasn't had at receiver for quite some time. Yeah. Like a big
used
body,
to have all the time.
Literally.
But now, they haven't.
And I think he is going to be a great complement for what Ryan Williams and Jeremy Bernard do. But Isaiah Horton last year at Miami, he put up 56 receptions, 616 receiving yards, 5 touchdowns. Really, really like that production. Now they have a certified weapon in the boundary that they can use, and that gives Ryan Williams and Jeremy Bernard a little bit more freedom to the field side to kind of go. And you combine that with getting Grubb back, their offensive coordinator, or DeBoer's offensive coordinator from Washington. I will say, I know we talked about there being a gap between 1, 2, and 3, but I also had a tough time in the top 3. I knew who my top 3 were going to be, but the order of 2 and 3 was a little bit difficult for me. But Alabama overall, they check a lot of the boxes like I've talked about. They have the star power in Ryan Williams. They have the depth. I do have a question about their tight end, and my question about is literally I just don't know a whole lot about him. And that's my only pushback, and that's what separated it from me between 2 and 3.
Yeah. I think Ryan Williams is going to be a much more productive player this year at Alabama. And you look at Jeremy Bernard, I think his production was also kind of tamped down a little bit last year because of the quarterback. I think, and he's an experienced guy. The thing about him too is he came from this offense. I mean, he spent a year in this offense with them at Washington. It was a good player for them as kind of like a number 3, 4 option. Then he comes out, he's a legit number 2 option for Alabama last year. I think he's a really good number 2. The Isaiah Horton one is the one that really sent them over the top. If it wasn't for him, there's no even debate 2 and 3. And I think there's a debate in 2 versus 3 right now. There's a legitimate debate to be had on 2 versus 3. But I look at it and say, getting Isaiah Horton, who is he a number 1? No, but he's a really good number 2 complementary player to what they have. They also have depth. You've got Jalen Mbakwe, you've got Cole Adams, you've got Jalen Hale, who are all talented young players. You've got depth at tight end. I don't think they have any stud tight ends, but they have depth at tight end, and they can do some different things. So this is a really good receiving core, and I expect the play quarterback to be better, whether it's Ty Simpson, whether it's Austin Mack, or whether it's Keelan Russell. If I had to bet, if I was a betting man, I would bet that it's going to be Ty Simpson, and until they feel either Keelan Russell is ready, or if Ty falters, then I think they turn the keys over to Keelan Russell. That's what I would predict would happen. But if Ty Simpson plays well enough, he may not give that job up. But either way, all three of them are going to just be better fits for this offense than what Jalen Milroe was. And I don't mean to bang on Jalen Milroe. He was a tremendous player for them in 2023. It's just that he was a bad fit, in my opinion, for the offense that Kalen DeBoer wants to run. That's really what my pushback was. So that's where I'm at with that group. My number 2, Trev, is the Clemson Tigers, and so we put our top 10 list together separately, and then we give them to each other and we compare them. I thought you were going to put Alabama number 2, kind of like a lot of other people put Alabama number 2. I was shocked that you had Clemson number 2, but I was happy because we both have Clemson number 2. And really what it comes down to for me is, do they have a number 1 as good as Alabama? Debatable. He was better last year. I don't think he'll be better this year, but their number 2 and 3 are significantly better than really, honestly, anyone's 2 and 3 outside of our number 1 team. And maybe Notre Dame, maybe. But I even think I think their 2 and 3 is better than anybody else's 2 and 3. And when you look at, and we don't even know who their 2 and 3 is, meaning you can make a case for TJ Moore being 2 and Wesco being 3. You can make a case for Wesco being 2 and TJ Moore being 3. They got Cole Turner coming back. Tight end is a little bit of a question mark for me, Trev, because they did lose Brenningstool and Olsen Pat Henry only had 9 catches for 143 yards last year, but 121 yards last year. But I feel about him like you feel about the tight end at LSU. I think he's a talented kid who just was behind a pretty good tight end last year, and so he didn't get a lot of opportunities. I think he's a pretty good pass catcher. The thing that I'll say, they also have Tyler Brown coming back. The thing that I'll say is Clemson is in a position where if they lose one of their top 3, there's a big drop off. And I actually think you could make a case that Clemson's number 2 is every bit as good as Ohio State's number 2, and that Clemson's number 3 is much better than what Ohio State's number 3 has shown to be. The two differences are the number 1 is way better, and I like the tight end better. But the other thing about Ohio State is if Ohio State loses one of their guys, even Jeremiah Smith, they just move. Listen, it's move Cardinal Tate into the number 1 role, Brandon Wingo, but then you go Mylan Graham, and I mean there's depth there. There's talent there at Ohio State that I don't know that Clemson has. And so I would argue that Clemson's top 3 is arguably as good as anybody else's, including Ohio State's, because of how good their 2 and 3 are. But the difference is the depth. They cannot afford to have anybody go down, and there's a big difference at proven production at tight end. And so that's why I have Clemson number 2, Trev. And I'm probably talking a little bit too much about Ohio State, but they're closer to number 1 after I broke it all down than they are to number 3. Like, I think the top 3 are very clearly the top 3, but I do think there's a gap between 2 and 3. With all due respect to Jeremy Bernard and Isaiah Horton, they're not as good as the 2 and 3 at Clemson. They're just not. Yeah, agreed. And when I talk about, just the comparison between 1 and 2, dude, the 3-headed monster at Clemson of Bryant Wesco, Antonio Williams, and TJ Moore is as good as it gets in the country. Mm-hmm. It truly is. I have more questions about Ohio State's 3 than I do about Clemson's, whichever they elect is their 3, between Bryant Wesco or TJ Moore. But then what separates it for me is the player at the top for Clemson versus the player at the top for Ohio State and the tight end, which I know we're going to get to Ohio State in a second. But yeah, Clemson was the clear-cut number 2 for me.
I love what they put together, what they bring. They all work well together. Like they're different types of receivers. And I think that also has to factor in because you've seen some receiving cores in the past. Like, I mean, I'll take Notre Dame in 2018, for example. Miles Boykin and Chase Claypool were two excellent receivers for Notre Dame in 2018, but they were kind of the same guy.
Right.
Whereas Clemson, they have three guys that can be on the field together at any point in time, and they can all be used differently. And I think that's a really, really good combination for Dabo Swinney and for Garrett Riley, their offensive coordinator. The more and more I dive into Clemson's receiving core, because I know I said I was shocked sometimes at the numbers that Cade Klubnik put up, but then you go and you look at the receivers that he had to do it, and it kind of starts to paint a better picture for you.
Mm-hmm. I think the other thing about Clemson, too, is the receiving core that we saw against Georgia was very different from the receiving core that we saw late in the year. Because Wesco and Moore only had 2 catches in that game, and they were playing Adam Randall, and some of the other guys were getting more playing time. By the end of the year, those younger players, Troy Stellato was playing, Cole Turner was playing a decent amount. But by the end of the year, you started to see a lot more of Moore. And then you started to see a lot more of Wesco. And then it became like this 3-headed monster. It wasn't that the whole season because those guys were freshmen. And it took Cade Klubnik some time to kind of really get comfortable with all 3 guys. But by the end of the season, you started to see at least 2 of them play really well in each game. And then sometimes it's all 3. And I mean, even against South Carolina, a game that only scored 14 points, I thought their receivers played really well that game. They turned the ball over and they just couldn't punch it into the end zone. You look at what they did against SMU and the production they had that game, and just, they're the top 3 receivers in that game. And then they were just great against Texas. And I know it's only one game, but Texas had one of the best secondaries in college football last year. And if you watch that game, with all due respect, the best receiving core in the field that day was not Texas.
100%.
With Matthew Golden and Gunnar Helm and Ryan Wingo and DeAndre Moore and Silas Bold. The best receiving core in the field that day was without question Clemson. Without question. Now, they did lose one of the guys from that. In Brenningstool, they lost from that. But, I mean, TJ Moore went for 9 for 116 in a touchdown. Antonio Williams had 4 for 66 in a touchdown. Bryant Wesco had 3 for 30 in that game. Like, that was the best receiving core. And some of the catches they were making were just like, that's an unreal catch. That's an unreal route to get open like they did on that play. And I just think they were young. They're going to build on that and be a really dynamic group. I just have questions about the depth. I know that they got the transfer in from Southeast Missouri State. He was very productive at the FCS level, 70-plus catches, 900-plus yards. I just really struggled to put too much into a FCS transfer who wasn't like putting up just monster numbers to really be able to project the same way. So I do have questions about their depth, but their starting 3 is as good as any in college football, in my opinion. Our number 1 group, Trev, it's the Ohio State Buckeyes.
Yeah. And for a lot of obvious reasons, some that we've already covered. But look, you got Jeremiah Smith at the top. He's just he's the best returning receiver in college football. And if it wasn't for Jeremiah Smith, I think more and more people would also be talking about Carnell Tate as a very viable option as their number 1. He is also a really, really great talent at that position. What puts Ohio State over the top for me, in combination with Jeremiah Smith, is them picking up Max Clare at tight end.
Yeah.
They're getting an upgrade at tight end. Yes, I know they lost Emeka Egbuka. I have no doubt that Carnell Tate slots right into the offense as their next number 2 go-to guy. But you're getting an upgrade at tight end going from G. Scott to Max Clare.
Big upgrade.
Yeah. I mean, he's going to be a very lethal weapon in that offense, complements their offense well. But that's what separated them for me. But if you just look at their receiving cores in a vacuum, like starters, Clemson has an argument to be number 1. Because I think that I would trust one of Bryant Wesco or TJ Moore over Brandon Inniss right now. But like we talked about earlier in the show, at Ohio State, sometimes you just have to tip your cap when you're a program that is a factory of a position, right. And that is Ohio State. It truly is.
Because why do we feel that way about Wesco or Moore compared to Brandon Inniss? Well, they were younger and produced way more than Brandon Inniss. The reality, though, is that's partly because Brandon Inniss didn't play a whole lot because he was on a team that had Jeremiah Smith and Carnell Tate and Emeka Egbuka. And so the opportunities weren't there. the same for him. And, Ohio State, there's projection there with their number 3 guy. But their number 1 and number 2 is as good as anybody in college football. I mean, that they can match, if not surpass, Clemson. But what makes this a no-brainer, in my opinion, Trev, as you mentioned, is Max Clare at tight end. But the other thing I like about Ohio State compared to Clemson, as I was talking about during the Clemson section, is I do have a lot more faith in the depth of their depth chart. Now, they just because of the talent, those guys haven't produced a whole lot. Quincy Porter's a true freshman, and Phillip Bell's a true freshman, and Bryson Rogers has only got 5 career catches, although I think he's a very talented player. Mylan Graham last year didn't play a whole lot. I don't think he caught any passes, but I remember him in high school. He's a very talented player. I don't know that those guys exist at Clemson because they are TJ Moore and Bryant Wesco, who are now their 1s and 2s. And so that's kind of a thing for me is I like the depth at Ohio State. I like the depth at tight end. Wills Kazmarek is a guy that is a really solid number 2 blocking tight end that's caught 30 passes the last 2 years. So, but getting Max Clare and what he did at Purdue on a team that honestly just wasn't very good, it impressed me. And now you bring him to Ohio State where he's going to be a guy that you're what, 3rd, 4th best option. He's going to get some really favorable matchups, but as bad as Purdue was last year, he had 685 yards, 51 catches. To put that into perspective, his 51 catches last year, Trev, was 27% of Purdue's total production in the pass game last year. And his 685 yards last year was 31% of Purdue's total pass game production last season. Everybody knew where the ball was going. In any clutch moment, it was going to Max Clare. Now, on 3rd and 9, he's probably the last guy you're thinking about having to defend on 3rd and 9 in those situations. So that's the thing for me. It's just we've seen Ohio State have guys that go from don't producing a lot to breaking out. And that's why. And I don't think Brandon Ennis's lack of production is due to him not being as talented as we thought he was coming out of high school.
Oh, sure.
It's lack of opportunity.
Yeah.
Had something happen to Emeka Egbuka last year, and let's say, God forbid, he got hurt early in the season, I think by the time we got to the playoff, Brandon Ennis would be a baller. And so there's projection there, but it's projection based on his talent and also projection based off of the track record at Ohio State of what they can produce. I mean, you look at what they had to do last year, and Ohio State wasn't going into last season and like, oh, we're the same receiving core we were the year before. They had to replace Marvin Harrison. They had to replace Cade Stover. They had to replace Julian Fleming. They had to replace 3 of their top 4 receivers. And I think their receiving core is better last year than it was the year before.
Yeah.
And, Garnell Tate has 18 catches for 264 yards as a freshman. It's not a lot of production, but then he jumps out last year and has 52 catches for 733 yards and 4 touchdowns and had some very clutch moments. I mean, Texas completely shut Jeremiah Smith down. He had 1 catch for 3 yards. So what makes them so dangerous? Okay, Cardinal Tate goes 7 for 87. Nebraska does a good job of keeping the top 2 receivers. I felt they kept in check last season in that game for the most part. Is they definitely did a good job talking about Nebraska in that game. They had a near upset. But they did a good job of not letting Jeremiah Smith go off in that game. He had 3 catches for 70 yards. It came on really one play. Emeka Egbuka against Purdue last year had 1 catch for 10 yards and a touchdown. Who was their top receiver? It was Cardinal Tate, who went for 4 catches for against Nebraska. Emeka had 3 catches for 20 yards. And against Nebraska, Jeremiah Smith had 3 for 20. So your stud receivers, your future first-round draft picks, against Nebraska combined for 5 catches and 90 yards. What does Cardinal Tate do? 4 catches for 102 yards and touchdown. Like, that's what makes them so good is you could take 2 guys out and they still got 2 guys that can hurt you. And so that's why they're my number 1 unit. And I don't think that's it's one of those ones where I wanted to try to make a case for Alabama or Clemson to be better just because I don't like going along with the flow. But I respect my credibility. I value my credibility more than I value wanting to disagree with people. And it's a no-brainer. it's the best receiver room in college football, especially when you include the tight ends into the conversation. Trev, we had a couple others we're going to talk about just before we get out of here real quick. Couple sleeper rooms that we're about to that we like. I have a couple sleeper units that I really like. Keep an eye on Nebraska's receiver room with Dane Key. He's actually was the best receiver Kentucky the last 2 years. They also got Naziah Hunter from Cal, who I like a lot. They've got some young talent at tight end. I think Georgia Tech is a sleeper team. I just need to see Isaiah Canyon break out first. They also got Eric Rivers from FIU, who had a 1,000-yard season from FIU. I like their tight ends. I had Arizona State on mine. Penn State, if they weren't depending on like literally everyone in the receiver room as a transfer, I would consider them, but they're a team to watch. I had USC as my next in line team. Couple sleepers. I talked about Florida earlier. NC State had a transfer, and they have a stud tight end. I think that Noah Rogers is poised for a breakout, transfer from Ohio State. I think Boston College might have the most underrated receiver room in college football. I like Texas Tech, but here's my biggest sleeper receiver room in college football. It's the Michigan State Spartans. That is a room to watch. Nick Marsh last year for Michigan State had a really good freshman season for them. He had 41 catches for 649 yards and 3 touchdowns last year. As a true freshman, had 8 catches for 113 yards against Iowa, went for 8 for 194 against Maryland. He had 4 for 58 on the road against Illinois, had 5 for 78 and a touchdown against Indiana, who had a really good secondary last year. So I like him. They have a tight end that's a good football player. Jack Velding had 36 catches for 411 yards last season as well. But they got a couple transfers in, Trev, that I really like that keep an eye on. They got Omari Kelly, who is an FCS transfer, or a Group of 5 transfer, had 53 catches for 869 yards last year. They have Krishan McCray, who had 40 catches for 705 yards and 9 touchdowns last year. And then they had an FCS transfer. I believe Rodney Bullard came from the FCS level. I'm going to look that up again, but on my notes, I have him down as coming in from the FCS level. But yes, he transferred in from Valdosta State. But at Valdosta, he had 42 catches for 1,001 yards and 12 touchdowns. So they're relying way too much on portal guys. But if those portal guys can play like I think they can, because they have impressive film, Michigan State's going to have a tight end, or a pass catcher room that people need to keep an eye on this season. Definitely need to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I like that a lot. I have a couple. Brian and I have some that are shared, so I won't rehash those. But one of the sleeper ones that I have to keep an eye on that might make a little bit more noise is Texas A&M's receiving room. I'm not as high on Casey Concepcion as some others, but he is a really good football player. I just don't think he was the number 1 portal wide receiver taken this year. But what they have now is a receiving core that fits more what Colin Klein wants to do on offense. And I think that's going to be a really interesting dynamic. So I'm going to be keeping my eye on them. Louisville is another one of my kind of next in line teams to see. A lot of it's going to ride on the shoulders of Miller Moss, but they got Colin Lacey coming back. They have the Chris Bell kid coming back. So I'm keeping my eye on them. And another one, staying consistent with the team that I am pretty high on, I'm going to keep an eye on Pittsburgh's receiving core as well. I like Kenny Johnson. He was productive last season. Raphael Williams comes back as well for them. They also have Sinceri Lee returning for them. So Pittsburgh has a lot of returning production at wide receiver. Some of that's going to come down to if Eli Holstein can stay healthy, because a lot of their numbers that were put up were in the first 7 games because he was healthy. But like I said before, Eli Holstein is one of the few quarterbacks that started off the season in 5 consecutive games, throwing for 3 touchdown passes in all of those games. So I'm keeping my eye on Pittsburgh's receiving core as well. So, folks, that's going to do it today. We covered a lot of awesome content. We covered the Rice game being added to the 26 schedule. We previewed the Notre Dame 2025 linebacker room, and we talked about the best receivers and receiving units in college football. Hop on over to IB Nation Sports Talk. They have We In, We Out tonight. And then with the holiday weekend coming up, Brian and I are going to kind of work out a schedule for what this weekend is going to look like. But regardless, Brian and Sean will be back on Monday for RTCF, and then Brian and I will be back on Tuesday at 1 p.m. to continue off-season discussions. But before you head out of here today, folks, please be sure to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell, share this podcast with your friends and family. We would greatly, greatly appreciate a 5-star review. And if you could leave a review and talk about what you love about the show on all the podcast streaming platforms, that would be fantastic. So until next time, have a very fun and safe holiday weekend. That's Brian. I'm Trevor. We'll see you back here very soon on the Irish Breakdown Podcast.